Comme il est 11h03, la Chambre abordera...
It being 11:03, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, beginning debate at second reading of Bill C-352, an act to amend the Competition Act and the Competition Tribunal Act, standing in the name of Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh, seconded by by Ms. Barron, please, moves that C-352, an act to amend the Competition Act and the Competition Tribunal Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. Debate. L'honorable député de Burnaby-Sud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to rise today to speak to my private members' bill, Lowering Prices for Canadians Act. There's too much corporate control in Ottawa. We see the corporate-controlled Conservatives who set up a system that continues to benefit wealthy CEOs. We see the big lobby Liberals continue to protect the interests of those greedy CEOs. We've seen multiple opportunities that both of these governments have had to go after these greedy CEOs that exploit Canadians, but they've done nothing to take on their greed. And as a result, people are struggling. The Liberals tried their ask nicely of the CEOs and read grossly friars tactic to bring down prices, and that failed. In fact, it wasn't to bring down prices, it was to stabilize prices. And we know that the corporate-controlled Conservatives will never take on CEOs. That is something they will never do. They will never take on the greed of these CEOs. We want to crack down on the power of these greedy CEOs, bring more power to Canadian consumers, families, and workers, and that's exactly what our bill, what my bill, the Lowering Prices for Canadians, will do. Right now, we have two Canadas. In one Canada, corporate CEOs of large grocery stores have made record profits. Let me go through some of those profits. The three largest grocers, Loblaw, Sobeys, and Metros, have made combined $3.6 billion in profit in 2022. $3.6 billion. The CEO of Loblaw's, Galen Weston, compensated at $11.79 million per year, was deemed to be underpaid, while the average salary of his worker, that is 431 times higher than the average salary of a worker at his company. Shame. And what's the reality for the rest of Canadians? Food prices are up by 30%, record usage of food banks, and workers at those big grocery chains can't even earn enough to grocery shop at those very same chains. This is a rigged system, rigged by Liberals and Conservatives, and we want to change that. We want to tip the scales back in favor of working people, back in favor of the consumer, and that's exactly what our bill, the Lowering Prices for Canadian Act, will do. The establishment Liberal Party and their corporate-controlled Conservatives refuse again and again to do what's right.
Point of order, the honourable member for Renfrew, Pembroke, Nipissing.
Enough, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Last week, you reminded us that we are not to use any nicknames for different parties, and I take quite exception to being called a corporate-controlled Conservative. No one controls me. Yeah.
Member for raising this issue. Indeed, I did make that statement, but quite quickly it was brought to my attention by some honourable members that the adjectives which were used was considered to be fair game, and I've relented in pursuing that point. So I thank the honourable member for that, and I would encourage all members to try to be judicious, but I did relent on that point. So. Continuing debate, the honourable member from Burnaby, South Burnaby, Burnaby Sud, which means he has 12 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me be very clear again. The establishment Liberals and the corporate-controlled Conservatives both have the opportunity to take on the powerful interests of these CEOs and don't, and haven't. Like the majority of Canadians, I believe that corporate greed is driving up the cost of food. That's what Canadians believe because they know it to be true. But the corporate-controlled Conservatives and establishment Liberals won't do anything about it. We will. That's what our bill is about, giving more power to consumers and less power to greedy CEOs. Les Canadiens et Canadiennes.
Canadians have a big problem. At a time when they're struggling to pay their grocery bill, Loblaw made excess profits of $1 million per day in 2022. And what's even more frustrating is that the Liberals and the Conservatives are okay with that. The Liberals are protecting CEO profits, and they're not doing anything. And as for the Conservatives, it's simple. They just want to ensure that the CEOs can make more money. I've had enough of this system, which is rigged in favor of the ultra-rich. That's why I've brought in this bill on lowering prices for Canadians. This bill will give less power to CEOs and more respect to Canadian consumers.
You know, both the Prime Minister and the leader of the Conservative Party have private chefs and folks that go grocery shopping for them, so maybe it's not a concern for them because they don't realize the struggles of everyday Canadians. But for everyday Canadians, things are tough. If you don't have a private chef like the leader of the Conservative or the Prime Minister, things are tough. Things are tough for people like Amber. Amber, who I met and broke down in tears because after doing her household budget 6 times, she still couldn't figure out how to balance the rent, the cost of putting gas in her car to get to work, and the cost of groceries. She couldn't figure it out. Something had to go. And she's got a good job, and she's working hard and doing everything right, but she's still falling further and further behind. It doesn't have to be this way. It shouldn't be this way. And the reality is, it is this way because corporate-controlled Conservatives and big lobby Liberals have set up a system that benefits the rich CEOs and hurts working people. We're going to change that. That's why we put in our bill, the Lowering Prices for Canadians Act, which will force these corporate-controlled Conservatives and Liberals to support our motion that will actually benefit working people and make sure that these CEOs pay what they owe and we take on their corporate greed. You know, the leader of the Conservative Party is not who he says he is. He says he's someone who cares about working people, but it's not the case when we look at his track record and when we look at who runs the Conservative Party. Interesting to know, 50% of the governing party, the governing body of his party, are lobbyists for greedy CEOs. 50% of the body that governs the Conservative Party are made up of lobbyists for greedy CEOs. So it comes as no surprise that they continue to side with greedy CEOs and end up hurting working people. It's because that's who they are. That's who they're governed by. That's who their leader is. In fact, let's look at the increase of prices when the Conservatives were in power. It turns out food prices went up by 25% when they were in power. But let's break that down. Ground beef went up by 128%. Coffee went up by 89%. And apples, I know the Conservatives love apples, they went up by 43%. You know what went down in that same period? the taxes that these corporate grocery stores pay, they went down while prices went up. The reality is, the Conservatives gave massive tax giveaways to the richest corporations, hurting Canadians and benefiting their rich friends. Well, it doesn't have to be this way. And that's why we're putting forward our bill, the Lowering Prices for Canadians Act, which will bring down prices for Canadians, take away power from those greedy CEOs, and give it back to working people. Sous les libéraux, le prix...
Under the Liberals, grocery prices have gone up by 30%. And instead of taking real action, they keep wasting Canadians' time. When I was in university, I fed and housed my teenage brother, and I had to work minimum wage jobs to cover that, but I don't know what I would have done if I'd been facing today's prices. For the average family with young teens, it's just impossible. That's what motivates me to fight for people. My bill on lowering prices for Canadians will increase fines for companies which are taking advantage of consumers. And it will give more powers to the Competition Tribunal to protect people. Less power for CEOs, more competition, better prices for Canadians.
With the Lowering Prices for Canadians Act, we have an opportunity to see where the Liberals and the Conservatives stand. Do they stand with their rich CEO friends, or will they stand with working class Canadians? Will they stand with workers, with families, with people who are having a hard time buying groceries? We'll see where they stand. For 8 years, we've seen where the Liberals have stood. For 8 years, they've shown very clearly that they've continued to protect the ultra-rich. And we know where the Conservatives stand, because 50% of the Conservative Party's governing body is made up of corporate lobbyists for greedy CEOs. That's who makes up their governing body. And they work hard to protect the interests of their rich CEO friends. So let's see where they stand. When the Conservatives were in power, they gave $66 billion in tax giveaways to the richest corporations, which ended up hurting Canadians, which ended up hurting families. So let's see where they stand now. Because in March 2022, Liberals and Conservatives opposed our efforts to make greedy CEOs like Galen Weston pay what they owe and bring down prices for Canadians when it comes to their groceries. So I invite the Liberals and the Conservatives to stop listening to their CEO friends and start listening to working Canadians and support our bill to bring down prices for all Canadians. Canadians deserve a break. We've seen how high the cost of living is, and Canadians are hurting. Our bill is going to tip the scales back in favor of Canadians. What our bill will do is increase penalties for corporate grocery stores that engage in price fixing or price gouging. Our bill will help support smaller independent grocery stores by stopping the anti-competitive behavior of these large corporate chains. Our bill will give the consumer protections, will increase consumer protections. Our bill will increase consumer protections and give the Competition Bureau more powers to crack down on the abuses by these large corporations. Our bill will also stop mergers which end up hurting Canadians, like the merger of Rogers Shaw, which reduces competition, increases prices, and means loss of jobs. Everywhere we go, we see Canadians saying they're paying more and more. This is our opportunity to put a stop to it. So I challenge the corporate-controlled Conservatives and the big lobby Liberals to stand up for working Canadians instead of their CEO friends and support our bill.
Yes.
Je suis tanné de voir les...
I'm tired of seeing Canadians struggling and of seeing CEOs rolling in dollar bills. Food banks have never been this busy, and big grocery chains are raking in the profits. People are eating less well because of inflation, which is causing health problems. Meanwhile, the Liberals are telling people that they should check out grocery flyers if they want lower prices. And it's like they're making fun of people. We need to change the situation. My bill will increase penalties for consumer scams. It will help little grocery stores and protect them from the anti-competitive tactics used by big chains. It will give the Competition Tribunal more powers to crack down on abusive prices for consumers. It would also end the mergers that we're seeing, which reduce competition and hurt Canadians, like the recent Rogers-Shaw merger. It's high time that we lower people's bills, and that's exactly what this bill will do.
Mr. Speaker, I want to close by talking about a serious problem. In Canada, there is a massive lack of competition. Whether we talk about banking, cell phones, grocery stores, there are massive oligopolies that basically control these markets. In each of these areas, there are a handful of companies that control the market and mean that Canadians don't have real competition and don't have real prices that are fair for them. And if you look at prices around the world, we're paying some of the highest prices when it comes to our cell phone fees. Our grocery prices are skyrocketing, and it's a direct result of these oligopolies that Conservatives and Liberals have allowed to exist. As a result of greedy corporations making huge profits, Canadians are struggling. And when we ask Canadians, they agree. They believe the number one reason that is driving up the cost of groceries is corporate greed. I believe we need more competition, not less. I believe we need more protections for consumers, not more power for CEOs, and that's exactly what our bill will do. Our bill, contrary to the corporate-controlled Conservatives who want to give CEOs a free ride and the big lobby Liberals that want to keep on helping out their CEO friends, our bill takes away power from the CEOs and puts power back in the hands of working people, back in the hands of consumers, and ensures that prices are lower, prices are fair, and that's what our bill, the Lowering Prices for Canadians Act, will do. This is an opportunity to see where the Liberals and Conservatives stand. Do they stand with the CEOs or with working people? Do they stand with our bill, which will reduce the abuse of consumers, or will they continue to allow CEOs make profits off the back of Canadians? We'll see very shortly where they stand. Thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member from Burnaby South for her speech. Now we have time for 5 minutes of questions and comments. The honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
The leader of the Fourth Party mentioned the big lobby Liberals and how they were involved in greed. I would like to remind the Liberal of the Fourth Party that his partner, the Prime Minister, is the one who spent time at the cottage of Galen Weston. And the question is, given the shambles and the incompetence and corruption that we do have in this federal Liberal government, there is a possibility that they could become the official opposition one day. Should that happen, will the leader of the Fourth Party eschew having a cook in his house at Stornoway?
The honourable member from Burnaby South.
Wow.
I thank the member for the question. What we're up against right now is Canadians that are struggling with the cost of their groceries. And what we're proposing is a bill that's going to bring down the price of food for Canadians. So instead of focusing on the private chef of their Conservative leader or the Prime Minister, I'm focusing on making sure that prices are lower for Canadians. Our bill will increase protection for consumers and take away power from the CEOs. So my question to the Conservative Party is, will they stand with workers or will they continue to stand with the CEOs like their board that governs their party would like them to do, since it's made of 50% corporate lobbyists for these greedy CEOs? That's the real question.
Yes.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it interesting in my colleague's speech, the speech by the NDP leader. He says that this bill will bring down grocery prices. Now, we can all agree that grocery prices are a source of frustration for everyone. It's positive that he is interested in grocery prices. But here's what I find confusing. This same party leader is a coalition partner of the government across the way. The government across the way, which claims that there is no longer any problem. The member for Shawinigan, Saint-Maurice Champlain, he said that if you look at the flyers before Thanksgiving, that all the prices had already been brought down and that the problem was fixed. So can the member comment on whether the problem has been fixed or not? The honourable member for Burnaby South. Thank you for the question. I thank my colleague for the question. Now, it's clear that the Liberals do not have a plan. The Liberals said that we should just take a look at flyers and then we'll note that prices are coming down. But then the minister said that the minister's not sure whether the plan is working or not because the big grocery CEO's plan is secret. So the government is just claiming to take action because they are plummeting in the polls. That's why the NDP is moving this bill. This bill will force CEOs of major grocery chains to do what needs to be done to control prices. This bill will give more power to the Competition Bureau, and there will be stiffer penalties for those who don't do what needs to be done. So this will truly bring down prices and help people. So here's the question. Will the Liberals and the Conservatives support this bill which would help consumers and decrease CEOs' power? We have time for one last question. The honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, it's refreshing to see somebody stand up and talk about the cost of living and not blame it all on the price on pollution. And you would think that if all these grocery stores are making so much money that there would be an unholy competition to drop prices and get, more customers into the store, get more market share. But I'm wondering if the honourable member has also thought about doing the deeper dive and go to the producers of the food. We've seen shrinkflation. We've seen a lot of things happening a layer below the grocery stores, and I'm wondering if he's thought about that aspect.
The honourable member from Burnaby South.
We've just heard from a member of the Liberal Party who, instead of agreeing with our bill, which is going to take away power from CEOs, is trying to defend the CEOs of these large corporate grocers, saying, no, maybe it's not their fault. When we know with clarity, the Competition Bureau has confirmed that the large corporate grocers are indeed experiencing a massive increase in their profit margins. They are making more money than ever before. And their greed is driving up the cost of food. So our bill strengthens the rights of consumers and takes away the power from these greedy CEOs. The question is, will the Liberals and the Conservatives stand with CEOs or with working Canadians? That remains to be seen.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and address the issue that the leader of the Democratic Party has brought to us this morning in the form of a piece of a private member's legislation. And it's interesting if you take a look at Bill C-56, a government piece of legislation. I think that some of the principles are there, and I look forward to ultimately hearing the feedback from my friends in the Democratic Party with respect to Bill C-56 and how I believe that C-56 is going to be able to make a difference, Mr. Speaker. But before I get into that, I think it's important for all of us to recognize a few facts. One of them is that Canadians are hurting. We recognize that, Mr. Speaker, in a very real and tangible way. And even though if you compare, let's say, Canada to other places around the world, compared to inflations in groceries, Canada is doing fairly well. But it doesn't mean, Mr. Speaker, that we just accept that. That it's important that we continue as a government to look at ways in which we can bring more stability in the prices of groceries and look at ways in which we could even have an impact on reducing the cost of groceries, Mr. Speaker. And indirectly, but still important, and ultimately, I would argue directly, provide that support to Canadians. Example of that would be in the last budget. In the last budget, we had a grocery rebate in which I believe it was over 11 million people had benefited from directly, Mr. Speaker. That's more money in the pockets of people during a difficult time, ensuring that they would have that additional disposable income because of the cost of groceries. Indirectly, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that there are many benefits throughout the budget that helps Canadians on disposable income, such as the child care program, the National Child Care Program, such as the National Dental Program, all programs brought in by this government, again, with the idea of ensuring that disposable income that could go towards groceries would in fact be helped. More specifically in regards to the bill itself, when we think in terms of the big five, Loblaws, Metro, Sobeys, Walmart, and I believe it's Costco are the big fives, Mr. Speaker. We have a government that has called, whether it's to the minister's office here in Ottawa or presenting at standing committee, in a genuine attempt to ensure that there's more accountabilities that are coming from the big five, Mr. Speaker. And that is something that has been relatively unique. We want to ensure that there is a healthier sense of competition and that consumers are not being taken advantage of. And we know that that takes place. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you'll recall not that long ago when the Canada Bread Company was caught in terms of price fixing. And that's during the last couple of years where it was established, taken to court, basically in general, and I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of $45–50 million fine, agreed upon fine, Mr. Speaker. And it's because the government does take the issue seriously. You know, we take a look at Bill C-56, and Bill C-56 deals in good part with ensuring that there's a healthier sense of competition. Let me give you an example. They call it the efficiency debate. Members might recall that Shoppers used to be a standalone independent company, producing literally hundreds of millions of dollars in sales throughout the country. And they used in part the issue of efficiency in order to be able to justify the merger of Loblaws and Shoppers. That was the last real significant merger that we saw in the grocery industry. And there's no doubt Loblaws and Shoppers benefited immensely by that, using that particular argument, Mr. Speaker. But the ones that lost out were the consumers, because it was less competition when you had two large companies form one based on the issue of efficiency. So as much as, for example, the Conservatives will criticize the Liberals, I will remind my friends across the way that that happened while Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. It was the Conservative government that actually approved that particular merger. In good part, it was based on efficiency defense. That's why in Bill C-56, in which I believe the Conservatives are filibustering, Mr. Speaker, I'm not 100% sure on that, but I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't doing that. So we'll have to wait and see and maybe do a little bit more research on it. But suffice to say, C-56 changes the game, because you can no longer use the efficiency argument. We need to be more of a focus on consumers, on Canadians. And we are seeing that in some of the changes that we have in Bill C-56. We're seeing more of an empowerment of the Consumer Bureau, Mr. Speaker, giving the Consumer Bureau additional money and resources to be able to conduct the types of investigations to ensure that we have a healthier competition in a wide spectrum of areas. The best way to keep the corporate responsible, more responsible, to prevent price fixing, to prevent some of the shenanigans that take place that ultimately shaft our consumers, is to ensure that there's a healthier sense of competition. And that's why we look to the Competition Bureau, and within the legislation, give it more authority. And not only from a legislative perspective, but also from a budgetary measure. As a government, we have invested more, going into the tens of millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, so that the Bureau would be in a better position to be able to conduct the investigations that are necessary in order to protect our competition and our consumers, Mr. Speaker. You know, over the last year, I've had the opportunity to be invited to grand openings in the community. And one of the things I really appreciate is the fact that it is the small businesses of Canada that provide the backbone to our economy and are so important to the whole idea of competition. You know, I look at some of the ethnic grocery stores, and I'm a little reluctant to use the word ethnic, I could say community-based grocery stores, and the impact that they have in the community by providing that additional competition, not to mention some wonderful alternative foods. And it's interesting. You know, we have a Punjabi grocery store, we have a Filipino grocery store that emphasize products from those two communities. Take a look when you go to a superstore nowadays, and you're seeing Superstore is actually starting to broaden their selection. I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that it has a lot to do with the competition that's there. And they find that they will start to lose more and more of their market if they don't diversify the type of product that they have. The same principles apply in regards to price, Mr. Speaker. And that's why what we would look to all opposition members is to take a look at Bill C-56 as legislation that can and will make a difference for the consumers of Canada, or for all of us, Mr. Speaker, because we are all consumers. The government is, in fact, focused on having the backs of Canadians in supporting Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, and boosting up those individuals that need to be boosted, while at the same time ensuring that the wealthy, the 1%, pay their fair share, Mr. Speaker, as reflected as one of the very first actions that this government took back in 2015 in raising the taxes of the Canada's 1% wealthiest. We are here to have the backs of Canadians. We will continue to do so through legislation and budgetary measures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Bay.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada has a competition problem. I think we all know this. It's been repeated over and over today in this House. After 8 years, Canadians pay the highest prices in the world for almost every good and service that Canadians can imagine. Canadian monopolies are making money off the backs of hard-working Canadians. It's not corporate greed, it's government incompetence that's driving these changes, with the unwillingness to change the Competition Act and the carbon tax, driving up the prices almost every good and service. We can look at all of it. Cell phone bills. Canadians pay the highest cell phone bills on the whole planet. When we look at the Australians, we pay 3 times as much as the Australians, twice as they do in the US and in Europe. For internet, we pay some of the highest fees. And when it comes to rural Canadians, the 7 million Canadians, 60% of them don't have high-speed internet. And when it comes to trying to get high-speed internet, most of them get that from the sky, from Starlink and from ExplorerNet, which is owned by American companies. Banking. 6 banks control 80% of all the mortgages in Canada. Airlines. 85% of all our airlines are controlled by 2 companies in Canada. Groceries, we talk about the highest grocery bills, where if we compare it to the Americans, for a $50 basket that we pay in Canada, they only pay $35. We used to have, a decade ago, 8 Canadian companies. That's now been whittled down to only 3 Canadian companies and 2 American companies that control 80% of all the groceries in Canada. Even beer. We have InBev and Molson and Coors and Sapporo, which is 90% of all the beer sales in Canada. What a travesty, controlled by 3 companies. And if you look at the top 20 Canadian companies, the average age of those companies, the top 20, is 110 years. The average founding year for Canadian companies is 1914. In the US, the average age is 80 years, and that average founding year is 1944. The top 5 biggest companies in Canada, our oldest is RBC, founded in 1864. In the US, it's Microsoft, founded in 1975. We have major monopolies that have just controlled all of Canadians' markets. They control everything that Canadians buy. And after 8 years of this government, this Prime Minister, coupled with the NDP government, is just not worth the cost, literally, for almost everything that Canadians buy. And why do we want competition? Well, Mr. Speaker, competition is freedom. It's freedom of choice. Families can decide with their hard-earned tax dollar where to put their money. That means always better service. It means always lower prices. But to have freedom, you have to have courage. You have courage to change the rules, to break up the trust, to stand up for Canadians' wallets. The Competition Act is the culprit. It's outdated. It was meant to be based on an industrial 1960s-style policy that meant not for competition in Canada, but competition in the world. We wanted Canadian companies to get as big as possible to be able to compete internationally. That meant that we made sure that all of our big companies, starting from the founder of that, the Hudson's Bay Company, the original monopoly, was meant to be as big as possible, ensured that those companies could compete. But at the invention of free trade, as we have gone global in the world, we've never changed that Competition Act. And so the Competition Act, in fact, only protects large companies. It protects those companies to get bigger, and at the end of the day, Canadians pay the highest fees in the whole planet.
Ridiculous.
After 8 years, here are the mergers that have been approved by the Competition Bureau. After 8 years, we had Air Canada approved to buy Air Transat. Rogers was approved to buy Shaw in 2022. We had WestJet buying Sunwing. That was approved in 2022. Bell was approved to buy MTS. Superior Propane was approved to buy Canexus. Superior Propane was approved to buy CanWest Propane. Sobeys in the grocery market was approved to buy Farm Boy in 2018. Tavrida buying assets from Babrook Land Services in 2015. And the most egregious to me is happening right now. It's RBC, which has been approved to buy HSBC. RBC, Canada's #1 bank, with 21% of all the mortgages, has a hard time getting new clients. And when they look to buy new clients, of course, they looked at the deal with HSBC, which had 800,000 mortgage holders, and said, isn't this a great deal? We'd love to buy it. And why wouldn't they? 800,000 mortgage holders. And the Competition Act, based on these outdated rules, said, well, this company is going to get bigger. We have seen nothing in these rules that makes us want to stop this merger. But Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what this merger does. Of those 800,000 mortgage holders, HSBC has 10% of all Vancouver mortgages and 5% of all Toronto mortgages. When we look at the housing market in the world, Toronto is the #1 hottest market in the world. Vancouver is the 3rd hottest market. So the approval of this merger would effectively mean that when we look at prices for mortgages, the lower mortgages by the scrappy competitor HSBC would be bought wholeheartedly by RBC. And we want to compare those numbers. RBC last week had a posted variable mortgage rate of 7.15%. RBC at 6.4. That's 75 basis point difference for a mortgage market, which may not have meant anything 3 years ago when interest rates were really low. But when interest rates go higher, that means for a family in Toronto or Vancouver with a $500,000 mortgage, they're paying per month $312 more based on the fact that that competitor would be gone. Competition Act favors monopolies. It says so in the purpose statement. It says so. And part of the change in this, the courage, is to change the rules. And Conservatives were the ones who came up with eliminating the efficiencies defense. The defense that allowed in the Competition Act any big companies, regardless of their size, regardless of the merger, to be able to merge based on efficiencies. A lot of times they were job market or job losses. And I know this is a good idea because, Mr. Speaker, that was my idea. My private member's bill was introduced in this House in June 12th. It was read for the first time. We were scheduled to go the second time. And the government first took it with C-56. And now, of course, the efficiencies defense removal is coming under this private member's bill. So, of course, this is a good idea. And Conservatives are looking forward to presenting more good ideas as we look to tackle the Competition Act. But when it comes down to one fact, do you stand up with the people or do you stand up with monopolies? Because when we look at the monopolies across Canada, we certainly have to be brave and you have to be courageous in terms of looking at how to tackle those. And when we look at grocery prices, and we look at groceries for sure, only 3 Canadian companies, 3 Canadian grocery stores own 2/3 of the whole market. And that's Metro, and that's Shoppers, and that's Sobeys. And we look over the years of how that was able to occur. Well, in 1986, Safeway was able to buy Woodward's. In 1990, A&P was able to buy Seagram's. Sobeys bought IGA. That one is the most egregious to me. The Independent Grocers Association is not independent. It's owned by Sobeys. When we look at, we have Loblaws buying Safeway, Metro bought A&P, Loblaws bought Provigo, Amazon has bought Whole Foods, Metro has bought Jean Coutu, Sobeys has bought Farm Boy, Sobeys has bought Longo's. Mr. Speaker, when we look at competition in Canada, there is no competition. We only have oligopolies. And when it comes to the grocery sector, we also have another item, another piece that makes it completely uncompetitive, and that is the carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax is added on to the farmer. The medium farm in Canada pays $150,000 in carbon taxes and gets no rebate, meaning it passes that cost on to the consumer. Truckers get a carbon tax added on to the price of fuel. And they don't get a rebate, so that gets added on to the price of consumers. Cold storage facilities and warehouses, they all get a carbon tax added on to their heat bills, added on to their bills to freeze food and keep food cold. All of that gets added on to consumers. When the carbon tax gets added on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, the food goes up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. That's why when we compare Canadian grocery prices to American grocery prices, Canadians pay less because there is no carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, large monopolies should not be able to merge with one another. The large monopolies should not be able to gobble up other smaller competitors. That is the key we're missing in the Competition Act. When we have large competitors competing internationally, that's one thing. When we have Canadian monopolies buying small competitors just so they can get bigger, just so they can make more money on the backs of hard-working Canadians, that's wrong. And to break that up, to change the Competition Act, that takes courage, and that's what we want to do as Conservatives on this side of the House. Competition is freedom of choice and freedom of courage. Let's have the courage to change the Competition Act to create competition for a change. For my home, for your home, for our home. Mr. Speaker, let's create competition and bring it home.
Please,
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This weekend, I was at the Optimist Club in my region to work for young people. And I'd like to thank Madame Linda Cardinal. All her team and herself work very hard. And when you go to these events, you see people who allow you to reconnect with the business community and the community in general. And it's interesting that today, here in the House, that we're talking about competition, because I heard about it Saturday evening. I was with people from the Chamber of Commerce of Mirabel, and they came and said to me, Mr. Garon, every year we have a gala for entrepreneurs in Mirabel, and it won't take place this year because entrepreneurs are overwhelmed. Companies are very worried because they're waiting for CEBA
to be delayed and for some flexibility. And some of our members are under the threat of survival. And if we want to ensure competition and stimulate entrepreneurships and make sure people can go to companies and shop. We talked about mergers and acquisitions that reduce the number of companies on the market. We have to make sure that our SMEs can live and survive and they have some oxygen. We need to give them greater flexibility, Mr. Speaker. And what I find absolutely amazing is that all parties have spoken to this. They've all said, but not one of them, rather, right now has said, I ask the government once again to extend the deadline for CEBA to show some flexibility. This would improve competition immediately. And I would ask, once again, the government to show flexibility because until now, there has been great disdain for our entrepreneur fabric. We're investing, they say, but the economic situation is very special. During the pandemic, tough times were tough. Nevertheless, we do have a bill before us that is positive. It's a good step in terms of competition. And why are we talking about competition? What is this bill about? They're increasing penalties for anti-competition acts. We need severe and consequential penalties, yes. We're amending the competition system so that our Canadian companies and large multinationals, when they merge and make acquisitions, have the consumers in mind. They have to consider consumers. They will be considered in the decisions made by the competition tribunal, and they can make broader orders to halt mergers and acquisitions if necessary. The period has been extended from 1 to 3 years to evaluate mergers and acquisitions, and these are good measures. Since our competition system is really ailing, Mr. Speaker, this is good news. Throughout the world, when there is a major merger or acquisition, there's a competition bureau asks two types of questions. First, what will be the impact on efficiency gains? These companies get bigger, but will they make the market less concentrated and act more efficient? That's legitimate. And the second question is, does the consumer, who will have fewer places to go and shop, does the consumer get a bad deal? Will they pay more money for things? Will their cost of living go up? Will they be prisoners of these bigger companies? And in Canada and elsewhere, well, unlike elsewhere, the Competition Bureau can't ask these questions. And it means that in some markets, well, for example, the grocery market, we saw great concentration with merger after merger and acquisition after acquisition. And now the number of, well, Walmart and Costco, but we have 3 major brands in the grocery store market because of these mergers. They all can sit around a small coffee table. So this shows how sick our competition system is. HSBC, Mr. Speaker, it's a perfect example. HSBC, active across the world, needs liquidity. What does it do? It's being sold, and the largest player is in the best position to buy this company. We know that the mortgage market is tricky right now, so the system is already fragile. And so the Competition Bureau looks at this. It sees if there are efficiency gains. Of course, there are some. We don't need a PhD to know this. You have the biggest bank that's going to buy the client portfolio of another bank. It's going to take over these mortgages and close branches, reduce the number of brands, because HSBC will probably, after this merger or acquisition, have a strong brand. They'll have the same clients. They'll have the same employees, the same system, etc. I know the Competition Bureau says,
we're going to allow to go forward because there will be efficiencies. And the Bureau can't even verify if it will reduce competition, and the consumer will pay the price at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker. And it's been recognized by this government. They said that we had to change this system because the consumer for decades has had to pay the price. And the Competition Bureau allows this to go forward, and the finance minister and her office signed this deal. And if I was the Minister of Industry, I would get the feeling that I'm being mocked. This transaction should be shelved until C46 is adopted or not, until the Competition Bureau can give its opinion about C56 and take account of the consumer, Mr. Speaker. This is how important it is to change our competition system. And in Bill C-352, we do take account of supply chain. We saw this during the pandemic when there are mergers and acquisitions. There are transactions that often involve foreign headquarters, and there is a risk of local suppliers being substituted by foreign suppliers. A few years ago, we didn't see danger in this, but now, when we lacked supplies during the pandemic, we realized how important it is, the purchasing power of Canadians in Quebec. We don't want it to be hampered because we had a major shock in international commerce because of supply chains. So now we realized it's good to have local or national suppliers. So this is a really good news, this point. Another thing, we'll be able also to give some power to the Competition Tribunal to cancel mergers and acquisitions because they realized that the consumer was getting the shaft more than we thought. There were some errors in the past, and when the Competition Bureau didn't take everything into account, under the circumstances, the consumer ends up paying the price. So they could cancel a transaction if it results, if there's a 75% market share with the new company. But we're not sure about these figures, Mr. Speaker. We think that it does deserve to be evaluated at committee correctly. Nevertheless, the bill does give the tribunal a lot of latitude to take account of other criteria. There's also the notion of dominant position. To date, we prevent companies with dominant position to force its competitors to not deal with its suppliers. Well, we don't prevent these companies from taking advantage of their dominant position to charge overly high prices. There's market power. When a company becomes what we call a monopoly, or it's nearly a monopoly, it's allowed to increase prices because consumers have nowhere else to go to shop. They're stuck with a brand in some regions, just one, and the market is highly concentrated. So what this bill shows is that there is a deep need to reform our competition system. And above all, for decades, the Canadian system has worked in favor of companies and capital. It is not working in favor of the consumer. And with today's cost of living, we understand how important it is to put the consumer at the heart of our thoughts and actions. So I would like to thank the leader of the NDP for proposing this bill. I'll be looking forward to debating this at committee. Thank you. I'd like to thank the honourable member. And now the floor goes to the member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Pleased to rise today and contribute to the debate on what I take to be an important bill. And I want to thank the NDP leader for having brought it forward, because I think it gives voice to the elephant in this room too often, which is the role that corporate profits are playing in making life hard on Canadians. We heard earlier from the member for Bay-of-Quinte who says it's not corporate profits, but we know that this just isn't the case. It's more of what we often get from the Conservatives, which is excuse-making for corporations that are gouging Canadians in a very difficult time. What I like about this bill is that it does not accept that we should be quiet about corporate profits. It does not accept that we should suppress the role of corporate Canada in attacking the pocketbooks of Canadians, and instead says that we should do something about it. Well, what am I talking about when I talk about the role of corporate profits? Well, since 2019, corporate profit per unit of production in Canada is up by 50%. So for every unit that we produce, the amount that of money that goes into corporate profit is up by 50%. That's from Jim Stanford at the Center for Future Work. Profits have grown 3 times faster over the last number of years since 2019 than wages. So we hear sometimes from right-wing economists, like whether they're friends of the Conservative Party or the Liberal Party, or whether they hang out at the Bank of Canada, that wages are really what's driving inflation, and workers should lower their expectations and get used to the idea of having less powerful paychecks. But in fact, nobody's telling that to corporate Canada except the NDP. And what's happening is that corporate paychecks are getting a lot more powerful, 3 times faster than the wages of Canadian workers. In that period from 2019 and 2022, if you dig down by industry, you can find obscene levels of additional profit. From 2019 to 2022 in the oil and gas sector, we saw a 1,000% increase in profits. So you think about that, Mr. Speaker. Think of the reality that Canadians are living. More and more Canadians than ever are lining up at food banks and oil and gas companies who are charging just about everyone in the country in some way, shape, or form, whether it's when they fill up at the pump in order to fill their car to get to work, or whether it's when they turn up the heat at this time of year in order to heat their home. It's not like Canadians have a choice to do without oil and gas in the current economy. So to see the companies that are the gatekeepers of that important resource getting 1,000 times more in profit is a significant issue for a lot of Canadians, and it's part of the reason why so many Canadians are standing in food bank lines across the country, Mr. Speaker. So what can we do about it? Well, one of the remedies is competition, and that historically has not been Canada's forte. In big industries, where the cost of getting in is very high and very capital intensive, we've tended to see oligopolies form in Canada. That's true in telecommunications, it's true in oil and gas, it's true in the grocery sector. So, you need strong regulation in order to be able to try and create the kind of competition that can lower prices. What have we seen instead? Well, just recently, in respect of the Rogers-Shaw merger, we had a competition bureau that wanted to get more information, but actually doesn't have the power to compel companies to hand over information. So that's a broken piece of the puzzle. And then even though the Competition Bureau advised against that merger and went to the Competition Tribunal to make the case, they lost the case in front of the tribunal. And just to add insult to injury, the tribunal ordered the Competition Bureau to pay $13 million in costs for its trouble. And who ends up footing the bill for that, Mr. Speaker? The taxpayer does. The very same Canadians who are struggling because telecommunication companies are charging among the highest rates in the world then have to dish out another $13 million because their own competition bureau had the audacity to challenge telecommunication companies and demand that they show that this would actually benefit consumers, and was of the opinion that it would not. And what have we seen since the Rogers-Shaw merger? No lowering of prices. In fact, we got a call from a guy in BC just looking for a sympathetic ear who was saying he was now getting double billed. He'd been sent a SIM card by Rogers, and until he, took the time to figure out how to switch the SIM card and activate the new one and do all the things, which can be a real pain in the arse, frankly, Mr. Speaker. He hadn't got around to it yet. He was getting a bill from Shaw and a bill from Rogers. Well, Mr. Speaker, how are you supposed to make ends meet when the same company is charging you twice for the same service? So there's a high level of corporate gall, and it's why New Democrats are concerned to empower the Competition Bureau to be able to get the information that it needs, to be able to have meaningful penalties for companies that are trying to skirt the law. These are just some of the things that this bill would do, and it's about trying to create a culture of more corporate accountability, because contrary to what the Conservatives often try and portray, yes, there are issues with government sometimes, for sure. We raise issues with what the government's doing all the time in this place. But it's not just government that's the problem when you look at the track record of corporate profits, certainly in the last 3 or 4 years, but even beyond. And in a period of declining corporate tax rates, we've seen corporate profits go up and up and up. Is that money being reinvested back into the Canadian economy? No. And in fact, I hear Conservatives themselves complain about the lack of business investment and productivity in Canada over the last 20 years. Well, that period coincides with the Conservatives getting their way on the corporate tax rate and a less regulated economy. So if the so-called solution is producing results that aren't what we want, it's time to rethink the solution. And the member for Burnaby South and the leader of the NDP has begun some of that work in this bill here, and I urge all members in this House to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member. When we come back, he'll have 3 minutes, 3 minutes strong to finish up his thoughts. La parole est prévue pour les études des affaires éminentes des députés. Maintenant,
the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired. The order is dropped at the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
order from the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, that in relation to Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll just wait for the copy. Madame Gould, appuyée par Mr. Champagne, propose before an act to amend the Investment Canada Act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted for the consideration of the report stage, and not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided, the government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage, and on the day allotted for the consideration at third reading stage of said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill, and then a bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. The motion is in order. Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will be now a 30-minute question period. I will invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise or use the raise hand function so that the chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in question period. Rise. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. You're going to want two questions. I see two fingers. That is great. So we will start the clock now. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question, the first question for the minister is in relation to the amendment that we're debating now in report stage. Where we're dealing with Section 15, which basically takes the Cabinet out of the beginning of the process and says the minister only has to go back to Cabinet at the end of the process if a national security review says there's a problem. If not, the minister doesn't have to go back. Does the minister not believe that you get better decision-making by having all your Cabinet colleagues involved in the decision-making, not just an individual industry minister making that choice?
Honorable Ministre de l'Innovation, Science et Industrie.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. And you know, Mr. Speaker, there's a time to think, there's a time to debate, and there's a time to act. I am pleased to report to Canadians watching at home, and I'm sure there are many this morning on a Monday morning, to say that this bill has received unanimous support from all parties in this House, Mr. Speaker, not only throughout the bill, but also throughout the amendments. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit surprised that even today, what's the hidden agenda from the Conservative to block this bill from going forward? Because on the record, you will see, Mr. Speaker, that all parties have agreed. All the amendments have been agreed, Mr. Speaker. So we should be in a place where today we should tell the Canadians we take national security seriously, that we want to act in the interest of Canadians. And that's exactly what we're proposing today, Mr. Speaker, is that we move to a vote and we can better protect Canadians by having more tools in the toolbox. And that's something that I would say my colleagues on both sides and my respected colleague would agree, because the whole purpose of this bill is to give more tools in the toolbox. You know, we live at a time of a lot of uncertainties, a lot of geopolitical challenges. We welcome foreign investment, but obviously we want to make sure we have the tools in the toolbox to protect Canadians.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the minister can provide his thoughts in regards to, when you take a look at the legislation and the Conservatives, they often talk about the issue of foreign interference. And here we have legislation that takes a look at it from a different perspective, one of an economic perspective. And it's one of the reasons why I think the legislation is important to ultimately see passed. So I'm interested in his comments in regards to that, and why it is that the Conservatives continue not to want to see legislation pass, and that is to the detriment of Canadians as a whole.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I thank my colleague for his good question. There's a number of things, Mr. Speaker, in this bill that will help Canadians. Just think about that. We're going to reduce the net benefit threshold review, Mr. Speaker, which is something that a lot of members have been asking in this House. We're going to expand the jurisdiction of the ICA to asset sales, Mr. Speaker. And I think in this time, we need these kind of provision. We're going to have stronger penalties. We're going to have more tools. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, for example, being able to accept undertakings, being able to prevent a transaction to go forward as the government is studying in the interest of Canadian things in the context of IP. So this bill, Mr. Speaker, I mean, the last time it was amended, hold on to your seat, Mr. Speaker. Imagine, this was in 2009, Mr. Speaker, that this bill was looked at, Mr. Speaker. So if you think about the lapse of time and how the world has changed, well, obviously we need to act. And I would say this House had a lot of time to look at this, Mr. Speaker. We introduced this bill in December 7, 2022. So you can imagine that Canadians are anxious at home to see every member of this House acting quickly in order to protect their best interests.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask a question to the member that perhaps many people in this House are wondering. Why is it, the member, if he could provide his thoughts, that the Conservatives continue to obstruct important business moving forward, even when it's legislation that they support? Can the member share his thoughts on this, and how do we move forward to get things happening in the House in the timely manner that we need to see?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I like the question. I wish I could have an answer to that. I don't know, honestly, because they agree. They agree to the legislation. They agree to the amendments. We had 44 witnesses. They support it, but yet they don't want to vote. So it's kind of not, I'm glad that Canadians are watching. It's kind of a question, Mr. Speaker. They must be watching at home and say, hold on, they agree, but they don't want to vote. What's the logic of that? There's only one that I could find, is that they want to obstruct the work of Parliament. Yep. They want to delay everything. They won't allow even C-56, that we talk about competition before, to make sure we reform competition. They ask us, Mr. Speaker, to say Canada should work at the speed of business, Mr. Speaker. And when you look at them, you say this morning, what about the speed of business? What about voting on something that you want? Just find the logic of that for folks watching at home. They say the Conservative agrees, but they don't want to vote for. Very tough for me to understand, and I'm sure my kids watching at home would say, how is that possible? And that's the real question we're asking, is really, why don't you do what's right for Canadians? You've supported the amendments. You've supported the bill. We had 44 witnesses, Mr. Speaker. Let me look. We had 20 hours of debate in the House, 11 meetings at the Hindu Committee, 20 hours of witnesses, Mr. Speaker. I think, like I said, there's a time for debate, but there's also a time for action. The time for action is now.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his remarks. We know that with C-34 there are good intentions, and we also recognize all the work that has been done at committee that enable us to add the idea of sensitive sectors like IP, databases with personal data. But the real problem here, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill is still incomplete. If we applied the new rules under C-34 to the projects approved in 2022, only 22 of the projects out of over 1,000 would be reviewed, less than 2%. So I'd like my colleague to explain us. Would he agree that we need to broaden the review criteria in order to have more scope and have better rules that actually examine more of the projects in order to protect our local economy and also ensure that we avoid problems with foreign investment? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows I deeply respect him. He's always a constructive member of this House. But the real problem here, and this is what people may not understand, is that the Bloc Québécois is in favor of this bill, in favor of the amendments. Everyone has voted for this. So what we're asking for today is to just get to the vote. That's what we're asking for here. Everyone agrees. My colleague's party agrees. They voted in favor. They voted for the amendments. They voted for the bill. What we're saying today, all we're saying is that we need to work together in this House in the interests of Canadians, people who are watching us from the gallery or from their homes. Will be saying to themselves, if everyone is in favor of the bill, why isn't it being voted on? That's the real question here, and I haven't heard any good reasons from our colleagues about why not to vote on it. That's the real essence of the debate here, moving the legislation forward.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives put forth several amendments, two of which were rejected, one requiring the Minister to conduct a national security review by changing may to shall to ensure review is triggered whenever the review threshold is met. The other was to make the act retroactive. My question to the Minister is, how does he expect the government to ensure our national security is in place if we can't go back to see which companies got in under the wire and may be doing Canadian companies harm?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I'm very happy to answer that question, and the Honourable one would know that what we're doing in this bill is actually having more tools. I mean, was the discussion at the committee. I would say respectfully, Mr. Speaker, let me just look at that. There was 11 meetings at Indu and over 20 hours at committee, and 11, not one, Mr. Speaker, 11 significant amendments were voted on by everyone. So everyone agreed that this bill needed to have significant amendments, and everyone voted for, Mr. Speaker. So what we're debating today, it's not the essence of the bill. It's say if everyone agrees, and everyone is looking at that and wondering at home, we all agree. And we're just saying, well, let's vote on, Mr. Speaker. That's what the record of the committee says. And today, this is about national security, Mr. Speaker. We're not talking about any kind of thing. We know that economic security is national security, Mr. Speaker. I have enormous respect for the colleague when she's asking a good question. But that debate happened in committee, and they voted for. So now we have a bill that is ready to be voted at third reading, at report stage, and then at third reading, Mr. Speaker. And we hope that our colleagues, and I know in their heart, because they voted for at committee, in their heart they want to vote for. So let's not allow politics to go and block national security, Mr. Speaker, because that's too important for Canadians.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm entering into this debate because I've seen this over and over again, where the Conservatives consistently think of different tactics to delay progress on virtually anything in this House. They'll bring forward successive concurrent debates to delay progress of other matters in this House, even though those concurrent debate motions are being actively dealt with at committee. So here we are. What I'm hearing from the minister is that on this very issue, the very questions that the Conservatives are raising has been discussed extensively at committee, and yet they're still in this House trying to block passage of the bill. So I guess my question is this: under what circumstance is it justifiable for all of us as parliamentarians to be in this House to obstruct the work that needs to be done on behalf of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's a very good question. The obstruction tactics that we're seeing from the Conservatives are hurting Canadians. I like the colleague, the way she put it. I mean, there was 2 concurrence motion every time we brought this bill, and I know for folks at home, they're watching, what is a concurrence motion? It's a delay tactics, Mr. Speaker. That's what's happening. Let me quote you. There was over 20 hours of debate in this House, 11 meetings at the Hindu Committee, over 20 hours at the committee, and 44 witnesses, Mr. Speaker, that came. And on the basis of that, everyone agreed. We all voted for the amendments. So everyone agreed. So, Mr. Speaker, we are at a time where Canadians are scratching their head, and I understand my colleague. I'm scratching my head. I said, if everyone agrees, why don't we do the right thing? We asked the opposition to stop obstructing, Mr. Speaker, because when it comes to national security, I heard colleagues say, why don't you act at the speed of business? Let me turn the question. Why don't you act at the speed of business? People are watching. Business are saying, what? You don't want to vote on something you agree upon? What kind of democracy is that, Mr. Speaker? In democracy, you need to debate, but there's a point where you need to act, and the time to act is right now.
And comments, question, commentaire, l'honorable député de Pierre Boucher.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'll let the minister defend this gag order to Canadians. I'm really wondering why we're even debating this in the first place. Because if they're deciding to use this time allocation, it means that they know that someone's going to vote in favor, probably their coalition member, the NDP. The real missed opportunity here with C-34, and since we have time here with the minister, why not ask this question? The real issue is that in Bill C-34, the matter of national security is being modernized and rules are being tightened, and that's not a bad thing in the current geopolitical context, but something's been left out, and it's major. And this is something we've raised many times in the House and as a society. The issue I'm referring to is the modernization of the Investment Canada Act when it comes to analyzing projects for economic interest. When there's a business, when there's a situation where a business may be bought by a foreign entity, how is it that the thresholds for analysis are so high? Initially, the thresholds have been set at 300 million, but now it's 1.7 billion. How is it that we've moved to such a high threshold before a review is even triggered? Doesn't that seem like a fairly high threshold, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As he knows, I have a great deal of respect for him. We do a great deal of work together. But what we're debating here today, Mr. Speaker, is whether we should have a vote on this legislation. My colleagues from the Bloc Québécois have had their opportunity. We heard from 44 witnesses on a bill that everyone agrees on. I do believe that at some point people who are listening will be asking themselves, how much longer are you going to debate this? 20 hours in the House already, 20 hours at committee. And everyone agrees. Everyone agrees on this. Everyone has given a nod to the bill. So shall we vote on it or not at this point, Mr. Speaker? As my colleague said, this is a critical geopolitical time. We need more tools in the toolbox in order to be able to protect national security. And all of our colleagues agree on it. So what I would urge my colleagues today is to move to the vote, and I think it's going to be unanimous. That's what we're talking about here today, Mr. Speaker. And once again, we need to keep up with industry. We need to protect industry. And I think my colleagues from Quebec and Quebecers watching will say, yes, the minister needs tools. We want to defend aerospace. We want to defend our semiconductor industry in Quebec. We want to defend our local industry. We want to ensure that if there are foreign purchases, that it be under a modern system. Because the last time this was modernized was 14 years ago. Mr. Speaker, I think people watching from their homes will say that even our colleagues from the Bloc Québécois should be in favor of going forward with this. We've all debated on this. We all agree we should vote.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Charleswood, Headingley, Assiniboia, Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I note that the minister keeps arguing that, well, you know, we've debated this enough. These were all voted on. All these amendments were voted on in committee. But getting back to the question that my colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's asked, the one question that was not voted on at committee is perhaps the most important one, which has to do with ministerial discretion. That was not voted on at committee, and that's why we brought it back to this House. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from South Shore St. Margaret asked a very direct question, and the minister did not answer it. I think Canadians who are watching these proceedings deserve an answer. Does he not think the country would be better served by all of Canada undertaking the security review other than one minister from a particular region where certain interests are served?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I'm happy to answer the question. Again. The member is asking a very good question, but Mr. Speaker, there was 11 meetings at the committee, Mr. Speaker, to talk about that in 20 hours of debate. This was debated, Mr. Speaker, at committee. People had the chance to do that, but now, once the debate happened and everyone agrees, it's time to vote, Mr. Speaker, because Canadians who are watching at home, they say, hold on for a minute. So there was a debate, 20 hours, 11 meetings, 20 hours in the House. They had the chance to debate that, and they said, we agree with the amendments. And now they say, well, what's the government asking us to vote? Why? To protect Canadians, to protect our national security, to make sure that we have modern tools in the toolbox, Mr. Speaker. The real question that Canadians are asking, and I know in their mind they say, but what is the hidden agenda of the Conservatives? Why would they want to block legislation? Why are they blocking C-56 to reform competition? Why are they blocking the Investment in Canada Act, Mr. Speaker? I think when it comes to national security, Mr. Speaker, people need to leave their political affiliation and do what's right for Canadians.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable colleague, the Minister, this debate is not on the merits of Bill C-34, but on the use of time allocation once again. On principle, I will vote against time allocation always, because this is the place where legislation gets debated. And many members of this House are not members of the Indu Committee. I'm not allowed to be a member of the Indu Committee, and I have very strong views on C-34 and national security considerations on takeovers of Canadian companies. And I'm not allowed to speak to this because it's going to be, yet again, the guillotine is being brought down. The Harper administration did this time and time again, and we knew it was wrong then in opposition. The Liberals promised they wouldn't, and now it's routine. Almost every bill is time allocated, and it's not. I mean, the Honourable Minister knows my high opinion that I hold of him. I want to be able to discuss this legislation. I was the first MP in this House to identify that the takeover of ACON by the People's Republic of China should have had a national security review. For a long time, I was the lone voice, and we finally got it, and the deal was turned down. I care about this stuff, and I really think every member of this House has a right to participate in debates, and time allocation defeats that right.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member, and she knows how much I like her, and our contribution to this House is well known to all members. But, Mr. Speaker, I want debate. Actually, we want debate. Let me say there was 20 hours of debate in this House, 20 hours of debate at committee, 11 meetings at committee, 44 witnesses, Mr. Speaker. I agree that we need debate. I believe in that, but there's also a time where we need to act. My colleague from the NDP said it best before. She said, but consistently, systematically, and regularly, the Conservatives are using delaying tactics, so this House does not move bills forward. That is not democracy, Mr. Speaker. In a democracy, you need to debate, you need to think, you need to make sure that every voice is heard. But also, Mr. Speaker, the duty of every member is at one stage is to vote. We need to vote once, on these bills so that they can move forward, so that they can be seen by the Senate and hopefully get royal assent. But, Mr. Speaker, like I said, there comes a time in a democracy in this House that we need to move forward, particularly when it comes to national security. I would not know how to explain to Canadians in the street that people agree, but yet they don't want to vote. It's very difficult mentally to understand that, because they say, if you agree, why don't you vote? That's why people have sent you in the House, is to vote. So vote, and then we're going to move on to protect the national security of Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. I thank the member from Saint-Maurice-Champlain. I know that he leads his department with great passion. Here's my question for him. A brief intro. Now, time allocation motions are used by minority governments, and it seems to be that the government doesn't understand what voters wanted, because the voters voted them in as a minority so that they could get along with other parties and enter into agreements. But yet there is time allocation motion after time allocation motion, so it doesn't seem that they understand that they are a minority government. Now, as to C-34, my colleagues mentioned a few acts. For example, the Act to amend the Investment Canada Act, because Investment Canada Act dates back to 1985. So it's been around for quite some time. So this really should have been an opportunity to do a proper overhaul of the Act to ensure that we're protecting our headquarters. We need to defend national security, but also, what about headquarters? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With 8 minutes remaining, the Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand my colleague's question, but in a minority parliament, Mr. Speaker, we do need to make progress and headway with legislation. So, yes, it's important to have debate, but once everyone agrees, once there's been debate, we're ready to vote. But we're in a situation now where the Conservatives are moving all kinds of motions to prevent us from being able to vote, Mr. Speaker. In a democracy, it's important to be able to vote, to debate, to discuss. Voting is important. We need to vote because it's urgent that we take action. I remember in committee debating this bill, my Bloc and Conservative colleagues in committee agree with it. When we discussed the bill, when we had the chance to be heard, there were 11 major amendments in committee which were unanimously approved by all parties. So that shows how well our democracy is working. But in a minority parliament, we do need to be able to pass legislation, especially legislation that pertains to national security. We all agree that we need tools in our toolbox. People ask us to take action, and we take action together with all parties, and I respect my colleagues, but at some point we do need to vote, and now the time to vote has come.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, and I must say, this minister has given us a master class on how to talk out the clock today. My question is this. The NDP Liberal government has moved time allocation 37 times this Parliament alone. Now, from the whole period up until Tom Mulcair, the NDP government only supported time allocation 17 times. So over double the amount of times this NDP government has done it. And what have they gotten? They say we want pharmacare. They have gotten nothing from this Liberal NDP coalition. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, my question is this. Given that the Liberals have given the NDP government nothing, the government now of no democratic principles, what are they promising them, since the NDP is getting nothing for truncating debate, which is what we're dealing with today?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer the member, and I appreciate his contribution in the House, and I know the people of Thompson, Kamloops, Caribou like him for sure. But they're watching the TV today, I'm sure, and they're looking and they say, but hold on for a minute. We're all in favor of debates, but once we agree, can we vote? I mean, that's the question, is that people have agreed on the amendments. So I'm sure the people watching are saying, okay, we all agree we want democracy, we want debates, we want robust debate, we want to make sure. But once we agree, Mr. Speaker, when there's agreement, we just say, well, we need to vote at some stage. Because on this case, Mr. Speaker, people have agreed, and we need...
We have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Charlotte St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, the member, and I know him to be a good person and an honest person, but he is saying that we've agreed to something that we haven't agreed to. And I don't think that that's appropriate, Mr. Speaker. It's been very clear that we have not agreed, particularly on the amendment to Clause 15.
That's just part of debate, I would believe, unless we had some clarification that actually went against the rules. Maybe we can just go on to do a few more questions, and because we've got 4 minutes and 46 seconds left on the clock. So questions and comments? The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What there is no doubt is that there is a genuine consensus of agreement in terms of the legislation and the principles of the legislation, and yet the Conservatives continue to want to prevent the House of Commons from being able to pass legislation by having all forms of filibustering. A good example of that is Bill C-56, something that we debated today through a private member's bill, where members on all sides were talking about the importance of competition, and yet Bill C-56 is yet another victim of Conservative filibustering. And I'm wondering if the member, my friend and colleague, could provide his thoughts in regards to the filibustering that takes place that hurts Canadians.
Minister.
Yeah, I just want to allows me to answer also to the point of order that was made. There was agreement by all parties on 11 significant amendments to this bill, Mr. Speaker, that we're talking about. And I value the contribution of my Conservative colleagues. I value it. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I went to the committee. We took on board their amendments. We agree that the best way to have good legislation in this country is to have work at committee, to listen to witnesses, to work together. They know me, I'm a very open-minded person, Mr. Speaker. We accepted not one, Mr. Speaker, but 11 significant amendments to this bill. But everyone agreed that those were the significant amendments we needed to move forward. That was the agreement of the committee. So once we have done that, Mr. Speaker, one can wonder, and I think the question of the member is relevant, is say, well, once this is done, and we had 44 witnesses, 20 hours, Mr. Speaker, of work in the committee, 20 hours of time in this House, Mr. Speaker, there comes a time where people at home say, yeah, but we need to move on, Mr. Speaker. We need to vote, and that's exactly what we're asking with this motion today, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Nothing but a bunch of myths from this Liberal minister. He bragged earlier that he had dropped the threshold. He didn't. I brought that motion in. Liberal MPs voted against it. I brought in the amendment to the committee that put bribery and corruption in. Liberal MPs voted against it. The only reason it's through is because the opposition put it in. And the whole point of report stage is to allow for further amendments. The minister has ignored for a half hour the call to say yes or no. Does he think Cabinet should be eliminated from the process of reviewing foreign investments? His bill removes Cabinet from that process and puts it solely in the minister's hands. Why, for a half hour, has he decided not to answer the question? Will they support our amendment at report stage to return Cabinet decision-making to the Investment Canada Act, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy for the question for the member, and he knows how much I like him, and I will say in front of everyone in this House his contribution. I may have had half an hour, but Mr. Speaker, he had 20 hours. 20 hours of work at the committee, Mr. Speaker, to put his amendment. And during these 20 hours, 11, not one, Mr. Speaker, 11 significant amendments were adopted by everyone. This is the Liberal, that was the NDP, that was the Black, and the Conservative. So, Mr. Speaker, they had 20 hours in committee to do that. And they came and they said, we agreed. This is the best way forward for this bill, Mr. Speaker. I welcome his contribution. I always thank him for what he does and making sure that he improves legislation. But I think after 20 hours, someone would think at home, well, they must have done the work they needed to do. And what we're saying today is that we need to vote. That's what the motion is about today, Mr. Speaker.
We do have time for maybe a quick snapper if anybody's interested. If not, well, there you go. The Honourable Minister for South Shore St. Margaret's.
He still hasn't answered the question, Mr. Chair. Yes or no? Will he vote to return Cabinet confidence, Cabinet decision-making to the Investment Canada process? Why does he think he is so important he's allowed to ignore his colleagues in that role in making those decisions?
Honourable Minister with 30 seconds remaining.
Mr. Speaker, as the last question, yes or no if my colleague will vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker? That's the real question because they had 20 hours of debate, Mr. Speaker. His good people in his writing are wondering, so if he agree, why didn't we vote, Mr. Speaker? I think, like I said, there's a time for debate, there's a time for action, Mr. Speaker, and the time for action has come now. This is about national security. This is in the interest of the Canadians, and I want every member of this House to support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forth with the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Mrs. Gould, seconded by Mr. Champagne, moves that in relation to Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at a report stage of the bill, and not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill. And Canada's Minister.
That 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage, and on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, we would humbly like a recorded division. Thank you.
Calling the members. The question is as follows. Mrs. Gould, seconded by Mr. Champagne, moves that in relation to Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at a report stage of the bill, and not more than one day sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage and on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés votants.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has been activated, and the House will now move members participating in person.
Tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Suggs.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Madame Martinez-Ferrara.
Madame Martinez-Ferrara.
Ms. Jassic.
Ms. Jassic.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Mr. Fredescatos.
Mr. Franciscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. DeBrussen.
Ms. DeBrussen.
Monsieur Edcoury.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Dented.
Mr. Dentel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mrs. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mrs. Rude.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude. Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazier.
Ms. Falk, Battlefield Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefield Lloydminster.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca. Oh. Retour à Madame Posé.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, may now use the raise hand function or stand in the chamber, and the chair will recognize them. We'll start online first. Monsieur Boulgris.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour.
Merci pour.
Merci. Madame Dillon.
Monsieur le Président, je vote oui.
Ms. Dillon, yay pour.
Mr. Casey.
Speaker, I attempted to vote on the app from a committee room unsuccessfully, so I came over here to register my vote as yes.
Mr. Miller.
Difficulty online, I will be voting yay.
Monsieur Miller, yay pour.
There you go. And make sure there's nobody else in the chamber, nobody else online. Very good. The table will now compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 150, 150.
I declare the motion is carried. I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons.
Report stage of Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act, and resuming debate on the motions in group number 1.
I believe when we were last debating this, the honourable member for Edmonton West had 5 minutes of Q's and C's. No, right to Mr. Cannings. Will not use the 5. Perfect. I think we're going to go to the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to rise here today to speak to Bill C-34, which updates the Investment Canada Act. And this act is designed to do two main things. One is to ensure that foreign investments in Canada have a net benefit to Canadians, and the second is to ensure that foreign investments are not detrimental to our national security. Now, many Canadians, especially Canadians of my age, might know this act better by its former name as the Foreign Investment Review Act. And in its early days in the 1970s, it was brought in to deal with a rash of foreign buyouts, mainly American, of Canadian companies. The Foreign Investment Review Agency approved about 90% of the transactions it dealt with, but was criticized by both Liberals and Conservatives for actually doing its job by blocking some proposals that didn't show a benefit to Canadians. So Brian Mulroney brought in the Investment Canada Act in 1984 and replaced the Foreign Investment Review Agency with Investment Canada, saying he wanted to welcome foreign investment. And true to his word, under his government, Investment Canada didn't block a single foreign investment transaction, not one. And the Liberal governments that followed Mulroney under Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin had the same record, not one application blocked. Now, the Harper government was a different story. Harper blocked the sale of British Columbia-based McDonald Detweiler to the American company Alliant, based on both financial and critical technology arguments. On the other hand, in 2012, the Harper government allowed the $15 billion sale of Canada Oil Company Nexen to the Chinese National Offshore Oil Corporation, owned by the Chinese government, and the $6 billion sale of Progress Energy to Malaysia-based Petronas. But the same day, Harper changed the Investment Canada Act to block state-owned foreign investment in Canadian oil and gas companies, essentially closing the barn door after the horses had left. So legislation regarding regulating foreign takeovers of Canadian companies has changed from time to time over the past decades. And foreign investment trends have changed as well. The share of U.S. investment in Canada has declined over the past few decades, but it still leads the pack, followed by Netherlands, the United Kingdom, Luxembourg, Switzerland, Japan, China, Germany, Brazil, France, and Bermuda. Though I suspect that the high placement of Luxembourg and Bermuda reflects more where Canadian companies are hiding their profits than real sources of investment. But it's clear that we need to keep up with the times in regulating foreign investment, and this bill, C-34, is another example of that. Information and data are the new oil, and earlier versions of the Investment Canada Act were essentially blind to that. This bill introduces a pre-implementation filing requirement for certain investments to give early visibility to situations where there's a risk that a foreign investor would gain access to sensitive assets or information immediately on closing. And I've talked to numerous tech companies over the past few years. One story I hear repeatedly is that small Canadian tech companies work hard to develop a new technology in hydrogen energy development or AI advances. But when it comes to expanding the company to really get their product to market, they need investment. And too often in the Canadian tech ecosystem, these companies simply get bought out by bigger companies from the United States, Europe, or China. And with those sales go the intellectual property that represents the core of their company's value. Now, the present version of the Investment Act allows companies to report takeovers after the fact. But if critical intellectual property is involved, it's usually too late to stop the transfer of that information if you find out about the transaction 30 days later, for instance. It's not like the old days when the main value of a company was in the factories it owned. So this new pre-implementation filing could help put a stop to that where necessary. There are several other improvements that provide more flexibility for the minister to act and better manage the entire process. So what would make this even better? Well, first, the Act should mandate the review of an acquisition by a state-owned enterprise of a company previously reviewed by the ICA. And I'd like to spend some time on a story that illustrates why this is needed. There's a company called Retirement Concepts that owns and operates a number of seniors' residences in British Columbia, long-term care homes. One of them is the Summerland Seniors Village, just outside the federal riding I represent, but within the provincial riding I live in. And when I first sought to enter politics 10 years ago, I was involved in a provincial election in that riding. The Summerland Seniors Village was involved in a tragic story of a local family that lost both their mother and their father in 2012 to poor care and accidents. I met with members of the family and heard the heart-wrenching story of neglect that had taken the lives of their parents. After that incident, the provincial government demanded that Retirement Concepts hire more staff, but managers claimed no one was applying. And I'm guessing that a combination of low wages and overworked conditions had a lot to do with that. In 2016, Chinese insurance giant Anbang, then a privately held company, bought Retirement Concepts, a transaction that was reviewed and okayed by the federal government's investment review process. Less than a year after that purchase was okayed, the Chinese government seized the Anbang company and jailed its chairman for fraud. Perhaps they knew something the Canadian government missed when that review was carried out. So suddenly we have the Chinese government owning a company that is one of the largest providers of long-term care in Canada, and certainly the largest in BC. And not only is it one of the largest providers of long-term care, it's known to provide very poor care at times for our seniors. In fact, in 2020, the provincial government in British Columbia had to seize management control of 4 care homes run by Retirement Concepts because of the continuing problems with poor care. Now, it returned that control just over a year later, but it's an indication of the general lack of priority Retirement Concepts had placed on seniors' care. Now, at present, there are no provisions in the Investment Canada Act that would allow Investment Canada or the minister to be able to review the subsequent acquisition by a state-owned enterprise of an ICA-approved takeover or merger by a foreign private company. We have to change this. So the NDP put forward an amendment that would allow for the review of a takeover by a state-owned enterprise. This can be done by establishing the power to require a mandatory divestment of all Canadian assets by entities in these specific circumstances. Now, as an aside, in the case of long-term care homes, the NDP is very much in favor of a move to a future where seniors' care is given the same respect that all health care gets, a future where no long-term care homes are owned by private companies who put profit ahead of the well-being of our seniors. And here's an example of where we could and should take a big step in that direction. Now, another factor to consider in investment review is to prevent the loss of publicly funded research and development from leaving the country, resulting in the loss of jobs and basically the theft of taxpayer dollars. company called NEMAC received $3 million from the government's Automotive Supplier Innovation Program. But in 2020, NEMAC closed its plant in Windsor, where those funds had been used to create new products for General Motors, and transferred that technology and those jobs to its operations in Mexico. An NDP amendment passed in committee allows for the review of a foreign takeover to consider the intellectual property whose development was funded by the federal government and to issue remedies to retain the benefits in Canada. So a situation like that of NEMAC won't happen again. Mr. Speaker, I don't have time today to go over all the improvements this bill brings to the foreign investment space in Canada, or to go over all the improvements that we had hoped it would bring, but fell short. In this new world where ideas and data are often more valuable than the natural resources we've so long relied on for our wealth, we need a new regulatory framework to protect our industries, our workers, and our companies. And Bill C-34 is a step in that direction. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member could just provide his thoughts in regards to the idea that this is a modernization. It's been a number of years since this legislation has been changed to the degree in which it's being proposed today, and through technological changes over the last decade, the need for this legislation is in fact badly needed. And one of the reasons why we're hoping to see this C-34 ultimately pass as quickly as possible. If I can just get his thoughts in regards to the importance of getting this passed before Christmas.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Winnipeg North for that question. And as I mentioned in my speech, things have really changed since this was last updated, over, I think it was 2009 or 2012 it was last updated. And before that, again, when I was young, this whole system was brought in, this regulatory system was brought in because it was largely manufacturing plants that were sort of going south of the border. Things have changed. Canada is a leader in several aspects of real high-tech research and in development. I mentioned hydrogen, there's fusion, there's the AI that we hear a lot about. These are things where things move very rapidly, and all the value in a company, almost all the value in the company is not in the offices it has or its labs, but in those ideas, in that intellectual property. And this is something that has really changed, and one of the things we need to do is change the regulations to protect that from leaving Canada.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was interested in the member's speech in particular since, 30-year NDP House Leader Stanley Knowles wouldn't have been impressed with the NDP voting yet once again for closure and limiting debate in the House. But aside from that, this report stage debate is specifically about our amendment to the bill to return cabinet decision-making process to the beginning and the end decisions on whether or not an acquisition by a foreign entity poses a national security review. And I'd like to know from that honourable member, whose colleague from Windsor West has done some good work on this bill as well, I would like to know if he and his party will be supporting our amendment at report stage.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the member from Nova Scotia for that question. I think there's something to be said for both those methods, whether you simply require ministerial decision-making or you want it to go to cabinet. Having the minister being the decision-maker in this case adds some nimbleness to it, and there's something to be said about nimbleness and a quick decision when some of these transactions are happening very quickly in the financial markets. We all know how quickly that can happen. I haven't been part of the committee discussions, so I don't want to presume where we'll end up on this, but I think I can see both sides to that story, and I will await to see what happens.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the NDP is deciding to support a government time allocation motion. And that's rather interesting because usually the role of the opposition is to challenge the government, to question them, to ensure that they are doing good work. The opposition is here to ask questions, to try to improve the government's work. But in the case of the NDP, we have the impression that all they're doing is rubber stamping and green lighting everything the Liberals want to do. So here's my question. What is the point of having a party like that in the House of Commons if they vote in favor of everything the government tables? Does the NDP have any criticism left, or are they motivated constantly by the fear of being in elections?
To answer, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for that question. I think if he had been concentrating and looking at the past voting records in this Parliament, you could see the NDP voting against the government on a number of occasions. We are still strongly debating with the government on issues, and this bill is an example. We put forward several good ideas for amendments in this bill that we thought the bill didn't come up to the standards we'd like, and some of them were accepted. And so that's where we are always focused, improving lives for Canadians, improving the field for Canadian businesses, and that's what we concentrate on. And when it's time to move on, it's time to move on. We see parties like the Conservatives do nothing but block everything. You know, we've had 3 concurrence motions in the past week, which are just designed to waste time. And so we have to move along and get things done. This is a bill that is very much needed, and we're happy to support its movement through Parliament.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to Bill C-34 at report stage, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act, and I'm going to get into the particulars of the bill shortly, but before I do, let me say that in a little more than an hour and a half, Liberal members across the way will have a choice. They can vote for our common sense Conservative motion to axe the tax on all home heating, or they can do the bidding of their boss, the Prime Minister, and sell out their constituents, Liberal MPs from Ontario, Alberta, Manitoba, and British Columbia. We'll see whose side they are on, because their colleagues from Atlantic Canada, including the member for Avalon, got an exemption for Atlantic Canadians on home heating oil. But so useless, it seems that all other Liberal MPs that their constituents, including my constituents, Albertans, have gotten nothing. So we will see whose side Liberal MPs, including the member for Edmonton Centre and Calgary Skyview, are on very shortly. Mr. Speaker, with respect to this legislation, when it was presented in this House at second reading stage, it was a modest bill, frankly inadequate in terms of strengthening the foreign investment review process, which takes into account the net benefit for Canada as well as national security considerations. The good news, however, is that the bill has been significantly improved thanks to 4 Conservative amendments that were adopted at the Industry Committee, amendments that were opposed by the Liberals. I would submit that the most important of those amendments is to require a mandatory security review for investments by foreign state-owned enterprises in which Canada does not have a trading agreement with those countries. Mr. Speaker, this legislation marks the first major revamp of the Investment Canada Act since 2009. It goes without saying that the foreign investment environment has changed considerably in that time. with foreign bad actors, including Beijing, posing an increased threat to our security and sovereignty. PRC firms work closely with Beijing's military and intelligence apparatuses to gain information about foreign companies, as well as to acquire their technology. Professor Balding, who testified at the Industry Committee in 2020, indicated that PRC firms are actually given a list of assets each year, foreign assets, to acquire, underscoring the threat that is posed by Beijing. The fact that we have this increasing threat from Beijing demonstrates that updating the Investment Canada Act has been long overdue. But yet, under this Prime Minister's watch, he has, for the past 8 years, been asleep at the switch while Beijing has attacked our sovereignty, security, and democracy. Under this Prime Minister's watch, Beijing has used its embassy and consulates to interfere in our elections, to target sitting members of Parliament for daring to speak up and call out Beijing's egregious human rights violations, including the genocide that is being perpetrated by Beijing against Uyghur Muslims as we speak. This is a regime that has set up illegal police stations to harass, intimidate, and repatriate Chinese Canadians, and it is a regime that is spreading disinformation on a mass scale to divide Canadians. And in the face of that, the response of this Prime Minister has been to do nothing, to turn a blind eye. Indeed, the only concrete measure that the Prime Minister has taken was to expel one Beijing diplomat, but only after the Prime Minister got caught for keeping the member for Wellington Halton Hills in the dark that he and his family were being targeted by a Beijing diplomat at Beijing's Toronto consulate. Mr. Speaker, for the past 8 years, Beijing has effectively been given the green light to acquire vast amounts of farmland. They have gained a foothold with respect to critical infrastructure and strategic resources, including minerals. Mr. Speaker, even worse than that, we have had a government under this Prime Minister's watch that has refused to undertake national security reviews and given the green light to Beijing-controlled enterprises to invest in Canada, to acquire Canadian companies to the detriment of Canada's national security, and in so doing have also caused irreparable damage to Canada's reputation amongst our Five Eyes allies. One egregious example of that, and I want to stress it's just one example of many that I could cite, was when the Beijing-controlled Hytera sought to acquire the BC communications technology company Norsat, a company that did work with National Defence Canada, with Public Safety Canada, with the Pentagon. Our U.S. allies said, put a pause on this takeover by Hytera. But the Liberal minister of the day, in his infinite wisdom, ignored the U.S. and gave the green light without any security review. Mr. Speaker, last year, Hytera was charged with 21 counts of espionage by the U.S. 21 counts of espionage, underscoring the degree of recklessness on the part of this government to give the green light, not to mention the damage it has done to our reputation with our U.S. ally, our most important ally. Now, as bad as that is, you would think that after a company like Hytera was facing 21 espionage charges in the U.S., that would be enough for this government to say, let's not do business with Hytera. But you would be wrong. Not with these Liberals. No sooner than 8 months later, the Liberals gave the green light for a contract with the RCMP to sell technology to protect sensitive RCMP communications equipment for espionage from none other than the subsidiary of Hytera, a company charged with 21 counts of espionage. Unbelievable. You can't make this stuff up. It is scandalous incompetence with real national security implications. In 2020, the Minister of Industry announced a policy of enhanced scrutiny for investments from foreign state-owned enterprises to make it appear that he was actually taking Beijing's interference seriously. No sooner had he announced the policy, had he disregarded it, when yet he gave the green light to another Beijing state-owned enterprise to acquire a mining company that operates the largest lithium mine in Canada. Now, all of that lithium is controlled by Beijing. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, let me say that when it comes to protecting Canada's national security from authoritarian states like Beijing, this government can't be trusted. The good news, however, is that this bill will require this reckless government to undertake the security reviews that it should have taken and didn't take. And on that basis, it's a much stronger bill going forward, thanks to Conservatives, and no thanks to the Liberals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Comments? The honourable member for, and this is what happens when Monday rolls around, Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened very carefully to the member's speech, and perhaps he could, given a little bit more time, explain a little bit further the extent to which this government has failed to take Canada's national security seriously and really necessitated this law. I mean, the review is long overdue. The threat environment has changed, but this bill is really going to, if passed, would in some ways force the government to do things that it ought to have had enough sense to do in the first place. If he could comment.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it is going to force this government to do what it needed to do and hadn't done before by lowering the threshold from $512 million to zero with respect to investments from foreign-controlled enterprises. And this is a government that, announced a policy. The minister announced a policy in 2020. But what good is a policy if the policy is not followed? That policy had no teeth, and the minister was not sincere about seeing it through. And so this bill is an improvement. I will say that there are other amendments that Conservatives had supported that these Liberals opposed that would have gone a long way to strengthen the bill, including the fact that Beijing acquires companies and investments sometimes through third-party entities. We've supported an amendment that would have allowed for a proper review where those assets were then sold to a Beijing or other foreign state-controlled enterprise. The Liberals voted against it.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his question. Now, I'm not part of this committee, but my colleagues do a really good job of passing on information around what's happening, and I'm wondering if my colleague can speak a little bit more around the amendment that was put forward by the NDP to Clause 8, which speaks to the importance of reviewing of a foreign investment or takeover to consider the intellectual property whose development was funded in part or in whole by the federal government, and to issue remedies to retain the benefits in Canada. And my understanding of this was that it was to ensure that the effect of the investment on the use and protection of personal information of Canadians is at the forefront of this legislation. I'm wondering if the member can speak to this amendment and share a little bit further information around the importance of protecting the personal information of Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from the NDP for that question. And in short, Conservatives fully supported that amendment around IP. It is an amendment that would have strengthened the bill. But yet again, the Liberals practically had to be dragged towards supporting. Well, in the end, they didn't support it. They didn't support that amendment. They didn't support our amendments. And as far as the Bloc Québécois goes, I believe the Bloc opposed the motion, the amendment, rather. And I would say in that regard that with respect to this bill, the Liberals have been soft on national security issues and standing up to the likes of hostile states such as Beijing. By contrast, the Bloc, not much better, has been all over the map, completely incoherent.
Question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to benefit from this time to answer my Conservative colleague right away, who criticized me for not having supported an amendment. But the reason the Bloc did not support that Conservative amendment on the investigations because it was too broad. Almost all the investment, wasn't it the famous Five Eyes and the Allies in some large countries? And unfortunately, my colleague may not know this, but in Quebec, 40% of European investment takes place in Quebec. So we had proposed another solution. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that, to lower thresholds. And we had 1.7 billion. We're talking about 300 million in 2015. How can we had such an analysis threshold so high? I'd like to know. I wonder if the Conservatives find that okay.
Edmonton has time to answer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me say that with respect to the issue of undertaking reviews, the amendment that Conservatives put forward was specifically targeted at countries in which we do not have trade agreements with. Those countries that we do, which includes the European Union and most European countries, that automatic review would not apply.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. C'est l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. You have roughly 7 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're talking about Bill C-34 at a time we're at third reading, and I feel like we're going a bit backwards because I wasn't on the committee that studied this bill, but I was able to intervene at second reading of this bill. That was on February 8th, if I'm not mistaken. Between last February and today, well, now it's November, what has really changed in this bill? But it's kind of what didn't change in this bill, because at the time we said this is an interesting bill that would strengthen security on foreign investment. In some sectors, we consider them an issue in terms of national security. It could be an issue, we said. So back then, we said there was one thing that we should take advantage of this legislation to do. While we were studying C-34, and there was mechanisms to trigger a review on investment when it exceeds a certain threshold to see if the investment is in Canada's net advantage. And we were saying that we have to go a bit further than just national security in terms of whether this legislation would be efficient in terms of protection. There's foreign investment here. Someone says they want to buy a company in such a manner, and when you spend a lot of money, it has an impact on all of our infrastructure and supply chains and our customs and our competition system as well. And we should have the habit of looking at whether it's a good investment or not. And this was not in C-34 at the time, and it still isn't in it today. Yes, there are some mechanisms, but they're very weak, extremely weak, Mr. Speaker. And when I was elected in 2015, Mr. Speaker,
the analysis threshold was set at $300,000. We could have said, okay, there's a certain level of analysis. Perhaps I would have liked a different threshold, but a lot of companies could have been part of that to see if a company is worth $350,000 or $500,000 or $600,000 in our company that wants to be purchased by a foreign company. Is it in the clear advantage of Canadians? And I would like to have seen that, but the problem was that the Liberals came into power and the amount skyrocketed. Now we're looking at $1.7 billion. I would challenge almost everyone here in this chamber to see if there's a Quebec company that is worth more than $1.7 billion. There aren't very many. You could count them on one hand, perhaps two at the most. So you could have a rich investor, or perhaps several, from any country that comes to Canada and buys everything up. And the government wouldn't say a word because the company's not worth, each of the transactions isn't worth more than $1.7 billion. That's the reality and the laissez-faire attitude of this government. Over the years, they increased the threshold, and perhaps because in Quebec, we look at natural interest, it's something that's more important for us. But in a country like Canada, it's more of a post-nation. They don't know what this idea of nation is. They don't know what their national interest is if they don't even know what their nation is. That's the issue, because the Quebec economy and the Canadian economy are very different. And perhaps this is what's the underlying issue with the government's non-intervention here. The reason they didn't take action on this file is because when we talk about our economy, when a foreign company wants to set up shop in Canada, they buy up everything and they keep a headquarters in Canada to manage their Canadian interests. And the company may be owned by someone thousands of miles away, and they say it's not important because at the end of the day, there'll be a headquarters. But very often, where is this headquarters based? In Toronto. It won't be based in Montreal or Quebec or Shawinigan or Boucherville. That's very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, because in Quebec we have many entrepreneurs who work hard to build a strong ecosystem in our country. Our economy is based on entrepreneurship, not just on an economy that's based on subsidiaries or branches like we have in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure how much time I have left right now before we move forward, but I'd like to say that I'm very disappointed to see that the Bloc's vision, which was constructive, and to know what was want to go what was going on to analyze investment. We're not saying that we're against such investment. We just want to know if it's in our interest before we authorize it. And that's problematic. We have a government that doesn't even want to ask questions. They don't want to know whether it's national interest or not. They're just saying if it's under $1.7 billion, we're going to close our eyes on it and everything's fine. That doesn't work. And unfortunately, until we solve this issue, if Canada doesn't want to solve it within the Canadian Federation, Quebec, if it's independent, will be able to solve this one day when it will have all the levers at its full disposal to make these decisions. Thank you very much. The honourable member will have roughly 3 or 4 minutes when we return to debate on this, and then comments and questions.
By members, déclaration de député. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past summer, I visited Bangladesh, where I met Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and other government officials. Also visited Hindu temples, Buddhist monasteries and a church, and met dozens of religious minority community leaders. I met many business leaders too. With stability in the country and certainty in economic policies, Bangladesh has seen excellent economic growth for several years, thus lifting millions of its citizens from poverty. Foreign investment in infrastructure projects like special economic zones are further boosting the economy and creating much-needed jobs. At this important time, I call on Canada to lead Western democracies to support and strengthen Bangladesh so that the country continues to protect religious minority and maintains stability. This is required to ensure Bangladesh achieves the much required economic growth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
All of us here have at least one cell phone, and there is a very good chance that cell phone contains component parts dug up by artisanal miners under deplorable conditions in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Artisanal mining is mining done by hand by subsistence miners. In the DRC, this often includes children and pregnant women, and in tunnels that frequently collapse. In our shame about these abuses, but also insistence on having our technology, we have compounded the mistake by letting our strategic rivals dominate Congolese mining production, while still buying from them. Morality and strategic sense require us to engage with Africa's artisanal mining sector. We must work to allow adult artisanal miners to earn a living wage for their families in safer conditions, including by cutting out the many middlemen who exploit workers. The future of the world will be shaped by who controls the DRC's vast resources, and that control should be in the hands not of colonial powers, past or present, or even of local elites. Control should be finally in the hands of the Congolese people.
The honourable member from St. John's East.
Trailblazers, change makers, visionaries. Just a few of the words to describe the Newfoundland and Labrador Construction Association Women in Construction Forum. The NLCA knows that to literally build the future of this province, we all need to be at the table or the work site, and they are putting in the work to ensure increased representation. Our government is also committed to this through the Canadian Apprenticeship Strategy, which proudly aims to support a trades workforce that is skilled, inclusive, certified, and productive through funding, grants, and more. I want to congratulate everyone at the Women in Construction Forum again for their great work. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille. Mr. Speaker, during this difficult period for Quebec culture, the Adis Gala yesterday showed how vibrant and diverse French songwriting is in Quebec. Among winners, we saw people like Ginette Renaud and Michel Rivard with a show with an excellent title, Around the Block. There were also prizes for people like Daniel Bélanger, Les Cowboys Fringants, and Alexandra Straleski, as well as for new artist Canen and the Acadian group Salbal. There were many different genres and generations, all under Louis-José Houde, who was moderating for the last time after 18 exceptional years. I would like to congratulate all the winners and also say that it is the entire family of Quebec songwriting who gave us a remarkable celebration, which reminds us that even in 2023, everything that is sung in French and Innu is a song of resistance. Congratulations to our artists. Long live Quebec culture. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to Remembrance Day, which invites us to thank veterans and their families and members of the armed forces. It's a time to honour all those who lost their lives, who paid the ultimate price and made the ultimate sacrifice to defend our country. We are currently seeing wars ravaging many regions of the world. We need to show our eternal gratitude to those who fought for our freedom at home. We should also recognize and thank all soldiers and peacekeepers worldwide. I'd like to thank all of the local branches of the Royal Canadian Legion, including branches 564, 503, 179, 553, 225, and 336 in Nickel Belt, for being pillars of the community.
Keep our heroes in our heart on November 11th and every day, Mr. Speaker. Participate in a Remembrance Day ceremony, lest we forget.
The honourable member from Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, Oxford families are struggling to heat, eat, and house themselves. And after tanking in the polls, this Prime Minister is panicking and has admitted that his carbon tax is punishing Canadians. He decided to temporarily pause the carbon tax for some Canadians in some places. His flip-flop will leave 39 million Canadians out in the cold. But this Prime Minister does not seem to care. The polls are driving his policies, and he is focused on saving his job. And his own minister admitted that the Canadians get relief because they vote Liberal. This government should stop dividing Canadians and stop playing politics. It's time the Liberal members from Cambridge, Kitchener, and London do what's right, admit that the carbon tax is not worth the cost, and vote in favour of our common sense Conservative motion that will keep the heat on and take the tax off for all Canadians.
The honourable member from Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, for the last 30 days, I've been listening to and consoling residents in Mississauga, Erin Mills, and across Canada for the deaths of thousands of innocent Palestinians and Israelis. I really join them in their pain, their grief, and their calls to action in this chamber. Parents having to explain to their kids why they're seeing death and horror in their social media feeds. Children too afraid to wear religious symbols at school. Neighbors grieving the deaths of loved ones who lived in the region and feel silenced from publicizing their pain. Faith leaders fearing for the safety of congregations, asking police to stand over while they pray. Mr. Speaker, I hear the calls from Canadians for a humanitarian ceasefire, the release of civilian hostages, and a dedicated humanitarian corridor. We must work harder to achieve a just and lasting peace for all Palestinians and Israelis, for the sake of humanity, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, this week marks National Pain Awareness Week, a time to raise awareness about chronic pain, the severe impact it has on people's lives, and the resources available to support those living with pain. 1 in 5 Canadians suffer from chronic pain, a health condition with major impacts on physical and mental health. When pain goes unmanaged, it can have a significant effect on a person's everyday life, from working or going to school. It can also lead to significant health issues such as depression and higher risk substance use. Family, friends, even sometimes health workers might not understand what you are going through. If you live with pain, you know you are not alone. This week, let's have those important conversations and raise awareness about the impact of chronic pain on friends and neighbours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, everything just keeps getting more expensive. Take the average rent in this country. Just 1 year ago, the average rent eclipsed the $2,000 mark. But now, a year later, the average rent in Canada is now $2,149 a month, and that's an 11% increase and the highest that rent has ever been in this country. Toronto and Vancouver still have the highest average rent, but other cities across the country are starting to feel the pain. The average rent in Calgary is now $2,181 for a 2-bedroom. That's a 13% increase. Montreal's average 1-bedroom rent is now $1,784, which is more than a 14% increase. This NDP Liberal coalition just keeps raising costs on Canadians, and it's clear that this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost.
Well done. The honourable member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk about an important issue that affects women and girls, an issue that is often shrouded in silence and shame: period poverty. It's the lack of access to sanitary products and facilities that prevent women and girls from participating in essential activities, like attending school, and has a profound impact on their futures. In Canada alone, 34% of women and girls have had to give up something else in their budget to afford menstrual products. Today, I'd like to highlight a champion, Unique Brantford, founder and executive director of Help a Girl Out. Her reusable pad program is relieving period poverty sustainably. HoC works with grassroots organizations such as Compassionate York Region in my riding, who sew these reusable pads. Unique has incredible community support. I was recently at a fundraiser, but our government also helps, and I'm so proud of that. It's a barrier to female prosperity that needs to be addressed. Thank you, Unique, for tackling this global problem responsibly.
The honourable member from Red Deer, Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's plan to quadruple taxes on essentials is a heavy blow to Canadians, but this government has chosen to spare only 3% of Canadians in a crass, calculated move. The Liberal temporary pause on the tax for home heating oil is a mere gimmick that won't provide relief to 97% of Canadians. Even the top-up for rural Canadians won't cover the cost of a Big Mac value meal each month. It's time to call these measures what they are: empty gestures that won't truly assist struggling families. And let's not forget that just a year ago, Liberal MPs voted to keep the tax on home heating. And the Rural Affairs Minister's response was heartless, implying that the only way to get relief from Liberal taxes is to somehow elect more Liberals. The common sense Conservative promise is straightforward: no gimmicks, no temporary measures. Conservatives pledge to axe the inflationary carbon taxes for good and bring lower prices home to Canadians. It's time for real relief. It's time to axe the tax.
The honourable member from Brandon Souris.
Speaker, winter is coming and Manitobans are hot under the collar as the Prime Minister is leaving them out in the cold by ignoring their call to scrap the tax from their home heating fuels. However, he did decide to pause the pain for 3% of families in areas where he was plummeting in the polls and where his MPs were revolting. And the Liberal Rural Affairs Minister said if people in the prairies wanted a pause to the tax, they should have elected more Liberals. Well, there are a few Liberal MPs in Manitoba, but not even one of them is willing to stand up for our province. Today, the MPs from Winnipeg South and St. Boniface, St. Vital can do the right thing and vote to scrap the carbon tax off the constituents' home heating. Instead of worrying about what the Prime Minister thinks, they should care more about the hundreds of thousands of people that each are supposed to represent. I challenge these MPs from Winnipeg South and St. Boniface, St. Vital to scrap their Prime Minister's poor judgment and vote this afternoon to take the carbon tax off so their constituents can keep the heat on.
The honourable member from Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I joined friends and colleagues from this House for a remembrance ceremony at Mount Hope Cemetery in the Waterloo region to commemorate the service of Private Buckham Singh. His grave is one of the only resting places of a Sikh Canadian soldier from World War I. In 1907, Buckham Singh Bains came to Canada at the age of 14. In 1915, he enrolled in the Canadian Expeditionary Force and served in the 20th Infantry Battalion. Buckham Singh served in the fields of Flanders and was wounded twice. After recovering in hospital, he returned to Canada, where he would pass away in 1919 and was laid to rest with full honours. Every Remembrance Day, we should all pay our respects at cenotaphs from coast to coast to coast and commemorate those who made the ultimate sacrifice for freedoms we enjoy. It is a privilege for me to stand in the House today to recognize Private Buckham Singh Bains, a great uncle from my ancestral village of Malpur, Punjab, tell this story of shared heritage, patriotic duty, and unite Canadians in commemoration of courage and service that shaped the history of Canada. We will remember all of them.
The honourable member from North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, as we enter Veterans Week, I want to take this opportunity to thank the members, past and present, for their dedicated service. We know both from history and today that the cost of conflict is far too high. All too often, we as Canadians think of their service during this time of year rather than recognizing it every day. After years of working for both serving members and veterans, I understand the dedication to service is high. Their thoughts always focus on the us rather than the I. This year, I'm particularly thoughtful of service women and veterans who are women. I know they have served, and those realities, both past and present, are all too often left invisible. They participate in Remembrance Day services wearing their medals on civilian gear and are asked, are those your father's, husband's, or son's medals? This year, let Canadians recommit to seeing veterans, all of them, to acknowledge and appreciate their service. Thank you to all the women who have or are serving. I see you, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Avignon, Lamicis-Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, in this House, it's quite rare that we can speak to good news on the environment. But here is a piece of good news. Washington State wants to join Quebec and California's carbon market. That would be a real step forward toward creating a North American carbon market. That's what Quebec dreamed of when it created that tool 10 years ago. What Washington is doing should inspire Canadian provinces. It's not only the environmental decision to make, but also that's what allows Quebec to be exempted from the federal carbon tax. If Canadian provinces are tired of being under the federal carbon tax, they can get rid of it in the blink of an eye. And still better, they can do so by joining a system that gives more leeway to individuals and instead focuses on big polluters. So, once again, Mr. Speaker, why just complain when you can find concrete solutions?
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
This NDP Liberal government has admitted that their carbon tax makes it harder for Canadians to afford to heat their homes. Liberals said that only people who elect Liberals will get a break. But Canadians know, Canadians who can't afford to heat, eat, or to house themselves know that this Prime Minister just isn't worth the cost. Now, people in Ottawa have elected 7 Liberal MPs and, of course, our common sense Conservative leader. So the question is today, will the Prime Minister allow the 7 Liberal MPs to vote to take the tax off so Ottawans can keep the heat on? Ottawans and all Canadians should know that under this Conservative leader and Canada's common sense Conservatives, we will vote to axe the tax on gas, groceries, and home heating because this Prime Minister isn't worth the cost.
The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things I really enjoy is the opportunities to be able to visit Gurdwaras. You know, one of the most common words I hear at the Gurdwaras is the issue of seva. Seva is something which means to serve, to be a volunteer, which brings me to Kelsa Aid Canada. What a wonderful organization it is. Think about it. Recognize the whole human race as one. In Team Winnipeg, and across Canada, many different jurisdictions, over this last weekend, they served groceries for international students, Mr. Speaker. In Winnipeg, we've had groceries provided to the Main Street Project, the Bear Clan on Selkirk Avenue, Winnipeg Harvest. It's a wonderful way to save, Mr. Speaker, and it's a community that adds so much value. If you want to drop off some groceries, feel free to go to 1563 Logan Avenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Quebecers have known for a long time now that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. But the Bloc doesn't seem to understand that. The Bloc apparently wants to drastically increase taxes. And they even support differential and preferential application of the taxes. And we've heard in the media that there's been a guarantee that the Liberal Prime Minister will remain in power for another 2 years. So yet another costly coalition. What concessions did the Prime Minister make to the Bloc Québécois in order to stay in power for another 2 years? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government was proud to follow in Quebec's footsteps when it comes to daycare. Our government is also very proud to follow in Quebec's footsteps when it comes to climate action. Quebec has led very well. Quebec was one of the first provinces to put a price on pollution. And we are very happy to work with all Quebecers for the environment. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Yes, but my question was for the Prime Minister, who is hiding and who is not worth the cost. My question is about the Bloc Québécois' decision to vote in favour of home heating taxes. Today, though, we've learned that the Bloc's desire to drastically increase this Prime Minister's carbon taxes are not random. The Bloc Québécois, in fact, has promised the Prime Minister that they will keep him in power in a 2-year costly coalition. What concessions did the Bloc get in order to keep this incompetent and costly Prime Minister in power? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the opposition leader wants to talk about Quebec. Fine. The opposition leader wants to move Quebec backwards. They want to move Quebec backwards on basic rights, women's rights, climate change. They want to put firearms back in the streets in Quebec. The Conservative leader, he wants to send Quebecers and Canadians back to the Stone Age. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister is in Ottawa today, so the question is for him. He has panicked now and put a pause on the carbon tax for 3% of Canadians in ridings where his polls are plummeting and his MPs are revolting. Also revolting were the comments of a Liberal Rural Affairs Minister who stated that other Canadians would have got a pause in the pain if they had elected more Liberals. Yet Northern Ontarians did elect Liberals. So the question for the Prime Minister, will he allow a free vote for his Northern MPs on our common sense motion to keep the heat on and take the tax off?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I have explained to the Leader of the Opposition through many different question periods over the past number of days, home heating oil is 2 to 4 times as expensive as natural gas. It accelerated by 75% in 2022. We have put into place a plan that will enable people to get off of heating oil, to have free heat pumps. It will save them up to $2,500 a year. It will make it more affordable, and at the same time, it will allow us to fight climate change. That is true for the 270,000 households that use heating oil here in Ontario.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The question was for the Prime Minister, who first was dividing and now is in hiding. He wants to quadruple his tax, but now he's had to back down and give a pause to the pain for 3% of people in ridings where his polls are plummeting and his MPs are in full revolt against him. His Liberal Minister of Rural Affairs said if people in other regions want the same pause on the pain, they have to elect Liberal MPs. However, many did. We have a Liberal MP in Calgary and one in Edmonton. Will they be allowed a free vote on the common sense Conservative motion to take the tax off and keep the heat on?
The Honourable Minister.
To have thoughtful public policy prescriptions that address issues around affordability in a long-term way, but also actually address the issue of climate change. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, the only person who is hiding in this chamber is the Leader of the official opposition, who is hiding the fact that he does not believe in climate change, or he certainly doesn't think it's very important. He has not spoken the words climate change since he was elected, and he has no plan. At some point, he needs to tell Canadians, what is your plan to address the climate crisis?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'm right here while the Prime Minister hides and divides. And why wouldn't he hide? After all, he's in panic mode. He first promised to quadruple the tax on everyone, and then after I beat him in that debate, he decided to back down and lift the tax off 3% of people for a short period of time. His Rural Affairs Minister said that if other Canadians wanted the same pause from the pain, they needed to elect more Liberals. Well, Thunder Bay elected 2 Liberals. It's a very cold place. Will the members for Thunder Bay be given a free vote on our motion to take the tax off and keep the heat on?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you who is missing in action when it comes to protecting Canadians and their affordability. And I'm talking about the affordability of life for our seniors. You know who's missing in action? The Conservative leader. It took him 29 days to speak up for the Canada Pension Plan. But none of us should have been surprised, because last year he sought to eviscerate that plan, which is so important to every single Canadian, by seeking to freeze contributions. We can't trust Conservatives with our pensions or anything else.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, last week, TVA had to lay off 1/3 of its workforce. That's 547 Quebec television professionals out of work in one fell swoop. It's tragic. And if it's happening at TVA, it's bound to happen elsewhere. It's inevitable. We can't just turn a blind eye and claim that the new version of the Broadcasting Act and C-18 will solve the problem. They won't, not at all. So the question is simple. Are we going to watch television die little by little and not do anything about it? Or is the government prepared to rethink everything in order to save conventional TV? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, first, my thoughts go out to employees who have been affected by this layoff. And my thoughts are also with their families at the beginning of the holiday seasons. Unfortunately, in telecommunications and in journalism, there is a rapidly changing landscape since the advent of online streaming services and online platforms. We will work with all parties in this House to implement all solutions that we can, because our cultural industries are essential for our democracy and for our society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. TV is the channel through which information is shared with the people, the channel through which our culture is shared. Television reminds us of who we are, what we can create, and what makes us unique. Something that the YouTubes, Netflixes, and Disneys of this world will never be able to do. Our television is made by us and for us, and it's truly in danger. As we watch our channels disappearing and turning off, we're waiting for Ottawa to turn them back on. But it's urgent. What will it take for the government to wake up? The Honourable Heritage Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share my colleagues' concerns. That's why in 2020, we introduced for the first time an act to modernize the Broadcasting Act. But unfortunately, the Conservatives have been blocking it and blocking it. They have tried to block us from trying to modernize our audiovisual universe and our media landscape. Today, the Conservatives claim that we're trying to censure Canadians, but what we truly want is quality journalism everywhere in the country. We want a thriving cultural industry and creative industry that's essential for democracy and for all of society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver East.
For 3 decades, Liberals and Conservatives relied on the private market, and now the average rent for a one-bedroom is $2,500 a month. The government's own housing advocate is calling for more community housing that fit people's budgets. And the Bank of Canada says investing in social housing wouldn't be inflationary. The Conservative leader is calling investment in social housing a Soviet-style takeover. He's in it for wealthy investors. The Liberals are failing Canadians. Will the Prime Minister stop siding with Conservatives and commit to doubling Canada's social housing stock?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I agree wholeheartedly with my colleague about the Conservative leader's rhetoric around Soviet-style housing to describe cooperatives. It mirrors the same approach he took over the course of the summer when he labeled the Niagara Women's Home a shack. Dismissing the living quarters of ordinary Canadians is entirely inappropriate. I further agree with the NDP member that we need to continue to make the kinds of investments that will build more social housing for low-income families. We got back into this game, into the National Housing Strategy after 30 years of absence. We're going to continue to build more homes so everyone can afford a roof over their head.
The Honourable Member from Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, people in Newfoundland and Labrador could certainly use some help when it comes to their costs. 77% are saying that they're living paycheck to paycheck. But what we continue to get are answers that are not a commitment to doubling that social housing stock or to recapitalize funds that the government's already created to build social housing. Even when it doesn't cost them money, they won't lift a finger. We stood by as we watched the Competition Bureau fight tooth and nail against the Rogers-Shaw merger. The government turned around and approved it. Now they have a chance to support our initiative to strengthen the Competition Act. Will they do it?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question. In fact, Mr. Speaker, him and member of this House will have an opportunity to do something for Canadians. I've asked the Leader of the Opposition to do one thing for Canadians, not something he does very often, but one thing, was to vote for C-56, Mr. Speaker, because in C-56, Canadians will be happy to learn that at home, but we're going to reform competition, Mr. Speaker. We're going to give more power to the Competition Commissioner. We're going to remove these mergers that are harmful to competition, and we're going to remove these clauses that are hurting competition. We want more competition, lower prices in this country, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The NDP voted 16 times in favor of the carbon tax. Its leader has supported quadrupling the tax on the home heating of every single Canadian. But after working-class union households have been abandoning his party for the Conservatives in droves, he has now flip-flopped. But that has involved the courage of admitting he was wrong. Will the Prime Minister show the same courage and admit he, just like the NDP leader, is dead wrong and vote for our common-sense motion to keep the heat on and take the tax off?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I find it helpful when you deal with people who are closest to the problem. And in Atlantic, Canada, we have an Ecology Action Centre based in Halifax who wrote a statement that I think was prescient to the debate that's going on here. It says, energy poverty and climate change represent a direct threat to working-class people in Nova Scotia. As a society, we must work together to ensure households with low incomes can transition away from expensive fossil fuels to technologies like heat pumps that are cheaper, better for our health, and afford us the comforts associated with heating and cooling. Policy makers are finally rising to meet the challenge, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
After 8 years, the Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. Now he wants to quadruple the tax on home heating, gas, and groceries. But he decided to pause the pain for just 3% of families in areas where he's plummeting in the polls and his MPs are revolting. The Liberal Rural Affairs Minister said that if people on the prairies wanted a break from the carbon tax exemption, they should have elected more Liberal MPs. Well, the people in Sudbury did elect a Liberal. I visited there last week, and people there want to know why their MP has been unable to get them a pause on the pain. So simple question for the Prime Minister. Will he allow a free vote for the member for Sudbury on our motion to take the tax off and keep the heat on?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important for Canadians that people are serious in terms of bringing forward policy prescriptions, not simply taglines. We have put into place measures that will address a critical affordability issue. Home heating oil is 2 to 4 times as expensive as natural gas. It went up 75% during 2022. There is an opportunity to be able to reduce the energy cost for people on an ongoing basis, all the while addressing the issue of climate change, something that the Leader of the Opposition clearly does not believe in. It is something that is important for Canada. It's important for the 270,000 Ontario homes that currently heat with heating oil.
Excellent.
The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
Are in complete carbon tax chaos over there, Mr. Speaker. Their pause on the pain doesn't apply to 97% of Canadians, and it punishes those who use cleaner Canadian natural gas and propane to heat their homes. What did the Liberal Rural Affairs Minister have to say? She said, well, if people in other areas want the pause too, they should elect Liberals. Well, the people in North Bay did elect a Liberal MP. So again, to the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, will he allow a free vote so that the members from North Bay can vote on our motion to take the tax off and keep the heat on?
The Honourable Member is a veteran member of this House, and he knows that all questions, and I will remind all members that all questions are directed through the Chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I said last week, it would be great if in this House we could have debates about how we fight climate change, not whether we fight climate change, because in 2023 it's really not an option. It's an existential threat, and we're living in a climate emergency. And Canadians know how important it is to fight climate change, and they know that on this point the Conservatives have absolutely no plan. When you don't have a plan for the environment, you don't have a plan for the economy, Mr. Speaker, those Conservatives continue to be risky and irresponsible, and they're certainly not worth that risk.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Years of this Liberal NDP government, the Prime Minister's carbon tax is making it impossible for Canadians to heat their homes this winter. That's especially true right here in soon-to-be frigid Ottawa. There are 12 Liberal MPs here, a cabinet minister, 3 privy councillors, 4 parliamentary secretaries, but according to the minister from Newfoundland, all of these MPs weren't effective enough to get their communities a pause on the pain of the carbon tax. Will they make things right and stand with us today and axe the tax, or will they vote again with the Prime Minister and leave Ottawa residents in the cold?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, there was a time when Canadian progressive Conservative voters could rely on members of that Conservative caucus for leadership on fighting climate change. In fact, the member from Wellington Halton Hills staked his entire Conservative leadership campaign on it. What he said exactly, and I quote, is, "The right way to do it is to price carbon through a revenue-neutral carbon tax." He staked his entire Conservative leadership campaign on that. Sadly, he lost. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I agree with him when he said we don't have a plan to fight climate change and reduce emissions, then we won't win the next election. That was true in 2019, that was true in 2021, and it's true today.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
If the Prime Minister can pause the pain for some Canadians, then surely he can do it for all Canadians. These Liberal MPs should be demanding that. But they are missing in action. Like the MIA Liberals from the GTA, like that member. Their communities want relief from this costly coalition, but they've been hiding for a week. So I'll give them the chance to show up now. Will the Prime Minister allow the members whose phone number starts with 905 a free vote to take the tax off so their communities can keep the heat on?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what my honourable colleagues could continue to forget is that this policy does apply right across the country.
That's
so
right.
whether you are in the GTA, whether you are in Northern Ontario, whether you are in Saskatchewan or Manitoba or anywhere else in this country, the price on pollution has been removed for those that use home heating oil, Mr. Speaker. It would be good if the Conservatives actually focused on the facts and allowed us to debate climate change and how we're going to fight it, not if climate change is real or not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good answer.
The honourable member from Kenora.
The Prime Minister is planning to quadruple the tax on heat, gas and groceries, but he decided to pause the pain for 3% of families in areas where he's plummeting in the polls and where his MPs are revolting. The Liberal Rural Affairs Minister has said if others wanted the pause, then they should have voted Liberal. But people in Nickel Belt voted for a Liberal MP, Mr. Speaker, yet they are not seeing a pause in this tax. So will the Prime Minister today allow the member from Nickel Belt a free vote to vote with us to take the tax off and keep the heat on for people in Northern Ontario and right across the country?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am so proud to be a Northern Liberal Member of Parliament because what I do every day, Mr. Speaker, is I work with constituents who are telling me we need to take faster action on the climate because we are losing acres of forest, Mr. Speaker, because we are seeing droughts, yes, even in Northern Ontario, Mr. Speaker, making it harder to grow food, making it harder to grow our economy. My constituents expect me to advocate for a clean environment, and that's exactly what I'll do.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about immigration targets. Allow me to cite a document. Starting in 2026, set the annual immigration target at some 500,000 immigrants if the population reaches 40 million as planned. You might think that I'm quoting the plan that the Liberals announced last week. But no, I'm quoting McKinsey's Century Initiative. The capping of targets announced for 2026 has literally been McKinsey's plan all along. When is the federal government going to adjust the targets based on our integration capacity instead of blindly following the advice of McKinsey, which is a private company that literally manages immigration in Canada? The Honourable Immigration Minister. Mr. Speaker, I think that's an odd comment. The Bloc is so out of left field. They're so far out in the field that they should go out into the fields and see agriculture workers and see if they need some help. Quebec needs temporary foreign workers. We are working with Quebec, and the Bloc should understand that. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, not only is Ottawa following McKinsey, Ottawa is following them blindly. McKinsey themselves confirmed that their immigration targets do not take integration capacity into account. Former CEO Dominic Barton said in committee last year, "The focus was solely on the economy. We were not thinking about the social context. We were thinking about productivity." Mr. Speaker, capping immigration targets at 500,000 means applying advice that does not take into account our integration capacity. But the government, last week, promised to respect our integration capacity. So will the government review its targets? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I never talked to McKinsey. I talked to Canadians who want more foreign workers. They want more immigrants to come and work in factories and in the fields. 500,000 is a reasonable target. It's a target 3 years down the line, and it has nothing to do with McKinsey's advice. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, the only difference between Ottawa and McKinsey is that Ottawa is going faster. McKinsey predicted that the population would hit 40 million by 2026. We reached that mark in June. According to Stats Canada, if the 2022 and 2023 trend continues, the population will double in just 25 years. The population will exceed 80 million by 2048, regardless of our integration capacity for housing, health, education, French language training, and the list goes on. Mr. Speaker, when will this government finally understand that successful immigration means respecting our integration capacity? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, over the past year, Canadians have asked us to do more when it comes to integration capacity. But what people have also told me is that we need immigration to help our businesses grow. There is still a labour shortage. The approach that we need to prioritize is to be more strategic with our targets. We tabled new strategic targets just recently, and the Bloc should be comforted by that if they like immigration, and if they don't, then let them say so.
From Parry Sound, Muskoka.
The Prime Minister plans to quadruple the carbon tax on heat, gas, and groceries. Now, he decided to pause the pain for 3% of families where his poll numbers were plummeting and his MPs were revolting. The Liberal World Affairs Minister said if people in the prairies wanted a carbon tax break, they should elect Liberals. Well, the people in Sault Ste. Marie, Mr. Speaker, did elect a Liberal MP, and yet the majority of his constituents are not getting the break. Will the Prime Minister allow the MP from Sault Ste. Marie to freely vote to take the tax off and keep the heat on for the people of the Sioux?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party, as is often the case, is leaving out many important facts. 8 out of 10 Canadian families actually get more money back in the rebate than they pay in the price on pollution. It is an important part of having a robust plan to address climate change in a thoughtful way. With respect to home heating, it is a particular issue that we can invest in to ensure that we are actually saving money for people as we move forward while continuing to address climate change. The Conservative Party is hiding. They are hiding from science. They are hiding from evidence. They need to have a plan to fight climate change. Canadians expect more.
The Honourable Member from Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Canadians are watching for today's vote on our common sense Conservative motion to take the tax off all forms of home heating for all Canadians. The Liberal Rural Affairs Minister said, though, that if people want a pause on the tax, they should have elected more Liberals in their region. But Thunder Bay did elect 2 Liberal MPs, and yet folks there aren't getting any pause. Instead, the Prime Minister plans to quadruple the tax on heat, gas, and groceries rather than treating them fairly. So the question is, will the Prime Minister allow these 2 Liberal MPs from Thunder Bay to vote freely to take the tax off so people can keep the heat on?
The Honourable House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the Conservatives continue to spread information in this chamber. This pause on the price on pollution on home heating oil applies right across the country, despite what the Conservatives keep saying. But what is particularly concerning, and I think I speak on behalf of every Ontario Member of Parliament and many Ontario residents, is every time they say common sense, it brings up the terrible memories of the Mike Harris years, when not only did they slash public services, but they slashed them in such incredible ways that led to things like Walkerton. Mr. Speaker, Ontarians remember, and they're not going to elect common sense Conservatives again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from South Dundas, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Here's just how out of touch and tone deaf the Liberals are. When asked if she'd support giving the same pause on home heating back home, their own minister right from Thunder Bay said, quote, "We don't have the same challenges in Northern Ontario that we see in Atlantic Canada," unquote. Well, I visited Thunder Bay last week, and let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, it gets very cold there too, just like Atlantic Canada. And after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, the cost of living crisis there is so bad, the regional food bank can't keep up with surging demand, now at 12,000 people. Will the Prime Minister let his Thunder Bay MPs vote to give residents fair treatment, take the tax off, they can keep the heat on?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Provincial Finance Minister of Ontario knows that pensions matter for the people of Ontario. That's why he wrote me a letter asking me to convene a meeting of all the provincial finance ministers to defend our pensions. Will the Conservative MPs from Ontario be equally courageous and responsible in defending the pensions of the people of Ontario and support our effort to keep the pensions of all Canadians safe?
Bravo. I'm going to ask all members, please, especially the member from Battle Creek, Battle River Crowfoot, to please listen to the responses which are offered and to take the floor. And I'd ask all members to listen to that member when that member does take the floor. The honourable member from London Fanshawe.
Palestinian Canadians in my riding did everything possible to work with Global Affairs Canada to get their loved ones out of Gaza. They put all of their hopes on Sunday's evacuation, only to hear nothing from Canadian officials. The bombardments are getting more intense. My constituents, their families, Canadian citizens are trapped. They need this government to stand for human rights and to protect lives. The heads of 18 UN agencies and NGOs and my constituents are calling for a ceasefire. Why can't the Prime Minister?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Speaker. The situation in Gaza is dire, and many Canadians are worried about their loved ones. What is happening on the ground is fluid and unpredictable, and we know there are delays at the Rafah crossing for all countries. I want to reassure Canadians that we are in regular contact with Egypt and Israel to push for Canadians to leave as soon as possible. We continually try to reach all Canadians, permanent residents, and their immediate family members to convey the latest information. Mr. Speaker, that's why we continue to call for humanitarian pauses for Canadians to get out, for aid to get in, and for all hostages to be released. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, 18 United Nations agencies and international NGOs, including UNICEF and Save the Children, called for an immediate ceasefire in Israel-Palestine, expressing shock and horror at the mounting death toll from the conflict, saying it's a graveyard for children. It's been 30 days. Enough is enough. The UN and the NGO heads said in a rare joint statement, this must stop now. When will this government finally do what most of the world has called for, and that's an immediate ceasefire to save the children right now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We unequivocally condemn the Hamas terrorist attack. The price of justice cannot be the continued suffering of all Palestinian civilians. What is unfolding in Gaza is a human tragedy. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has been to the region twice to oversee our efforts to help Canadians, but also to de-escalate the situation. That's why we continue to call for international humanitarian law to be upheld and for humanitarian pauses so that Canadians can leave, humanitarian aid can get in, and all hostages are released. Canada is committed to a goal of a just and lasting peace in the Middle East.
The Honourable Member from Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, we know that many Canadian families are struggling to make ends meet, and this is particularly the case in the Yukon, where more than half of families spend over 30% of their income on housing. The Minister of National Revenue recently made an important announcement alongside Ms. Tracy Ann McPhee, Yukon Minister of Health and Social Services. Can the Minister of National Revenue inform the House of this announcement and how it will affect our Yukon families?
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to announce that Yukon families can now apply for the Canada Child Benefit when registering for the birth of their newborn through the automated benefits application service of Yukon Vital Statistics Office. It's the quickest and easiest way to apply for and receive the benefit. It's more than $5,500 on average per year for Yukon families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. After 8 years of this Liberal government, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, and they want to stay in power for the next two years. The Liberal Bloc coalition will vote against our motion to eliminate or pause the carbon tax on all forms of heating. Yes, it's expensive to vote for the Bloc as well. Does it not bother the Bloc to vote the Liberals for the next 2 years? What promise did the Prime Minister make for the unconditional support of the Bloc? The Honourable Minister. We seem to have found ourselves in a time machine here. They wanted to make a step back in terms of the rights of women and take steps back in terms of climate change and the fight against it. They're not even able to describe climate change. They want to bring us back to the Stone Age. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. We're looking at a government from the Stone Age. We are going to vote on a motion that will require the government to pause all carbon tax on home heating for all Canadians. The Bloc has chosen its camp. They want to radically increase the carbon tax, and it's imposed. It's in favor of a 20% extra tax to each litre of gas. It's expensive to vote Bloc. What did the Prime Minister promise its partner, the Bloc, to raise taxes on the backs of all Quebecers? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, for a rare time, I agree with my colleague. We are going to have a government from the Stone Age. We're taking a step back on fundamental rights in terms of arms control, a step back in terms of the fight against climate change. He has clearly said this. We're going back to the Stone Age, Mr. Speaker. This is incredible. We'll never take a step back. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, after eight years of this Liberal government, who would have believed it? The Bloc is now behind supporting the Liberal government morally. They seem to be getting along quite well because their position in terms of heating divided Canadians. But that's exactly what the Bloc wants to do, divide and create problems. The Bloc wants to radically increase carbon tax. It will inspire them. My question is that will members be able to vote for common sense? I think all members would like colleagues, order. I think all colleagues would like to hear the answer from the Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague was the last person to speak at the National Assembly before the adoption of the carbon market. It was adopted via unanimous consent. If he didn't like it then, why didn't he raise his voice then and speak against it? Why did he change his position today? Because he didn't speak out against unanimity at the time. What has changed for my colleague over the past few years? He wants to go back to the Stone Age, and we won't go there, Mr. Speaker.
Alors?
Order.
Alors?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, another thing means that the Bloc is really buddy-buddy with the Liberal Party. The Parti Québécois budget, it talks about the poor management of the Liberal government is now an argument in favor of independence. No, we're not going back to the Trudeau Stone Age, that's for sure. Will the Bloc's members be able to speak up and make sure that all of their members will be able to vote for common sense?
Alors?
Order. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing once again that every time a Conservative member rises, there's something hiding. They're not able to say the truth. They're not able to take responsibility for what they did in the past. It's really rare when you have a Quebec colleague. Well, when they supported the carbon market, they should have been proud of what happened in Quebec and proud to be able to protect the environment across Canada. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, more than 221,000 SMEs are at risk of bankruptcy if the federal government does not defer repayment of CEBA loans without the loss of the subsidy. We're not talking about billionaire multinational companies. We're talking about small businesses that contribute to the vitality of our regions. Here in Rivière-du-Nord, 213 SMEs have alerted the Quebec Federation of Independent Businesses that bankruptcy is looming. Mr. Speaker, when will the minister finally offer businesses the postponement they're asking for and avoid a wave of bankruptcies on her conscience? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've already granted small businesses 1 additional year to refund part of the CEBA loan. When they asked for more assistance, we offered greater flexibility in terms of refinancing and more time, and a 1-year prolongation of the deadline for the refund. Unlike the Conservatives, that will bring us back to the Stone Age. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alors?
Order. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, it's even worse in Trois-Rivières. 288 SMEs have said that they'll go bankrupt if the federal government doesn't postpone repayment of CEBA loans for 1 year with no loss of the subsidies. 288 business bankruptcies. Imagine the number of job losses that this would represent. The minister cannot condone this by her inaction. Does she know How many bankruptcies are likely to occur in her region? How can she justify to these entrepreneurs that she's going to turn their back on them rather than offer them a one-year postponement as they've requested?
None I have.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, we are proud of having created a program that provided $49 billion in support to our SMEs across the country. And what's important today is that small businesses have until December 31st, 2026 to refund their CEBA loan in full. We are here for our small businesses in Quebec and across Canada at these essential times. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, food banks are overflowing, groceries cost more, and now today the Bloc is supporting the Liberals to maintain the carbon tax on the back of Quebecers. Mr. Speaker, it costs expensive to vote for the Bloc. It's expensive. Are the Liberals forming new coalition with the Bloc to increase taxes on the backs of Quebecers? Order.
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I have to explain this once again. There is no carbon price in Quebec, a tax rather. Canadians are concerned by climate change, and we need a plan, Mr. Speaker. Those Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, are not worth the risk. And that is why we created a system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Alberta got shafted yet again. With Liberal support collapsing in Atlantic Canada, this desperate Prime Minister gave Atlantic Canadians a pause on his punitive carbon tax on home heating, while Albertans got nothing. Today, the Liberal minister from Edmonton Centre has a choice. Will he support our common-sense Conservative motion to axe the tax on home heating, or will he once again sell out his constituents to his boss, the Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for his question, and he knows well that we have billions of dollars in Budget 23 for carbon capture, use and storage. We have green and clean electricity regulations and money that will benefit Alberta. But Mr. Speaker, that member doesn't want people to know that he's one of the CPC Silent 30 who have not come to the aid of Albertans. He is not defending the Canada Pension Plan. He doesn't care that the Conservative government of Alberta are scaring pensioners. He's silent. We're going to protect pensions. That's our job, and we're going to do it every day.
Get your resume out.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
Mr. plans on quadrupling the tax on gas, groceries, and home heating. He gave 3% of Canadians a pause on the carbon tax for home heating, where his poll numbers were tanking and his MPs were revolting. The Liberal Rural Affairs Minister said if people on the prairies want to pause on the tax, they should elect more Liberals. Well, the MP of Calgary Skyview is a Liberal, but his constituents don't get the pause. Will the Prime Minister let that member mail in a free vote on our common-sense Conservative motion to take the tax off and keep the heat on, and shove this carbon tax where the Prime Minister's poll numbers are, in the gutter?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, another silent Conservative on the issue of pensions in Alberta. What a shame to be a Calgary Conservative. But, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about Conservative priorities coming out of Alberta. Instead of building housing, instead of growing our economy, instead of actually doing the work of Albertans, what does the UCP AGM, what are their priorities, Mr. Speaker? Turning back protections for LGBTQ2 people, taking our province back. Mr. Speaker, they're actually voted in favor of conspiracy theories when it comes to voting machines and 15-minute cities. They're out of touch, and they are reckless and not worth the cost.
I ask all members to please listen to their whips in terms of having more order in this House so that we can hear not only the questions but the answers.
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very proud of our national content creators, whether in Quebec or elsewhere in Canada. Last week, Montrealers once again welcomed people from all over the world to Cinemania, a festival that has enjoyed nearly 3 decades of success and showcased some of the most incredible francophone voices and creations that Canada has to share. Can the Minister tell us more about the important international agreement that was signed last Friday? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is absolutely right. Canada last week welcomed for the first time in Canada the President of Switzerland, and my colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, signed a co-protection audiovisual agreement to increase the number of films and projects with higher budgets. So it's an excellent piece of news for our creators in Canada. This was international efforts. We're going to continue to support our audiovisual producers because we know how important they are in Canada.
From Portage, Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister plans to quadruple the tax on heat, gas, and groceries. But now he's decided to pause the pain for just 3% of families in areas where he's plummeting in the polls. The Liberal Rural Affairs Minister said if people on the prairies wanted a pause on the tax, they should have elected more Liberals. But the people in St. Boniface, St. Vital did elect a Liberal MP, and yet his constituents aren't getting the pause. So the question is, will the Prime Minister allow the MP for St. Boniface, St. Vital to freely vote to take the tax off, keep the heat on for his constituents?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is talking about a national program that risks to get rid of polluting, expensive home heating oil and to transition those homes with free heat pumps into those homes. Mr. Speaker, this national program is applicable across Canada. It's applicable in Manitoba, where are thousands of people who use home heating oil. It's great for the environment. It's great for affordability. I plan to support this.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
The Prime Minister plans to quadruple the tax on heat, gas, and groceries. But then he decided to pause the pain for 3% of families in areas where he was plummeting in the polls and his MPs were revolting. The Liberal Rural Affairs Minister actually said if people on the prairies wanted a pause on the tax, they should have elected more Liberals. But here's the thing, the people of Winnipeg South Centre did elect a Liberal MP, and yet his constituents are not getting the pause. Will the Prime Minister allow that MP from Winnipeg South Centre a free vote to take the tax off and keep the heat on for people in his community?
Once again, I'd like to encourage all members, colleagues, all members to please hold your comments back to the time that you have the floor to ask a question or to give an answer. That way we can hear everything that's going on from all ends of the House. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Time for that member to stop spreading misinformation. This is a national program, Mr. Speaker, a national program that aims to transition expensive, environmentally damaging home heating oil into free heating pumps, Mr. Speaker. This is a national policy that's applicable across Canada. There are thousands of homes in Manitoba who are eligible for the program. This is great for the environment. This is great for affordability.
Here, here.
The honourable member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, every day the member from Winnipeg North gets up into this place and talks and talks and talks and says absolutely nothing. Says absolutely nothing.
Once again, before I return to colleagues, before I return to the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman, I'm going to ask all colleagues once again to please, when you have the floor, use it. When you don't have the floor, listen to the person who does. The honourable member from 25. Honourable member, excuse me. I know the honourable member is anxious. I'd like to give the honourable member the opportunity to start his question from the top, please.
Well, Mr. Speaker, every day the member from North Winnipeg gets up here and all he does is talk, and talk. Only the Liberals like it because he says absolutely nothing. Now, according to the Rural Affairs Minister, the member from Winnipeg North failed to stand up and fight for Manitobans. Because of him, Manitobans have been left out in the cold. They can't afford to heat and eat after 8 miserable years of this Prime Minister and his punitive carbon tax. Manitobans at this useless Liberal MPs are not worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister allow the member for
I would have liked to have heard the honourable member's end of question. Unfortunately, the honourable member's time had expired, and then some. This is a reason why it's important for both sides of the House to please allow the member to ask a question without interrupting, so that we can hear the question and the member can profit from the full time that the member would be entitled to. Is the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member wants to hear more from me. I'm happy to go on. You know, at the end of the day, I want to remind members across the way, an issue with the Conservative Party. Remember, I always say they're like a fish on a dock, flip-flopping all over the place, Mr. Speaker? That applies on the carbon price, too. I'll tell you what the leader of the Conservative Party doesn't tell Canadians. He's going to take away the rebate, Mr. Speaker. That's going to take out of the pockets 80% of the constituents of Winnipeg North, the people I represent, money out of their pocket. Shame on the leader for the official opposition for being so reckless and risky, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, I join Canadians across the country in giving a warm welcome and congratulations to our newest Supreme Court Justice, Mary T. Moreau. Justice Moreau was selected by the Independent Advisory Council, nominated by the Prime Minister, and will be sworn into her new position today. Justice Moreau is a fellow Western Canadian from Alberta who will serve Canadians well in this important role. Can the Minister of Justice and Attorney General inform this House on what makes Justice Moreau the right fit for our Supreme Court, and how will her appointment enhance our country's legal system?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
Thank you to the member from Calgary-Skyview for that important question. Justice Moreau is a proud Franco-Albertan and previous Chief Justice of the Court of King's Bench of Alberta. She has a wealth of experience as a trial lawyer, as well as nearly 30 years of experience as a judge. She is a talented legal mind, an outstanding jurist, Mr. Speaker, and an expert in criminal law. And her appointment is a milestone for our country. With Justice Moreau, the judges on Canada's Supreme Court are now represented by a majority of women for the first time in Canadian history.
The Honourable Member from North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, women veterans will be attending commemoration services this week. Many of them will be asked if the medals they are wearing belong to their husband or their son or their father. Too often they feel invisible and diminished when they should feel acknowledged and respected for their service. This must change. Will the minister commit today to ensuring the participation of women veterans in Remembrance Day commemoration this year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think it's our government's commitment, and I can surely assure you on behalf of the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of Defence that women will always participate in Remembrance Day ceremonies, and their participation is a must. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are witnessing the glorification of terrorism and incitement of hatred against the Jewish community at pro-Hamas terror rallies across our country. At a Queen's Park rally in Toronto, genocidal slogans called for violent acts against innocent civilians. B'nai B'rith have reported these rallies that support a listed terrorist organization. Mr. Speaker, why has the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada been silent on such grotesque displays of anti-Semitism and incitement? Has he asked his provincial and territorial counterparts to enforce Canada's hate propaganda laws? Mr. Speaker, Canadians believe in the rule of law, not mob rule.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, far from being silent, our government has condemned all incitements to violence, all expressions of hate. Regularly, I talk to federal law enforcement authorities, the RCMP, CSIS, to understand what they're doing with provincial, territorial partners, municipal partners, to keep all communities safe. And Mr. Speaker, today I announced enhancements to the Security Infrastructure Program to help all communities that are understandably concerned for their safety better prepare and discourage any potential act of violence. We're there to keep all communities safe, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to do that important work that all Canadians expect of us.
And with that comes the end of question period. I see rising on a point of order is the Honourable Member from Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as you said in your statement a number of weeks ago, a well-placed heckle is certainly within the context of what decorum is in this place. However, what it was not said during that time is the ability for members to be able to take photographs. Now, the member from Kingston in the Islands during a previous state visit, quite notably, was recording what was taking place in this House. But, Mr. Speaker, what was found today is that at the time of 2:36 and 18 seconds today, the member from Etobicoke Centre, while on camera, shown up on CPAC and Parle View for all to see, appeared to be filming the proceedings of this place, while the member from Milton was not answering a question but responding to a question, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that you take a look at the video and that member apologize for so willfully disregarding the order and decorum that we expect all in this place to ensure that we can take our debate seriously here.
Hey, hey!
Rising on a point of order, I believe, is a Member of Parliament from Kingston and the Islands. On the same point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to confirm that at no time when the mace is on the table have I ever taken a video in this House. I am fully aware of the rules.
The honourable member from Elmwood-Transcona is also rising on the same point of order.
I am, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I just want to point you to a ruling, and you'll forgive me because I'm spontaneously on my feet. I don't remember the date, but I do recall the member from Carleton having done a very similar thing, taking a recording as he was leaving the House of Commons. So I would exhort you to take a look at that incident and the ruling that followed it for guidance in this case. Thank you.
The honourable member from Etobicoke Centre rising on the same point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is a special day for me because my father was in the gallery for the first time watching question period, and I attempted to take a photo of him in the gallery. To the extent that I broke the rules, I apologize for that to all members of this House.
I thank colleagues. First, I'd like to thank the member from Battle River Crowfoot for raising this point of order, and I also have heard the points of order from other members who rose on the same issue. I'd like to thank the honourable member from Etobicoke Centre for rising in this House to apologize. This is a good opportunity for me to remind all members that while the House is in session, that we are not to use our devices for phone calls or for recording in this House. It is important for all of us to do this so that we could freely exercise our roles as members of Parliament. As we know, we have very clear rules in terms of the use of how the cameras are used in this place, the cameras which are provided by CPAC. And this is the reason why, with, yes, the advent of these new technologies, we have to be very mindful of this. So I thank all members for that. I see the Honourable House Whip for the Official Opposition rising. Is this on the same point of order? Yes. Go ahead.
With respect, Mr. Speaker, it isn't enough for the member to just apologize. He must delete what it is that he recorded because it is against the standing rules.
I thank the Honourable Whip for the Official Opposition on this point. I take it as, and I'm certain all members who are listening carefully to the Chair will take it upon themselves to act honourably. I think what the Honourable Member has raised is an important issue, and I would trust that when the member had presented his apology, he'll also take corrective action to that effect. It being 3:22 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Poilievre relating to the business of supply. Call in the members. Thank you. The question is as follows. Monsieur Poilievre, appuyé.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Shipley, moved that given that the government has announced a temporary 3-year pause to the federal carbon tax on home heating oil, the House call on the government to extend that pause to all forms of home heating.
La période de 10 minutes pour les députés votants.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malello. Mr. Tucker. Pardon
Mr.
me.
Tucker.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Mr. Genereux.
Monsieur Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazier.
Ms. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Kirk.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Sproul.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jacek.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fergascatos.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. El Khoury. Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon. Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Said.
Mrs. Said.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la période
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
des députés n'ont
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they can use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Le bureau.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 135, 135. Nays contre 186, 186.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion defeated.
Sur un appel au règlement.
Rising on a point of order.
I recognize the Honourable House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We just had a very important vote to Canadians, and the member from Avalon literally gave the finger to those Canadians as he stood to vote for our motion, which was to give them a break and a reprieve on home heating costs. He gave the finger to the senior choosing between heating and eating. He gave the finger to all those struggling to make ends meet in an unaffordable Canada. He gave the finger to all Canadians watching.
If I could ask the getting close to debate, but I see the honourable member rising. I'm assuming in response to the point of order. The honourable member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I will rise on the same point of order. I scratched the side of my head with 2 fingers. So if they think it's 1 finger, that's up to them. They can take it how they like.
Colleagues, the Honourable Whip from the Opposition.
That it's very unusual to scratch the side of your head with your middle finger as you are voting, and this is the second time I have had to rise in this place when a member from the government party has used that finger motion.
Colleagues. We are now. Colleagues, so I'm going to ask you to both take your seats, please. Please. I'm going to ask both of you to take your seats, please. Colleagues, we had a point of order raising a very serious issue in terms of comportment, decorum, and respect in this House. It was raised by the honourable member. The member to whom it was directed at rose and indicated that this was not done on purpose. I'm placed in a very difficult situation here. If honourable colleagues will allow me to take a look at this issue, but let me just say this. When members are often offered an opportunity to explain their actions, and they do, usually the matter is closed. This has raised some disorder in the House. I will take a look at that, and if necessary, I will come back to the House. But I hope that this will be the end of the points of order on this particular issue. The honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's, are you rising on the same point of order?
Is that a point of clarification or a point on?
There is no point of clarification.
As a witness?
So I'm going to ask the honourable member. I just indicated to all members of this House that I'm going to take this issue. I'm going to take a look at the videotape, and I will come back to members if it's necessary. Is North Island, Peterborough South, is this on the same point of issue?
The chief whip of our party should be given the appropriate time to give the full merit to the situation, as is customary.
So I'm going to let members know. I heard the point that was raised by the honourable member. It's a point that is very serious. The honourable member who it concerned rose to offer an explanation. I am going to review the videotape on this and come back to the House if this is necessary. The Honourable Member from Gatineau and Whip, Chief Government Whip.
On a different point of order, Mr. Speaker, I would put it to you that during votes, the catcalls and the very oppressive screaming from the other sides is an intimidating and bullying tactic by members of the opposition to all members of this.
So, I'm going to ask. All right. That strikes me as being on the same issue and the same matter, which I have already explained to this House what I'm going to be doing on this. So if there is no related point of order on this, I'm going to suggest that we move on to the business of the House. But I recognize the member, and I hope you heard my statement. I'll recognize a member from Battle Creek, Battle River, Crowfoot.
Grand Prairie, Mackenzie. Or pardon me, Surrey.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I think that if you look throughout the standing orders, you see very clearly that it is that when concerns are brought forward in this House, specifically when the Chief Opposition Whip brings forward a concern, Mr. Speaker, that it is absolutely essential and incumbent upon the Chair to ensure that she, in this case, she is heard in its entirety as the evidence being presented is key to ensuring that we can perform our parliamentary duties in this place. So, Mr. Speaker, to not allow the Chief Opposition Whip to finish her statement regarding something that, whether the governing or other parties like it or not, it is incumbent upon the Chair to ensure that the Chief Opposition Whip has a chance to be heard.
Let me assure all members that I understood very clearly the substance of what was raised and the act that was raised, and I had offered the member who was accused of making that act an opportunity to explain to the House, present his apologies. The member made an explanation. I am going to take this matter back. There is no more reason for us to be able to dispute this matter aside from holding up the affairs of this House. I'm trying to make sure that we conduct this way. But let me reassure all members that I take all of their interventions very carefully. But there is, to this point, I have not heard a new point of order which is being raised. The Honourable member, forgive me, from Grand Prairie, Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important for us to consider what has just happened. In this House, we had a member, the Chief Opposition Whip, that brought forward a very compelling, there's video evidence there, to prove...
Okay, excuse me, all members, I'm going to ask, especially the leadership, I'm going to ask all members, please. Fair enough point from the member from Central Notre Dame, Coastal Bay Central Notre Dame. I'm going to ask the honourable member from Grand Prairie, Mackenzie, to get right to the point so that we can move on with the affairs of the House.
The point is, Mr. Speaker, you have made a great effort in your public comments to state that you want to bring decorum to this House. That is fundamentally undermined in the way in which this whole thing has unraveled. The Chief Opposition Whip was unable to express the evidence that was being put before you. The member from the Liberal Party stood up and said he was innocent while still indicating the gesture that he used. And then, Mr. Speaker, it was only after multiple other interventions before you said that you would take it back. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it undermines the public statements that you've made with regards to bringing decorum to this House.
I cannot. I'm certainly. I'm sorry. I regret that the member feels this way, but I feel, as this chair, is that I heard the point that was raised by the Chief Whip of the Opposition. It was an important point. The point was very well made. I wanted to hear if there are any new points to this. There were no new points which were raised to this. I have asked the honourable member to rise in this House. The member offered his excuse. I had indicated to all members based on what was raised by the Honourable Honourable Whip of the Opposition, that I'm going to take a look at this matter and come back to the House if it is necessary to do so. I'm hoping that the member from Miramichi is rising on an issue, a new point of order. Because if it is on the same one, I think I've heard enough that we should move on to the next item of the House.
Mr. Speaker, it is a new point of order. Myself, many of our colleagues, and many of the people at home continue to ask the same question. Why is the volume being turned down so much by the Speaker? Can you explain why that's happening so often? Thank you.
This was... Because the chair is standing up, but I'm going to allow the member to... Okay. I'm going to ask the honourable member... So this is the reason why microphones are sometimes turned off, is to preserve the honour of this House when there's conversations which are happening back and forth without people having the floor for that. No one, I can guarantee, no member has ever been cut off in terms of making their presentation, posing a question, or making an answer, with the exception of the time when the Speaker has brought up. This matter has been brought up, and the House leaders and I have talked about this issue, and the issue is being addressed. The honourable member from Miramichi, Grand Lake, on a new matter, I would hope.
A point of clarification on the point of order. Canadians are feeling like their members of Parliament are being subjected to the microphone being turned off right in the point where they're making points of order and points of clarification. That is something that we're entitled to as members of the House. It's happening on this side more often than not. We don't like to be cut off. If it's debate, fine. If you don't agree that it's a point of order, that's fine. But we still have the right to be heard, and the microphone needs to be left on when we're speaking.
On the same point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and I hope the Parliamentary Secretary will come straight to the point.
Like you, I've been very patient listening to commentaries. You, a while back, very clearly established that you had already received enough information to make some sort of a ruling pending on you taking a review of the situation. Members continue to stand up, which is a challenge of the ruling that you've put as a Speaker, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest to you that people just tone down and allow the Speaker to do his job.
So that is not a point of order. I think we finished with all of the matters which are raised right now. I had promised members I will come back to them on the original issue which was raised.
I would like to inform the House that due to the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes.
Ms. May has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I see that there are two members who have their hands up. I see the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm rising briefly on a point of order because I believe the point of order made by the honourable member from Gatineau may have been missed in the furor over other issues. Being a virtual participant, it's very distressing when during votes there's so much heckling, and that was the point raised. It was not anything to do with anything we observed, anything visual, but auditory interruptions in the voting process are against the standing orders. And I just wanted to rise briefly to support the honourable member from Gatineau, and perhaps you might come back to that question of decorum to remind us of the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see that there is another honourable member who would like to rise on a point of order. However, I do not see the headset nor a tie on the member. I do know that if the member does have a headset, it would be very helpful, because I'm certain if the member is rising on a point of order, he would like to make sure that the translators can translate his comments. We will come back to that member if that member is able to put on his headset. More than welcome to rise and raise his hand, and the speaker or the chair occupant will recognize that person on a point of order. Oh, the honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot on a new point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on a new point of order. There is a member of Parliament that was called out the other day for just an absolutely inflammatory tweet. But what's interesting is that further, the member for Fleetwood Port Kells has this habit of not only taking pictures of things that are taking place within this place, but in his Twitter feed is very clearly doing what he calls the fibble-meter and tweeting that and calling members liars and to talking about untruths in his Twitter feed. So, Mr. Speaker, certainly when a member is in this place, we expect them to abide by the rules of decorum. The member for Fleetwood Port Kells has acknowledged that I believe he used the words, when he puts his elbows up, his guard can come down. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you take a look at the evidence, specifically this member's Twitter feed, and how he is so flagrantly disregarding the rules of order and decorum in this House, and is bringing ultimately disorder. And in this tweet that was posted 7 minutes ago, he is using specifically language that is unparliamentary, and, Mr. Speaker, has been doing so from the floor of this place.
I thank the honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot for raising this issue. It's an important issue that the member is raising. However, there are limits to what the Speaker can do. There's enough to do in policing what happens in this place and at committees in terms of the exercise of our parliamentary duties. To be able to monitor all members' social media feeds it is difficult to do that. I do know that it was raised on one issue and invited the honourable member to withdraw his comment. The member was present and did so. I cannot do that right now, but I thank the honourable member for that. This is a good opportunity, once again, to encourage all members to rise to the level that is befitting of the chairs and of the jobs that they hold in this place, to conduct themselves accordingly. And I think that is an important reminder for all of us, so that we can conduct ourselves in a way that we will be proud to have done.
It's important for everyone to behave with dignity that reflects the positions we all occupy here in the House of Commons. I'd like to thank all members for their interventions today. Routine proceedings.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 2 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member from King's Heads.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Examining Canadian agriculture's environmental contribution. We maybe could have taken a bit more of a simple title, but of course we're proud as the committee to talk about Canada's tremendous role in the agriculture sector towards environmental contribution. And pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive report response to this report. I have copies here, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank all those involved in the study, and the fact that we've presented another unanimous report back to this House shows the good work of the Agriculture Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It does indeed. Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
The honourable member from Dauphin Swan River.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to present a petition on behalf of my constituents. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 23rd time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. This NDP Liberal government is failing to get results for the people of Swan River amidst a crime wave that has swept through this rural town of 4,000. Based on recent report from Manitoba West District RCMP, I mentioned that within 18 months, the area saw 1,184 service calls and 703 offences committed by 15 individuals. The report also showed that just 10 individuals categorized as prolific offenders were responsible for 133 violent crimes. Wow. This is why the rural community is calling for action. They demand jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal the soft on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member from Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to finally get up and have the opportunity to present these petitions. As you know, over 8 million people are suffering from eye diseases and 1.2 million live with vision loss or blindness. Therefore, we, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the House of Commons to adopt Bill C-284, an act to establish a national strategy for eye care as soon as possible. And as you know, Madam Speaker, that was done a few days ago, and I'm very pleased that that is done. And the second one is the undersigned residents of Canada draw the attention in regards to the Falun Gong. And therefore, we, the undersigned, request the Canadian Parliament and the government to pass a resolution to establish measures to stop the Chinese Communist regime's crime of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs. 2, to amend the Canadian legislations to combat forced organ harvesting. And 3, to publicly call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong in China. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And I want to remind members to please be careful of their mics and not put papers over them because it causes some noise for the interpreters. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. November is Adoption and Permanency Education Month, and so with that in mind, I'm honoured to take this opportunity to present a petition from Canadians that are calling on this Liberal government to provide a royal recommendation for my private member's Bill C-318. The current EI system discriminates against adoptive and intended parents. So recognizing the importance of time to attach, these petitioners are urging the government to deliver equitable access to all parents for EI leave and follow through with the Liberals' 2019 and 2021 campaign commitments. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to present a petition from constituents of Saanich Gulf Islands concerned about equal rights for women. You would think we wouldn't need a petition in November 2023 to point out that after all this time, women are not receiving equal pay for work of equal value. Canadian women still receive 21 cents less on the dollar for work of substantially the same kind of work. Petitioners ask that the House of Commons enact legislation and policies to promote pay equity, pay equality, and to do it without delay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I have another petition here on the same subject. They keep coming into my office, and this has to do with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. They identify what is well known in terms of the impacts of climate change in Canada, including flooding, wildfires, and extreme temperatures. They are quite aware of the Government of Canada's commitment to global warming and reducing warming to 1.5 degrees. And they specifically call on the Government of Canada to move forward immediately with bold emissions caps for the oil and gas sector that are comprehensive in scope and realistic in achieving the necessary targets that Canada has set to reduce emissions by 2030. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Edmonton Millwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to rise and present a petition signed by almost 1,000 Canadians, many of whom are members of the Internationally Trained Dentists Association of Canada. Internationally trained dentists are more than willing to prove their competence through their examinations, Madam Speaker, but the lengthy delays for exams, the lack of seats, lack of proper communication and transparency, and the high costs for exams are leaving them broke and without accreditation. The petitioners are calling on this government to recognize that the equivalency process conducted by the National Dental Examination Board needs to complete procedural and financial transparency and have better communication with its applicants and work better with the provinces to review and audit the exam process so internationally trained dentists can quickly complete their examinations and get to work in Canada, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member, Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have some questions and comments for the member's petition there, if you'd let me, but nonetheless. Madam Speaker, I'm here to present a number of petitions, and today I'm going to start off with a petition in light of recent events and Remembrance Day coming up. The folks that have signed this petition are calling on the House of Canada to respect the tradition of honouring and affirming the roles of faith in the Canadian Armed Forces. The Canadian Armed Forces chaplaincy program contributes to the health, morale, and spiritual well-being of servicemen and women from all faiths and non-faith backgrounds. The Liberal government has attempted to undermine these rights of the servicemen and women by prohibiting chaplains from doing their job. The undersigned of this petition are calling on the Government of Canada to reaffirm that the Canadian Armed Forces the Canadian Armed Forces chaplaincy is free to support servicemen and women through public prayer and to keep in keeping with the hard-won and honourable traditions of the Canadian Armed Forces, and especially on Remembrance Day. The next Madam Chair, is from Canadians from across the country who note that nearly 300 babies die every day in Canada since the Morgentaler decision. In Canada, the law has no legal protections for the preborn. Canada is only one of 2 countries in the world that have 0 protections for the preborn, being Canada and North Korea. And over 98% of these deaths are caused by reasons outside of social or personal convenience. The heartbeat of a child starts at 5 weeks old, and the people that have signed this petition are calling on the Government of Canada to recognize the humanity of the preborn starting at 5 weeks. The next petition I have to present, Madam Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned around the health and safety of Canadian firearm owners. The petitioners recognize the importance of owning firearms, and they are concerned about the impacts of hearing loss caused by the noise levels of these firearms and the need for noise reduction. The petitioners acknowledge that sound moderators are the only universally recognized health and safety device criminally prohibited here in Canada. And moreover, the majority of G7 countries have recognized the health and safety benefits of sound moderators, allowing them for use in hunting, sport shooting, and noise pollution reduction. In many of these countries, they are mandated use. Petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to allow firearm owners the option to purchase and use sound moderators for all legal hunting and sport shooting activities. The next petition I have to present, Madam Chair, is from folks from across the country who are concerned about the human rights protections of folks in Turkey, Pakistan, and Bahrain. The petitioners state that the Turkish, Pakistani, and Bahraini officials have committed gross human rights violations against thousands of Turks, including 8 Turkish Canadians. The petitioners say that the Turkish officials have killed hundreds, including Gökhan Akalu, and the petitioners say that the Turkish officials have wrongfully detained over 300,000 people. The petitioners say that the multiple human rights groups have confirmed these gross human rights violations in Turkey, and the petitioners ask the Government of Canada to closely monitor the situation in Turkey, sanction Turkish officials who have committed these gross violations against 8 Canadians and killed Mr. Gökhan Akalu, and call on the Turkish, Pakistani, and Bahrain governments to end all human rights violations in their respective countries. The next petition I have to present, Madam Chair, is from Canadians from across the country who would like the House of Commons to recognize that Canadians have the right to be protected against discrimination. Canadians can and do face political discrimination, and it's a fundamental Canadian right to be politically active and vocal. It's in the best interest of Canadian democracy to protect the public debate and exchange of differing ideas, and Bill C-257 seeks to add protection against political discrimination to the Canadian Human Rights Act. Therefore, we, the folks that have signed this petition, call on the Government of Canada and the House of Commons to support Bill C-257, which bans discrimination on the basis of political belief and activity, and to defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. The next petition I have to present, Madam Chair, is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned around the Liberals' so-called international assistance policy that has shown a lack of respect for cultural values and the autonomy of women in the developing world by supporting organizations that violate local laws and at the expense of international development priorities like clean water and basic nutrition. The Liberals' approach to international development has been criticized by the Auditor General for failing to meet measured results. The folks that have signed this petition as well want to note that the Muskoka initiative involved historic investments in the well-being of women and girls around the world, and that this initiative emphasized value for money and ensured that the investments were in the priorities identified by local women. Therefore, the folks that have signed this petition call on the Government of Canada to align its international development spending with the approach taken by the Muskoka initiative, focusing on international development dollars on meeting the basic needs of vulnerable women around the world, rather than pushing an ideological agenda, many that conflict with local values in developing countries, and having and securing measured outcomes. The next petition I have to present, Madam Chair, is from...
We're in the middle of petitions. A point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
A point of order, Madam Speaker. When members rise on multiple petitions, that's great, it's wonderful. But I think it's much appreciated if, in fact, they can try to keep it as concise as possible, because I understand there are other people that do want to present petitions.
So I do want to remind members that they're to provide a brief statement. I know that the honourable member has tabled many petitions, but based on what I've heard, they haven't been very lengthy. I think that he is doing what he's supposed to be doing. So at this point, I will allow him to continue with his petition. The honourable member Whittle from Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another petition that I have to present today is from Canadians from across the country who want to note that it's established that the risk of violence against women increases while they are pregnant, and currently in Canadian law, the injury or death of preborn children as victims of crime are not considered aggravating circumstances for sentencing purposes. Canada has no legal protection for preborn children, including the victims of violent crimes. Justice requires that an attacker who abuses a pregnant woman and her preborn child be sentenced accordingly, that the sentence should match the crime. Therefore, the folks that have signed this petition are calling on the Government of Canada and the House of Commons to legislate end to the abuse of pregnant women and the infliction of harm on a preborn child as an aggravating circumstance for sentencing purposes in the criminal code. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a petition to the Minister of Transport. Municipalities, properties, associations, and thousands of individuals who are also residents of Ontario are concerned by the potential damage, including environmental, social, economic, and public safety impacts unregulated float homes have to our waterways in Ontario. The problem is that there is a lack of consistency between provinces because these structures in British Columbia have been classified as float homes, not vessels, and therefore petitioners are respectfully requesting that the Department of Transport, through the Minister of Transport, classify both existing and new float homes within Ontario as float homes, not vessels, in a manner that is consistent with what was determined for the province of British Columbia in 2001. The petitioners look forward to a response from the government, and I thank you for allowing me to present this petition.
Petitions, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a petition that actually is asking for the Department of National Defence to stop using pigs for Canadian military trauma training. They say that the continued use of these piglets is actually problematic because it doesn't accurately train soldiers as they're needed to be trained, and that human patient simulators, which accurately mimic human anatomy and physiology, are more applicable. So the undersigned have asked the Minister for National Defence to bring an end to the use of animals in military trauma training and replace them with more advanced, human-relevant and less expensive human patient simulators. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Question 1710, 1712, 1715 to 1719, 1724, 1725, 1732, 1733, 1735, and 1740. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number question 1711, 1713, 1714, 1720 to 1723, 1726 to 1731, 1734, 1736 to 1739, and 1741 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Y a-t-il à la Chambre que des questions submentionnées soient transformées en ordre de dépôt?
Shall these questions be tabled immediately?
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would then ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming consideration of the motions in Group 1 at report stage of Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak in support of Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act. This bill will improve our ability to respond to changing circumstances that affect Canada's economic well-being and to remain vigilant in upholding our national security. More specifically, I want to focus on how our government's efforts to modernize the Investment Canada Act will help protect the intangible assets of Canadian businesses that are the cornerstones of economic growth in a 21st century economy. As all members are fully aware, intangible assets such as intellectual property, trade secrets, and data are of immense importance to our economic vitality and prosperity. As such, our country and other open economies are increasingly being targeted by hostile actors. These actors pose a threat to our national security and our continued economic well-being and prosperity. Consequently, our government is taking timely action to respond to evolving threats to our economic well-being and national security. Foreign investment certainly fuels innovation and assists businesses succeed and grow. However, I should emphasize that we should not compromise when safeguarding Canada's economic interests. As you will note, we should remain laser-focused on striking the right balance between attracting foreign investment to help Canadian businesses grow while remaining mindful of the need to protect our tangible or intangible assets and intellectual property. Highly innovative Canadian companies are at the forefront of developing new technologies like quantum computing, biotechnology, medical devices, and innovative clean energy. Attracting investments to actualize innovation is complex and challenging. Yet the safety and protection of Canadians is our government's #1 priority. Canada must have a robust and flexible toolkit to protect Canada's interests from national security threats, which come in many forms. We heard from multiple witnesses on this topic in the context of hearings arranged by the Parliamentary Committee on Industry and Technology. Those witnesses shared their expertise to highlight that hostile states and non-state actors are increasingly pursuing strategies to acquire goods, technologies, and intellectual property for uses that are incompatible with our national interest and economic outlook. We also heard witnesses signal how foreign investment can be a conduit for foreign influence activities that seek to weaken our long-term economic prosperity. Around the world, foreign investment regimes are getting fine-tuned to better incorporate national security considerations. Madam Speaker, our international partners are taking action to respond to shifting technological and geopolitical threats by amending their investment screening regimes. The U.S. overhauled its foreign direct investment laws in 2018 by adding new types of transactions to government review. For the first time ever, the U.S. also mandated notifications in transactions involving critical technologies. These regulations came into effect in February 2020. Similarly, Australia updated its regime in January 2021 to grant its government the discretion to require mandatory notification for transactions with a national security dimension. The same can be said for the United Kingdom, that introduced a new standalone regime for national security and investments in January 2021. The UK establishes a mandatory obligation to secure clearance for transactions that acquire control of a business in 17 sensitive sectors before the transaction is completed. The UK also introduced legislation that allows the government to impose interim orders while the review is being conducted. I reference such changes in the US, Australia, and the UK to make a simple point. Canada's national security review authorities under the ICA have been in place since 2009. Quite often, changes introduced by our allies are meant to ensure that they catch up to where we already are. Given our track record, Bill C-34 is the latest in a series of actions our government is taking to make our regime more robust, responsive, and flexible. I would remind members that in March 2021, we updated the National Security Guidelines to advise that investments involving sensitive personal data, sensitive technologies, and critical minerals, as well as investments by state-owned or state-influenced investors, would face enhanced security. The next step came in 2022, when we issued a new policy for review of foreign investments originating from Russia. In 2022, we also introduced a new voluntary filing mechanism for investors intending to obtain greater regulatory certainty with the same statutory deadlines as a mandatory filing. In addition, we now have 5 years to review and adopt measures regarding an investment in the absence of a voluntary filing. As you can see, Bill C-34 is just the latest effort to ensure Canada's foreign investment review regime represents the gold standard. Fundamentally, our government believes that an effective investment review regime must adapt to changing world dynamics and business practices. To respond to the evolving and accelerating threat environment, now is the right time to modernize key aspects of the ICA. Bill C-34 will better align Canada with our international partners and allies. One of the ways our regime will align more closely with allies includes introducing the new requirement for prior notification of certain investments. This particular amendment will ensure that Canada has greater oversight over investments in certain sensitive sectors, especially when they give investors material access to assets and non-public technical information, such as cutting-edge intellectual property and trade secrets, once the investment is finalized. It will enable the government to prevent potentially irreparable damage. Investors will have to provide notice of the transaction within the timelines specified in the regulations. A second important change is that it provides our government the authority to impose interim conditions on an investment during the course of a national security review to prevent potential national security injury taking place during the time the review is being conducted. Another amendment will allow Canada to share case-specific information with international allies to support national security assessments. Finally, the ICA includes a provision to allow for, quote unquote, closed material proceedings. As such, the Act will introduce new rules that will allow for more effective judicial review of national review decisions by allowing the use of sensitive information while also protecting such commercially sensitive information from disclosure. Ultimately, these significant amendments will ensure that Canada's toolkit evolves and adapts to the changing globe threat landscape. It is for these reasons that I believe the House should support this bill and these new amendments. Where national security is concerned, we should never hesitate to take decisive action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Calgary Centre?
Calgary Centre. Oh, I get it
They're
wrong.
close. I appreciate that, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask my member, the member across the way, a question about his speech, because he did speak about some of our allies there. He spoke about Australia. He spoke about UK and how they're moving towards our system of examination of these matters on an international basis. Does he have any information if those two of our allies, very important allies, have actually got a process where one minister determines whether you get past a security review in those countries? Because frankly, this is the worst part of this bill. Can you comment on that, please?
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you also to my good friend from Calgary Centre. That's a very interesting question. As the member is fully aware, I did make reference to 3 different countries, but the purpose of those references was to say that our regulations are to be fine-tuned ever so often. And the reason for that, as I tried to emphasize in my comments, is that we do face a world that has a changing global threat landscape. In this particular case, there are a few aspects of this bill that will require that we draw on the expertise of not just one minister, but of several departments. But that's a good thing, because we need to make sure that the regime we currently have in place is robust, it's flexible, and will allow our authorities to thoroughly protect Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments? Resuming debate. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't see the honourable member there. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood. I knew the last one. I had to get the first one.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nice to be recognized one way or another, even if it's late. Foreign investment has generally been based on size of the transaction and or sector in the transaction. And now it's come to the point where size or sector actually doesn't matter in terms of security review and the sensitivities involved. Small companies can create security difficulties for Canada. Sectors you would never have thought of create difficulties for Canada, particularly dual use. So I'm interested in the honourable member's comments as to whether this bill addresses this dramatic change in what should be or should be available for review by the Canadian authorities.
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you very much to my honourable colleague for that question. Yes, he has rightly emphasized that our regime, as a general rule, either has thresholds in place which allow us to screen investments coming in. In other instances, it's sectoral because there are various sectors of the economy that are vulnerable to falling into the wrong hands, if you will. But these changes, they've been ongoing changes. I did reference changes that we made in 2021, 2022. This does not mean that if we bring in some of these new provisions, that they are necessarily replacing all of the old safeguards that were there previously. Our intention has always been to have the gold standard when it comes to screening investments coming in, and this will ensure that we will continue to lead the way in having a good, robust system in place, which does evolve as the security threat around the world evolves. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always a privilege to rise in this House. And before I really dive into my speech on Bill C-34, I just want to acknowledge Marilyn Bow, the president of the Springfield Ag Society, for hosting myself and my wife at their annual banquet. You know, she's a tremendous advocate and supporter of the agriculture community in her riding of Springfield and broader. And I also want to mention Mayor Myron Dick from Niverville, Manitoba, who also hosted my wife and myself this weekend, together with his wife Sherry, at the Niverville Heritage Center annual fundraising banquet. And that Niverville Heritage Center does a tremendous amount of good work in the community, especially supporting our vulnerable seniors. So thank you very much, Niverville Heritage Center. But the interesting thing, Madam Speaker, about what came up this past weekend at both of those events was the issue of carbon tax. And both of them were very, folks at both venues talked to me about the carbon tax vote that we had here earlier in this House today. And they said, how is it going to go, Mr. Falk? How is it going to go? Is this a confidence vote, and will this actually bring us into an election? Because we know that the Liberals want to quadruple the carbon tax. And we know that already Canadians right across the country are experiencing significant costs, increases to the cost of living, and affordability is top of mind for almost all Canadians. And so they asked me, how is...
You got a point of order, the honourable member of Kingston and the Islands?
Madam Speaker, I'm struggling to find any kind of link between what the member's talking about and the bill that's before the House right now. We've had a number of opportunities to discuss the subject that he's trying to discuss, but right now we're talking about this bill. Perhaps you could encourage him to get back to the subject at hand.
Okay, so I just want to remind members that there is a little bit of flexibility during the speeches, of course, and I just want to remind members that are making speeches, that are getting up to speak on bills before the House, that it needs to be relative to the bill, and should mention either the bill or what's in the bill during their speech. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and that's very good advice. And I was actually paving the pathway to this particular bill and how this carbon tax is negatively impacting investment in Canada. But you know what? The Liberals today had an opportunity to reduce the cost of living for Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and they failed on doing that. They were joined by the Bloc. The Bloc had an opportunity to speak up for Quebecers, to make sure that their cost of living also is being reduced. They failed to do that. And in fact, you know, the members from Winnipeg North, Winnipeg South Centre, St. Boniface, St. Vital, Liberal members that could have reduced the cost of home heating for their constituents voted against this motion to expand the carbon tax pause to all Canadians. And that's very disappointing that their constituents can't even count on them to represent them adequately here in the House. And so let me now dive really headlong into my speech and carry on with that. We've seen this government before where they subject a bill to being discussed, even this critical one here. It is something that we should have seen long ago. It requires legislation, of course, the whole issue of Invest Canada. But this legislation presented by this government lands so far from what is needed, so far from the reality of the problem that it seeks to address, that it's really difficult to see a common sense solution here. And this is the kind of stuff we continuously get from the Liberals. We see this on their approach to the environment, on immigration, on the economy, on guns, drugs, and the list goes on. And now there's a common series of steps that they go through when they encounter these various problems. And first, they deny that there's a problem. And then once that stops working for them, then they start to blame the Conservatives. And then they start blaming Canadians. And then finally, when they run out of people to blame, once the PM's wizards and the PMO finally recognize that something needs to be done before even the CBC starts dumping on them, well, then they put something like this forward. But it takes all of those things to happen before this Liberal government actually takes steps to address real issues. So, and when they do finally present something, it's unremarkable, as you'll see later in my speech here. So for years, the communist dictatorship of Beijing has been taking advantage of Canadians, of our weak acquisition laws at Canadian industry and our proprietary technology. And why is that? Well, part of it seems to be the bizarre fascination that this Prime Minister has with China. We all remember his comment about admiring admiring Beijing's basic dictatorship. Though at the time, few thought that he was actually naive enough to believe that and to throw open the doors to Beijing. It turns out that he actually has that fascination. So when the former Environment Minister visited China in 2018, she too gushed over China's leadership on climate change and its ability to do this on a scale like no other country. In her address to Boston's Northeastern University this past May, the Deputy Prime Minister stated the fundamental question of our time is, does capitalist democracy still work? Well, I think it would be better if the minister were here working for Canadians, but that is what she actually said, and I'll quote it. That is the question being posed around kitchen tables in my country, and this one, as parents, wonder if our children can count on capitalist democracy's essential promise of a future more prosperous than our present. These comments, of course, raise the specter of what she considers a viable alternative. China's basic dictatorship, perhaps? To read between the lines, her thought process seems to be Canada's current economic woes are not the result of her government's incompetent management, but rather the fault of capitalism and democracy. As one journalist recently noted, if we're talking about what passes for capitalism and democracy in Justin Trudeau's Canada, not unlike those of Canada, where capitalism has come to be characterized by a close...
Order, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Madam Speaker, this is sometimes what happens when you're just reading speeches that are given to you, and that are written by staffers who perhaps don't know the rules of the House. But he just said the Prime Minister's name. He just said the Prime Minister's name in the context of this being Prime Minister's name, Canada. Perhaps the member should inform those who are writing his speeches how the rules of the House work so that this doesn't happen again.
Well, I just want to remind the member that I'm sure the honourable member can't prove for sure who's written the speech, and I would just say to be careful on what is being said in the House here. The honourable member mentioned the Prime Minister's name. I would just ask the honourable member to please be careful to ensure that he is not mentioning an individual's name that is a parliamentarian that sits in the House. I know that does slip from time to time. I think that it's done on both sides of the House, and I would ask members to please be careful. I do have another point of order, I would assume, on the Honourable for Calgary Centre.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and I would ask that you ask the member from Kingston the Islands to withdraw his comment there, because I know it's practice on one side of the House to do that, just read canned speeches. I know this member, and I know he wrote that speech. I know he writes all his speeches like most of my members do. So I'd ask you to kindly ask him to withdraw that comment, which is meant to put down one of my colleagues here on this side of the House, please.
Again, I have basically indicated that, honourable members should be careful on what they put in their speech, and they should be careful on whether they say somebody has done something or not done something. I'm not sure if the honourable Government Deputy House Leader would like to rise to apologize on that. He's not willing to do that. So, again, I would just ask members to please be careful. I mean, it causes disorder in the House, which is not the way that we want to function here. The Honourable Member Provencher.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And to carry on here, a so-called capitalist system where the Prime Minister picks the winners and the losers and stacks the deck to ensure a select few friends get rich while everyone else is pushed to become reliant on government for everything from housing to basic income. The general trend, and I believe, is the end game of this government, and inevitably it's going to collapse. Likewise, so would a democracy that has been left unprotected and been consistently undermined by the actions of this Prime Minister and his friends in Beijing. Beijing had spies, scientists with ties to China's bioweapons program in our national microbiology lab in Winnipeg, one of our most secure facilities. Now, they're nowhere to be found. And this Prime Minister actually took the Speaker of his House, the person that sits in your chair, Madam Speaker, took that person to court, sued that person to prevent the truth from coming out about what was happening at the Winnipeg Microbiology Lab with those Chinese spies. Hacking and espionage against Canadian infrastructure, academia, and industry. The list goes on and on. It's always China. And what have they done so far? In 8 years, what has this government done? In 8 years, they've done nothing up until today. Well, unless, of course, you include cash for access with Chinese billionaires and donations to the Trudeau Foundation, the answer would be nothing. But now they have a plan, Bill C-34. And so what's the solution this government puts forward? Are they banning communist Chinese acquisitions of Canadian companies? Are they taking China to the World Trade Organization? Are they expelling Beijing-run spies and state police from Canada? Nope. No, their solution is more government, more bureaucracy, specifically for more power to be concentrated with the minister, and not with the Minister of Public Safety or the Minister of Defense, but with the Minister of Innovation, Science, and Industry. It's bizarre, Madam Speaker. You can't make this stuff up. But in almost every case with this government, it's the same minister that they task with fixing a problem that created the problem. Exactly. Yep. And in this case, we have the Minister of Industry, who, by the way, I actually like, and I wish him all the best in his leadership bid. And, but you know, in 2017, before his time, the Minister of Industry failed to request a full national security review of the acquisition of BC-based Norsat International and its subsidiary Sinclair Technologies by Hytera Communications, which is owned, and wait for it, the People's Republic of China. Oh. Then, in December of 2022, under the former Public Safety Minister, the RCMP awarded a contract to supply sensitive hardware for their communication systems to Sinclair Technologies, now owned by a Beijing and major supporter to China's Public Security Ministry. Well, then it was revealed also in December of 2022 that since 2017, the CBSA has also been using communications equipment and technology from Hytera Communications. Hytera has been charged with 21 counts of espionage in the United States and has been banned by President Biden from doing business in the U.S., but not here in Canada, not under this Liberal government, Madam Speaker. How did this minister respond to these acquisitions? Cool. Yeah. Well, let's look at another example. In March 2021, the minister updated and enhanced guidelines for national security reviews for transactions involving critical minerals and state-owned enterprises. But in January 2022, he failed to follow his own guidelines when he fast-tracked the takeover of Canadian lithium company, Neo Lithium Corp, by, once again, Chinese state-owned Zijin Mining, without a national security review taking place. Then in November of 2022, the minister ordered 3 Chinese companies to divest their ownership of 3 critical mineral firms. But guess who he forgot to mention? Neo Lithium. And the list goes on. So I'm not sure what's more astounding. The facts that it's always China with this government, or that this minister can put forward this legislation with a straight face. How can he expect this House or Canadians to trust him to solve this problem when his own lack of oversight has been so instrumental in creating the problem? Now, as I wrap up, the member from Kingston and the Islands, always asks, is there nothing positive in the legislation? Can't you say one thing positive? See, even he needs reassurance, Madam Speaker, that they aren't completely dropping the ball. And so I'm happy to inform him, and his
time is up. And I was so involved in here that I neglected to do that, but the honourable member almost had almost a minute ahead of time, more time than he needed, than he should have had. I'll come to the questions and comments, and he'll be able to add during that time.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I would like to recognize the House. That will be the subjects that we raised tonight at the time of adjournment.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot, carbon pricing, and the honourable member for Nunavut, Indigenous Affairs. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for, hold on here, Hamilton, Mountain, Stony Creek.
Host, Madam Speaker. Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Hamilton.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, that was interesting to listen to. There's some real revisionist history there. And the member opposite talked about, he referenced political relationships with dictators. And I'm going to pick up on that. It's no secret that the member for Carleton has hitched his political wagon to former President Trump. We know former President Trump's relationship with Putin and his affinity for that government in Russia. And we know that the leader from Carleton has been eerily silent on his support for Ukraine, Madam Speaker. So I would ask through you to the member opposite, is that an indication of his lack of support? Can we chalk the member's silence for his support to Ukraine up to his relationship with former President Trump, and by extension his relationship with Putin? Can he explain that and connect the dots for us when it comes to relationships with dictators?
The honourable member for Provencher.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for pronouncing that correctly as well. The member asked a good question, and that is, why do we continue to allow Chinese state-owned companies to invest in Canada when President Biden, I think he talked about U.S. presidents, when President Biden, who we often consider kind of at the far left, extreme left, even President Biden has banned Chinese state-owned companies from operating technology in the United States. And the question really is, why here in Canada do we not see the same thing?
And comments, the honourable for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I can see by some work that's been done on this legislation that there were amendments made at committee, and I see amendment to clause number 7 regarding review of proposed investments to be made by a foreign entity, and I see that that review would only happen as long as the minister had recommended it to the governor and council. I wonder if the member agrees that if he can share with us if he thinks that this process is sufficient given the great concerns that he shared regarding reviews.
The honourable member for Provencher.
I want to thank the member for her very honest and thorough, well thought out question. And it is something I raised in my speech. And that's the fact that the responsibility for conducting the necessary reviews as far as protecting the integrity of our country from foreign influence and outside investment that would not promote the safety and security of Canadians, whether or not that shouldn't be made by cabinet, or in other words, governor and council. And it absolutely should be, but only if it gets referenced there by the minister. And that's why a lot of the power in this bill now is being shuffled over into the seat of one individual, whoever the Minister of Trade, Industry and Science is going to be, or Industry, Science and Trade. And I think she appropriately identifies an area of concern here that this should be a governor and councillor decision and not just a ministerial decision.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to ask my colleague if he had anything he wanted to finish up with at the end of his question there, or end of his speech. But I'm pretty sure he'd agree with me that regardless of who the U.S. president is, Canada's in a much better trading relationship to have them as an ally than we are with what's happening in China right now.
The honourable member for Provencher has 1 minute to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to thank the honourable member from Brandon Sewerson. He does just a tremendous job for his constituents in the western part of the province of Manitoba. Very well represented, and he operates with a lot of integrity and insight into all the issues that are being considered by the House, and I just want to commend him for the good work that he's doing here. But insofar as answering the actual question, yes, if I could talk a little bit more about the negative impacts that carbon tax has had, I would like to do that because it affects investment here in Canada. But the reason it does that is because it increased the costs of everything. It's not like GST, Madam Speaker, where it's only applied to the end user once. This carbon tax is applied to the producer, to the transporter, to the manufacturer, to the transporter again, to the distributor, to the transporter again, finally to the retail outlet, which then serves the consumer and the Canadian constituents. And those are the people that actually pay quadruple of this carbon tax, and it's wrong.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to rise in this place to speak to Bill C-34. And this bill has been before the House for some time. I must state my great regret that time allocation has been applied to this bill before any member of the Green Party has been allowed to speak to it. Now, you know, of course, and I speak of the collective you and not directly to you, Madam Speaker, people know that when someone rises on the government side and says we've had 20 speakers, we've had 20 witnesses and so on, it sounds exhaustive, but the rules in this place are intended to allow a proper debate of every bill that involves all members with an interest in it. And members will know that I've long decried, as was earlier mentioned in this debate, the use of written speeches that allow more members to speak to a bill that may have an actual strong interest or background in the subject matter. But I think in this case, we have the reverse. We have a really important piece of legislation. It got all the way through second reading without any speakers from my party. And then it got into the committee where we're not allowed to be members, and then amendments were made. And here we are at report stage already, and I have a lot of concerns. So, Madam Speaker, without further pause to reflect on regret that this is the first time I've been given a speaking opportunity in this place, let me speak to the Investment Canada Act and to the revisions that are made in Bill C-34. It is very, very important that we, in 2023, take a new lens and look at what we mean by foreign investments of concern, what it means around national security and national sovereignty. I am concerned that the bill leaves cabinet decision-making more as a discretionary matter, that there will not have to be a cabinet decision unless there's a recommendation from the minister. Triggering a foreign investment review has never been easy in this country. Let me just reflect for a moment on two specific cases. I think one will be better with the changes made under C-34, but for the other, I hate to say that even at this late hour, I'm not certain that this bill will improve the situation on a more complicated matter. So the first one, let me just speak to, and it was a few years ago that that a takeover was proposed for one of Canada's largest engineering firms, Aecon. It had gone quite far. It was reported in the business pages that Aecon was to be purchased by, and it was approved by the Aecon shareholders, a purchase of by a People's Republic of China company, CCCI. And it was moving along without concern. Now, it was in 2018 that I was the first member of Parliament to raise on the floor of the House of Commons a concern that didn't we need a national security review before one of the largest engineering companies in Canada became the property of a company based in the People's Republic of China. It's particularly been a concern of mine for some time because it was back in the Harper years that a decision was taken by cabinet alone with no vote. I want to repeat this because for new members of Parliament, it will be shocking to them. We never had a vote in the House of Commons on approval of the Foreign Investment Protection and Promotion Agreement, otherwise known as a FIPA, between the People's Republic of China and Canada, which gives corporations and state-owned enterprises from within the People's Republic of China superior rights to, if they were a Canadian company, to complain of changes made by regulation or court decision or any number of matters where a corporation feels that its expectation of profits have been somehow reduced. Originally emerged as an investor-state provision, first emerged in Chapter 11 of NAFTA, back in the day when it was NAFTA. Now that it's COSMA, ironically, this investor-state provision has been removed from COSMA, but it's been transplanted in bilateral trade agreements. And they're not even trade agreements, as in the case of the FIPA with China. There's no trade deal between the People's Republic of China and Canada. But thanks to former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, there are investment protections for corporations from the People's Republic of China, which Canadian corporations can't access. And even worse, the FIPA with China keeps any complaints from the People's Republic of China or their state-owned enterprises completely secret. Complaint process is secret. We would only find out about it if it went to the end to an actual arbitration. That would be reported. I don't have time in the time I have to speak to C-34 to fully explain why we have to have a very different lens when looking at takeover of Canadian enterprises by any foreign entity. If that foreign entity has the benefit of an investor protection agreement, which gives that corporation superior rights to a domestic Canadian corporation. It's very concerning. Now, fortunately, it took, I think I had to raise it 2 or 3 times in the House before a few other MPs began to say they were also concerned about ACON. And in the end, the minister triggered a foreign national security review, and it was turned down. The decision was made by the government of Canada, I think appropriately, to stop the takeover of ACON by a corporation in the People's Republic of China. More complicated and recent is the takeover of virtually all of Canada's pulp and paper production by a corporation that is owned by one man. It's not a limited corporation. It doesn't appear on the stock exchanges of any country. The name of this corporation is Paper Excellence. It's owned by one human being, one sole person, who's a billionaire from Indonesia. Now, some of the media coverage, and thank goodness there's been intensive and quite belated. Basically, Paper Excellence had already bought up Domtar, already bought up Catalyst Paper, already bought up Resolute Paper, and having had one first purchase, Northern Pulp of Pictou, Nova Scotia. Suddenly, Paper Excellence, which has a registered headquarters in Vancouver, but is no more Canadian than the Indonesian billionaire who owns it, has bought up virtually all of the pulp and paper processing across Canada. Now, this is alarming. Is it a national security threat? No, the question was never asked. No one really saw it coming. It's only from the media investigations subsequent to this Indonesian billionaire-owned enterprise called Paper Excellence becoming the owner of all the pulp and paper mills. Resolute Paper, avec un grand impact.
This had a big impact in Quebec. It was so important, and there was so much concern. Members here in the bloc were concerned because Resolute Paper was an important player in paper mills in Quebec.
In British Columbia, where Catalyst Paper was based, where the mill in Crofton, the mill in Powell River were purchased now initially from Catalyst Paper and suddenly become owned by a very mysterious Indonesian billionaire. Should this have had a review? Well, media coverage has managed to unearth that the buying spree of Paper Excellence was likely, and we don't know for sure, financed by loans from the State Investment Bank of the People's Republic of China. So we don't know. Are Paper Excellence's mills, do they have access to the FIPA with China to complain if we make changes in any way to the way in which either provincial changes from Quebec or British Columbia, where these mills are based, they would have access to FIPA if they can make the case that they are a People's Republic of China operation. We don't know that this is investment from the People's Republic of China. I think that even with the changes made in C-34, I am not reassured that we would have caught what was going on with paper excellence. Would we have had an opportunity to have a foreign investment review before the single Indonesian billionaire began buying up all our pulp and paper mills? I wish I'd had an opportunity in committee. I wish I'd had an opportunity to be in debate at second reading. I know the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay, raised some of these issues at the time. He's also concerned about paper excellence. But with the time remaining, Madam Speaker, I'll say I think it's unfortunate that we have a time allocation now and these issues are rushed. It's unfortunate we won't adequately debate the amendments that have come forward at report stage, such as the ones that I've heard mentioned by the member for South Shore St. Margaret's. I close here, Madam Speaker, and hope we haven't missed too much.
Comments? The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I certainly always enjoy listening to the comments from the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. She must admit, though, that she is aware of the fact that there are a lot of procedural games that go on in the House, which puts the government in a position that in order to be able to do anything, unfortunately, the reality is that time allocation has to be brought in on certain bills. I think of the Canada Free Trade Agreement with Ukraine. You know, here we have a bill that every time it's scheduled to come up, Conservatives are putting on a concurrence motion that's preventing us from being able to do that. So if we left it to the Conservatives to always dictate, we would never get to final. And I know Conservatives are heckling me right now. We're not even discussing that bill. But we would never even get to the opportunity to pass that very important piece of legislation for Ukraine. I'm wondering if she can, at least acknowledge the fact that she understands the position that we're in and that we have to do this from time to time.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for honourable colleague from Kingston and the Islands. Of course, I empathize. People say that I empathize, but I can't understand. I don't like our rules being abused constantly to bring in a forced closure debate to speed things along. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands will know that I think the solution lies in applying all of our rules. And one of the rules is that in this place, it is against our rules, as they are against the rules of the Parliament of Westminster in the UK, to read a written speech. And if we didn't have written speeches handed out to members, we would have fewer speeches on every bill because fewer members of Parliament would be prepared to speak from rough notes without somebody else putting the words in their mouth. And that would speed things up. I understand and I empathize, but I plead with the government not to keep doing this because too many members are going to assume this is the way it is done. And no matter who's sitting in the Prime Minister's chair, we continue to see democracy eroded in this Parliament. Thank you, Madam
Point of order.
A point of order. The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, due to multiple technical issues, I was unable to vote in the vote that took place after question period, and I would like to seek unanimous consent to have my vote counted as yay.
So the honourable member would need unanimous consent. So all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Nay. That's it. There's no unanimous consent. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? No. Resuming debate. Oh, sorry. Is there a? Oh, sorry. I got the honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her intervention. I see that amendments were made to the ICA from the committee, and an amendment was made to clause number 19 that expands transparency and disclosure by the minister regarding reviews and orders that are issued. And then the minister is required to report on those reviews. I wonder if the member can share her thoughts on whether this is sufficient to increase her, to make sure that her concerns are being addressed.
Our member Sandwich Gulf Islands.
I thank my honorable colleague from Nunavut for all of her work. Look, I don't think so, because the difficulty is, yes, that is improved transparency once you've got a review. But what will trigger a review in an issue like paper excellence, which I've referenced? And when do we have, how wide is the net cast, and when can we take concerns forward? And that's where I think, and I wish we had more time. I will vote for C-34. Let me make it clear. It's an improvement and modernizes the Investment Canada Act. I think I'd like to also vote for one of the Conservative amendments to ensure that Cabinet retains control in these reviews. But in any case, I'll vote for it. But I'm very concerned because the innovative ways in which Canadian corporations are taken over by foreign interests don't trigger the usual notion of national security, but can be very, very significant for national sovereignty. And that's my concern.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Sorry. We'll do it after. A brief question, the honourable for Brandon Sears.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to ask my colleague and a point that she just made in regards to the Cabinet having authority over the movement of this type of development within our trade security systems. Can she just elaborate on her thoughts in regards to why that's so important?
Answer from the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Well, it's not to denigrate any individual minister, but the reality is ministers will have pressures on them that might be regional, they might be specific to the concerns that are shared within the region they represent, or the sector that has their ear most frequently. And on a matter of turning down the purchase of a Canadian corporation by a foreign interest, it's traditional that it's a cabinet level decision, and I think it should remain that way.
I've got a point of order. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly know that from time to time there are technical difficulties with respect to voting, and we seem to have established a practice of allowing members to do that. I note that this one is a significant amount of time after the fact, but I believe if you find unanimous consent to allow the member from Fundy Royal to revisit that, to cast his vote in favor.
So on the point of order that was brought forward before, whether to allow the honourable members from Fundy Royals vote to count, all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. It's carried. The vote has been recorded. Good. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am honoured to rise in the House as always and add my voice to the debate we're having here on Bill C-34. And I always say, Madam Speaker, we say the word C-34, most Canadians will be watching or hearing the debate here would know exactly what that means. And I'll remind you, as I know today we've seen several points of order from the Liberal side of the aisle that don't like the fact of the topics we're covering regarding this legislation. Well, what it is doing, Bill C-34, is an act to amend the Investment Canada Act, modernizing ways in which our federal government can attract more investment in this country, modernizing it and so forth. But the line that I think, Madam Speaker, is very important about this, because it was the Prime Minister that instructed the Industry Minister to, quote, contribute to broader efforts to promote Canada's economic security and combat foreign interference by reviewing and modernizing the Investment Canada Act. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to take the time I have on the floor here today, hopefully not to get point of ordered too many times from the other side, but to say this. Actions speak a lot louder than words. And what we have here after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, the economic situation in this country is not very good. We have a Prime Minister, and we have after the vote today, for an example, on a main contributor, a big contributor to the frustration of millions and millions of Canadians, and that is the punitive and damaging carbon tax that the Liberals and the NDP and the Bloc Québécois are imposing on this country. The carbon tax is bad for our economy, it is bad for business, it's bad for investment, and it's bad for Canadian households. When we talk about competition, investing in Canada and competition from other countries around the world, the example I'm going to cite is one that the Leader of the Opposition, the member for Carleton, has raised from our neck of the woods in Eastern Ontario. When we talk about the government's economic record, their actions, not just their words in a mundane piece of legislation, they're continuing to endorse the carbon tax. They voted today just against taking the home heating tax, the carbon tax, off of all forms of home heating for all Canadians. But if that's not out of touch, the way we have greenhouses taxed and the lack of competition, or I say frankly, taxing them out of business in this country in too many cases, is a perfect example of how their policies are failing. I'm thinking, Madam Speaker, of Suntech greenhouses in Manotick in Carleton County, just north of my riding in Eastern Ontario, where for years they have been struggling to compete. Based in Manotick, here in Eastern Ontario, they're struggling to compete for cost with tomatoes that come from as far away as Mexico or even further south than that. Why? Because in their greenhouse in Eastern Ontario, they are being nailed with the carbon tax. And the irony of all that, Madam Speaker, is the fact that the CO2 that they're doing doesn't go into the atmosphere, it goes into the greenhouses and into the plants that are being grown here locally. Local food, local economy, local investment. And yet they're getting nailed with the carbon tax, which is just the height of irony, and they're struggling to compete with tomatoes shipped from Mexico that are coming up on a ship and then by truck, paying no carbon tax whatsoever from those countries. And what we're seeing is our potential here in agriculture in this country being hurt badly. We are seeing farmers that are being taxed for growing food, truckers being taxed to ship the food, and grocers being taxed to sell the food. It is adding to a competition problem in this country, and it is adding, not taking away, it is adding to the cost of living crisis in every single part of this country. And just think about it, Madam Speaker, of two areas that I've had the opportunity to visit in recent months. If you are a business in Northern Ontario trying to compete for investment into Canada, actually taking the investments here and maybe exporting around the world. Timmins is hundreds of kilometers away from Southern Ontario, the United States, our largest trading partner. And if you just think about it for a second, there's zero rebates for businesses in Timmins when it comes to these carbon taxes that they're being nailed with, which I'll mention are only just beginning. They're going to be quadrupling in the coming years. If they are trying to compete, Madam Speaker, with a business in, say, Michigan, or even the other way around, if a business in Michigan is competing with somebody, the Soup and Salad Bowl, Simcoe County in Ontario, trying to take the 700 kilometers in many parts up to Timmins to provide groceries, to provide fresh food, they are being nailed with the carbon tax on the Canadian side. So one of the things I think is really important in this debate, Madam Speaker, is what I'll say again. Actions speak louder than words. We have a modernization effort here in this bill, long past due. We've tried to add and strengthen the bill in many ways to no success from the Liberal government. But there are so many ways we talk about priorities, when we talk about legislation coming forward to actually combat the problems we are facing. Axing the carbon tax is a very, very high priority for a growing number of Canadians that know it's not an environmental plan, it is a tax plan, and it is punitive to competition. It is punitive and punishing to investment in Canada. And our recent stagnant numbers and continuing to see by economic indicators on inflation, on housing, on our growth as an economy, we are going in the wrong direction, not the right direction. The other half I want to take and highlight, Madam Speaker, is when we talk about efforts to combat foreign interference, we won't look at the words, we will look at the actions of this Liberal government the past couple of years. We've seen multiple efforts by this Prime Minister and the NDP and Liberals voting together multiple times to ignore, brush aside, or try to sweep under the carpet the seriousness and magnitude of foreign interference in our country. In response to the bombshell allegations that were leaked by journalists and courageous whistleblowers that had to come forward to give the information, we found out that there were numerous members of Parliament who were under surveillance, under threat, and it wasn't until these leaked reports and these whistleblowers came forward and they were published on the front pages of the Globe and Mail and other national publications that the government finally attempted, quote unquote, to address the issue. Look at the Rosenberg report by Morris Rosenberg after the 2021 election. That was an absolute whitewash attempt to cover up the severity and the depths of which the Communist Party in China attempted to interfere in our democratic process. Didn't even bother to interview members of the official opposition from the Conservative Party on their experiences and evidence that happened of serious wrongdoing in the 2021 election. They said that report would be good enough and tried to move on. Secondly, Madam Speaker, whenever further allegations came, they were under further pressure. Their actions spoke louder than their words. They appointed a special rapporteur. Most people had to Google what rapporteur even meant. And for months, they went on a charade in a process that resulted in the resignation of David Johnson after he lost a lot of credibility. You can see the heckles from the other side.
Members aren't heckling. I think really what they're doing is they're having some conversation. I would ask them to have those conversations outside. You know, they have to realize that their voices do carry in this House. So the honourable member has 1 minute to finish up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And where I was going with that, I'd be uncomfortable if I were the Liberals too, calling out their failed record on combating foreign interference. We had a resignation from David Johnston. We had 24 hours of filibustering at a committee because Liberals didn't want the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff to testify. And don't forget, Madam Speaker, the Winnipeg lab documents, where not only the House of Commons ordered the production of those documents, it was this Prime Minister and Liberal government that took the Speaker of the House of Commons to court in an attempt to cover up information that Canadians deserve to know. So, Madam Speaker, as we talk about issues of combating foreign interference, if we talk about issues on strengthening investment in Canada, there are many failings after 8 years of this Prime Minister and NDP government. It leaves a lot to be desired. C-34 is just scratching at the surface of what truly needs to be done.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard the member say that it was the government that pushed David Johnson into a position of excusing himself from the responsibilities of it. I remember, if I remember correctly, maybe the member can help remind me, did that member and the Conservative Party not continuously call for that resignation?
They did.
Am I forgetting something here? I'm pretty sure the pressure was primarily coming from the Conservative Party of Canada.
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
What I'm calling out, Madam Speaker, is their continued failed attempts to get to the bottom of foreign interference in this country. They appointed a rapporteur that had many conflicts of interest, that created more questions than answers around the process. They set up a process to try to cover up the actual truth. They did not want a public inquiry, Madam Speaker, and they did everything they possibly could to avoid it. They set up Rosenberg report, they set up the rapporteur, and they avoided, like the plague, to try not to have a public inquiry. It was only pressure from this side of the aisle and Conservatives that they finally caved and got a public inquiry going in this country.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rougemont-la-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his work and for his speech. I have a question that has to do with the bill. When there are foreign investments, we have to evaluate two things. Is there a net benefit to Canada's economy? And we also have to take into account national security. In our digital age, there are many countries that say that digital infrastructure should be considered as essential infrastructure that should be protected by protection against hostile foreign investment. Does he agree that telecommunications should be considered as critical and essential infrastructure here in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Madam Speaker, I will echo what many of my colleagues on this side have raised, and members that are on the Industry Committee when this bill was at committee and amendments were being considered. We put forward, it was 14 different amendments to try to add a more rigorous review process of acquisitions and investments from foreign state enterprises entering Canada. And just to understand how seriously the Liberals take this issue, of the 14 amendments of credible that would strengthen the process even further, only 4 of those passed. So I would say to the member of the NDP that voted for time allocation, that voted for all this to proceed, they're going along with the Liberals and only passing, for an example, 4 of 14 amendments that would further strengthen the bill.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Brandon Souris.
I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I'd like him to elaborate just a little bit more on the topic that he was just speaking of, and also, because this is the national review, to look at the kind of supports that is needed by our industry in continuing to grow our export volumes in just about all of the products that we have.
Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
I think what happens a lot of time with legislation, Madam Speaker, is, and I want to thank my colleague from Brandon Souris for the question, is the details and what the government's going to be doing through what's regulation afterwards and the process is going to be very key. I know of many incidences and examples by colleagues at committee of trying to understand what exactly the protocol and processes and resources that will be provided for this year. The time frame for review, when a decision will be made, and making it as clear and as quick as possible in order to continue investments that are worthwhile and are of not of a national security concern or threat, of addressing those in an expedited or reasonable time frame. There was not a lot of assurances from the other side of the number of employees, the number of regulations, the time frame, and the processes. So again, what we're going to have to see here is the actions of the government in the coming years. If it's based on other things, I think of other pieces of legislation, we do not need a ton more bureaucracy and cost to the taxpayer.
Resuming debate, the Honourable for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to take part in the debate on Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act, also known by its short title as the National Security Review of Investment Modernizations Act. Bill C-34 attempts to update and strengthen the Investment Canada Act through 7 significant amendments. Mainly, these changes to the Act aim to protect Canada's national security with stricter regulations and higher penalties. So why does the government feel we need this bill? Here's a little background and some timelines on the context. In the Prime Minister's December 2021 mandate letter to the Industry Minister, he asked the Minister to contribute to broader efforts to promote economic security and combat foreign interference by reviewing and modernizing the Investment Canada Act to strengthen the national security review process and better identify and mitigate economic security threats from foreign investments. In essence, this bill will give the Industry Minister more time and authority to assess foreign transactions that might compromise national security by removing the Governor and Council from the initial process while also making penalties for violating the Investment Canada Act more severe. Why again is this bill needed? Well, in 2017, the Ministry of Industry failed to request a full national security review of the acquisition of BC-based telecommunications company Norstat International and its subsidiary Sinclair Technologies by China-based Hytera Communications, which is partially owned by the People's Republic of China. In 2020, the Department of Foreign Affairs awarded a contract to China-based Nuctech, founded by the son of a former Chinese Communist Party Secretary General, to supply X-ray equipment to 170 of Canada's embassies and consulates. In response to some of these failures, in March of 2021, the industry minister updated and enhanced guidelines for national security reviews for transactions involving critical minerals and state-owned enterprises. However, in January of 2022, the same minister failed to follow his own guidelines when he fast-tracked the takeover Canadian lithium company, Neo Lithium Corp, by Chinese state-owned Jing Mining, which without a national security review. In November 2022, the minister then ordered 3 Chinese companies to divest their ownership of 3 critical mineral firms, but not included was the previously approved acquisition of Neo Lithium. Speaker, you can't make this stuff up. In December of 2022, the RCMP awarded a contract to supply sensitive hardware for their communication system to Sinclair Technologies, formerly a Canadian-owned company, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Norstat International. Norstat, founded and based in Richmond, BC, itself was acquired by Hytera Communications. Hytera, headquartered in Shenzhen, China, is partially owned by the People's Republic of China and is a major supplier to China's Public Security Ministry. It was also revealed in December 2022 that in 2017, the Canadian Border Services Agency had been using communications equipment and technology from Hytera Communications, who worked with Canadian company CanQuest Communications to supply the Hytera equipment. Hytera has been charged with 21 counts of espionage in the U.S. and banned by President Biden for doing business in the U.S. When and if this bill passes, the government will need to come forward with regulations to identify the prescribed business sectors in which enhanced review processes will take place. These sensitive business sectors will be decided upon through regulation. However, it's expected these sectors will feature aerospace, defense, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, energy generation, and medical technology. After 8 years of this inept Liberal Prime Minister, numerous foreign state-owned enterprises have acquired interest and control in many Canadian companies, intellectual property, intangible assets, and the data of our citizens. This government is doing little too late to protect our national economic and security interests with this bill. Liberals don't take sensitive transactions seriously and have failed to fully review transactions involving Chinese state-owned enterprises, putting the security and material interests of Canadians and the government at risk. While Conservatives have continually pressed the government to ensure that appropriate national security reviews are conducted on Chinese state enterprises, while we do agree with the general principle of this bill, we have also flagged issues in which this bill does not go far enough to address the risks faced by Canadians. That's why at committee, Conservatives found opportunities to strengthen this bill. Actually, we found 14 opportunities, and that's why we put forward 14 amendments aimed at providing a far more rigorous review process of acquisitions and investments involving foreign state-owned enterprises. Unfortunately, the NDP Liberal government rejected 10 notable Conservative improvements to this legislation, but we still managed to fight hard to get 4 amendments passed. With regards to the 4 Conservative amendments that passed, they accomplished the following changes, including reducing the threshold to trigger a national security review for all state-owned enterprises from $512 million in asset value to 0. For countries not listed as a trade agreement investors, to ensure all investments made by state-owned enterprises are reviewable. We have also implemented a requirement for the minister to review any investments or acquisitions made in Canada that exceed $1.9 billion in enterprise value instead of being an option. These changes are positive for Canadian industry, Canadian workers, and our national interest. But Conservatives still see room for improvement in this bill. We will continue to work to improve C-34 even further by working to delete Clause 15, which removes the mandatory consultations with Cabinet in determining whether an investment is a threat to Canada's national security. This change is problematic given the number of state-owned enterprises made in Canada over the past 8 years that have not undergone a security review as a result of decisions made by past industry ministers. By removing Cabinet from the process, decisions over whether an investment is considered injurious will receive less debate and scrutiny. By removing Clause 15 from the bill, the language will revert to the Act's current text, thus making all security review decisions reviewable by Cabinet and not just by the Ministers of Industry and Public Safety. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, numerous foreign state-owned enterprises have acquired interest and control in many Canadian companies, intellectual property, intangible assets, and the data of our citizens, all under their watch. More needs to be done to protect Canadian interests, and Conservatives will continue to work hard to achieve this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in quite a, I think, notorious case of takeover, Chinese insurance agent Anbang took over a BC-based retirement concept, which was a Canadian-owned company which operated senior living facilities. And at that time, of course, Anbang was a privately owned corporation. This was a takeover that was approved under the current rules, and almost immediately we saw problems in seniors' homes in British Columbia, declining quality standards, seniors' needs that were not being taken care of, and generally a decline in the care of our seniors. It seems like the current laws didn't work in that case, and I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague has any suggestions on how we can strengthen Canadian laws to make sure that this kind of situation doesn't happen again, particularly when it has such devastating impacts on people as vulnerable as Canada's seniors.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank my honourable member for the question. In fact, during this whole committee process in review of the bill, and that's why we're here during report stage, our Conservative colleagues on the committee proposed 14 amendments to improve this legislation, to improve the security and scrutiny that takes place with foreign-controlled enterprises who are looking to take over Canadian companies and the impact that it has on workers in this country. And unfortunately, only 4 of those amendments had passed. And again, what we're looking to do is create situations where we can improve this legislation. And we're hopeful that we can get additional changes made, including, among the amendments, is that removal of mandatory consultations with Cabinet in determining whether an investment is a threat to Canada's national security.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Mirabel.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. At committee stage for this bill, Conservatives tabled an amendment asking all major investments into a state company not coming from a Five Eyes country be considered a national security risk. In some ridings in Quebec, we have aeronautics industries, and an investment from Airbus, which is a state-owned enterprise from France and Germany, would be considered a significant threat. And this is a threat to investments into Quebec, significant investments for my riding and for Quebec overall. Does my colleague agree that such investments in my riding and in our aerospace industry should be systematically considered a national security threat? The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. My understanding is the proposal and the amendment that we had proposed at committee would have allowed for any foreign hostile country for their takeover to be reviewed immediately. So that would have been looked at. I mean, again, the whole notion of removing the mandatory Cabinet review on national security issues. Does the member not feel that those members from the Quebec caucus who are members of Cabinet wouldn't have the right to review such sensitive information and sensitive matters when those decisions are being made in Canada?
Questions and comments? The honourable member of Caribou Prince George. Or Thompson Caribou. Oh my gosh, it's Monday. Kamloops Thompson Caribou, yes.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou, Madam Speaker. Before I get into my question, I would like to recognize the life of Eugene Deary, who passed away, leaving behind his wife Kim Galloway and their son Dax. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about the fact that we had time allocation moved, despite the fact that we really have a lot of unresolved issues with this bill. Does he care to comment on the fact that the minister says we're all ad idem when really, clearly, we're not?
Answer from the member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree with the member's comments. We're disappointed on this side of the House in the government bringing forward time allocation. There are chances to improve this legislation. We put 14 amendments forward. Only 4 were accepted, and we've still got concerns that we'd like to see to address to ensure that this bill is better and better for all Canadians. And that should be the priority of everyone in this House.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Madam Speaker, thank you. It's my privilege to address this House today on Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act. There are some positive advancements in this bill, notably the move to give the minister more time and authority to assess foreign transactions that might compromise national security. These are important considerations in an increasingly less secure world where foreign actors are using several means through asset acquisitions and technology transfers and theft to advance their economic interests, often to the detriment of others, including trade partners and allies. It's important that Canada represents itself well in this regard and doesn't always arrive as the only Boy Scout at the negotiating table. I will keep the rest of my comments today to the parts of this bill which, at this stage, seem to overlook key principles on which we, the people of Canada, govern ourselves, and how some of the proposed amendments affect business in the manner in which it actually transpires in an interconnected world that is becoming more and more resource scarce. In March 2021, the current Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, let's say the industry minister going forward, updated and enhanced guidelines for national security reviews for transactions involving critical minerals and state-owned enterprises. Words on paper, it seems, because in January 2022, the same minister failed to follow these guidelines when he fast-tracked the takeover of neolithium mining by Chinese state-owned Zijin Mining without a national security review. It's an important illustrative case. Neolithium was a Canadian-listed company with assets in Argentina. So none of the assets were in Canada, but in a country whose critical mineral assets were far from any supply chain that might emerge in Canada. Why was Neolithium a Canadian company? Because it's registered in Canada and is listed for trading on the Toronto Stock Exchange, notably the world's foremost exchange for listing mining properties in every jurisdiction. 43% of the world's publicly listed mining companies are hosted on Canadian exchanges with an estimated market capitalization of over $560 billion. An understanding of this strength is critical to grasp what Canada and Canadians bring to the worldwide mining landscape. Now, National Instrument 43-101 is a Canadian regulatory reporting instrument that provides clarity on a company's resource plays and is world-renowned. This instrument is one of the ways in which our resource industry and our financial markets have gained international renown as being best in class. Investors around the world count on our standards to understand the prospects of mineralization in resource opportunities. This is an international advantage we let go of at our peril. Negligence of this understanding is not an excuse for decades of hard-won international repute. Coexistent with this regulatory standard is pricing. No international miner is going to list their prospect in a jurisdiction where they can't raise funds to advance their project. Gaining so-called liquidity on these markets means that there are an active and broad array of buyers and sellers following the industry. And funds are raised for mineral developments of all types, including critical minerals, at what is called a multiple. For simplicity, let's use the price to earnings multiple in Canada, which is currently around 13.8 times. Concurrently, broad market multiples in the US are 22 times. So comparing apples to apples, the market in the US values their companies at a rate about 60% higher than in Canada. Now, there's more to consider in that analysis. That's too simplistic, frankly. And the resource industry has more swaying in the Canadian market. So its discount is more like 15% to its U.S. counterparts. But we have more small and micro exploration companies. Any entrance of political interference in this very transparent process will move investment funds, prospects, jobs, and money from Canadian oversight to foreign oversight. The loss to our economy and our reputation will be significant. Let's ensure we have these considerations in mind as we develop policies that are meant to restrict foreign investment in Canadian-listed companies with foreign assets. As an example, Australia is Canada's main competition for listing mining properties. Its disclosure regime is not considered as robust as Canada's, so we win on the basis of reputation. 50% of the world's lithium supply currently comes from mines in Australia. 90% of that lithium extracted in Australia ends up in China. That is what is meant by a critical mineral supply chain, at which China has performed so adeptly. In order to develop Canadian mines for the world's growing critical mineral needs, we will need the invested funds from around the world for development and for financing at a multiple where it makes sense here as much as it makes sense elsewhere, particularly in regimes with much lower regulatory oversight. Back to the case of neolithium. This industry minister approved the takeover, ignoring his own guidelines. Because no one could find the rationale, transparently, the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology undertook a study specifically on the acquisition. The committee received significant input and made 3 recommendations, the most important of which is that the government create a formalized and transparent process for these reviews. You will note from our previous analysis that I do not disagree with the outcome at which the minister arrived. I'm just dismayed that it arose in direct contravention to his previously stated guidelines. Canadian companies working in exploration and development opportunities globally need to continue to lead their peers in developing the minerals the world needs more of going forward. I agree with the committee that there should be a transparent process, and it seems to me that the minister and his department are only learning the inputs to these decisions on the fly. If they need help, there's an excess of industry expertise in Canada that can advise outside the halls of the industry department, and he shouldn't be averse to seeking this input. Now, I contrast this minister's decision on neolithium with his decision this past November, where he ordered the divestment of Chinese state-controlled shareholdings in 3 Canadian-listed mining companies. Number 1, Ultralithium, which has 5 mineral prospects, 2 of which are in Canada, 2 in Argentina, and 1 in Nevada. Second, Lithium Chile, which has 3 mineral prospects in Chile. And third, Power Metals Corp., which has 3 Canadian exploration properties. I can't find the consistencies. Arguably, Lithium Chile should be treated in the same manner the minister treated neolithium, exactly the same manner. But something changed, or something is not transparent, as the committee recommended. And there are dozens of Canadian-listed mining companies with foreign investors, including in critical minerals, that were not addressed by the minister. At the same time, here in Canada, our only producing lithium mine is the Tanco mine in Manitoba. Now, Tanco was taken over by Sinomine Resource Group, Chinese state-controlled, in June 2019. Notably, all the minerals they extract are exported directly to China. That's a unique approach to our strategic supply chain in critical minerals. And to add confusion to the mix, Sinomine was also the shareholder of Power Metals that the minister ordered to divest their shares in the previous example I gave. It's a twisted plot with no apparent consistency. This brings me to a significant concern with the proposed amendments to the Investment Canada Act in this bill. The legislation proposes to remove Governor and Council oversight from the process of assessing foreign transactions for national security consideration. This is effectively diluting the government's role and placing it directly in the hands of one minister. Let me remind members that this very minister has already acted with absolute inconsistency on this file, in direct contravention of his own guidelines, and now this amendment seeks to move this decision further from the transparent process that the industry committee recommended, to which he has stated that he agrees. Yet he's not acting that way. Words and actions, I say they need to align. Unfortunately, with this bill, as with so many of this government's initiatives, they do not align. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much. I thank my friend for his speech, but I'm tempted to remind him of the incredibly dismal record of the Harper regime over 9 years. We saw repeatedly the sellout of important companies, Nexon to CNOOC, Progress to Petronas, and we also had the disastrous signing of the Canada-China FIPA, which is actually one of the reasons why Bill C-34 is so important. This is over a 30-year period, so the Harper government just didn't sell out Canada for the period when it was in office, but for more than 3 decades. Diane Francis for the Financial Post, who's certainly not a left-winger, said this about the negotiations. The Conservatives have demonstrated the worst negotiating skills since Neville Chamberlain. The terms agreed to by Ottawa and the Harper government are unprecedented and would be laughed out of Britain, Brussels, Canberra, or Washington. Beijing has negotiated a heads I win, tails Canada loses deal. This is the kind of situation that has to be addressed by Bill C-34, though we know, Madam Speaker, that Conservatives have been blocking passage of the bill, even though they say that they support it. So isn't it important that we fix the mistakes of the Harper regime, and can the member apologize on behalf of Conservatives for their sellout of Canada?
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague for that question. A little confused, but he went on many issues there. I will say that there is some excellent foreign investors that came into Canada in the previous regime, but that's over 8 years ago now. We're actually looking at a lot here, and I think my colleague advanced 14 amendments, some of which were supported by his party at committee and some of which were not, in order to strengthen this bill. This bill needs to be strengthened. This needs to make sure we don't have a puppet democracy here where one person decides what goes forward. Now, this is about strengthening a bill. I don't know why my colleague is so averse to making a bill stronger in relation to how it's perceived and how it's practiced in every other democratic country in the world. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know my colleague from Calgary Centre has done a lot of good work in the area of mergers and acquisitions over his career. So I'd just like him to comment a little bit about what we're actually debating today, which some of the members of the Liberal NDP coalition don't seem to want to talk about, which is the removal in this act of cabinet from the decision-making process. And given that he sat at C-suite tables and board tables, and I know he understands how cabinet works, does he not think decision-making processes in these areas of foreign takeovers are much enhanced by the collective decision-making of a management team, a board, or a cabinet, as opposed to letting one lone minister make these decisions?
Honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague for that excellent question. And that is the crux of what we see is being wrong with this bill. And it's been led by our industry critic who just spoke here. That is what we need to change more than anything else in this bill, is to make sure you've got collective decision-making happening at the cabinet table. You cannot have one person from one region of Canada deciding what happens to a company that might exist in another province of Canada without input from people that are at that cabinet table that might have differing perspectives on it, and differing perspectives as far as how it affects the country, whether in finance, whether in transport, whether in defense. All of these things have to be taken together in collective decision-making. And that's what we have in Canada right now, and that's what this bill is trying to usurp. This has to change. We're trying to get that out of the bill, and I thank my colleague for bringing that forward as a very strong amendment. I hope the House considers that amendment very strongly and gets back to the way democracies actually function in this regard. Thank you.
Questions and comments? A very brief question from the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
One of the motions that was defeated by the Liberals, or amendments in committee, was an amendment that said that if you were a corporation whose headquarters is resident in Beijing, any takeover in Canada would be automatically reviewed. And the Liberals voted against that for some reason. Perhaps it's because Beijing and that government there is the most admired by this Prime Minister. But I'm wondering if you could comment about what would possess Liberals to oppose such an amendment that would force an automatic review.
Member for Calgary Centre, 10 seconds.
Thank you for the question. I don't know where this government is going on this, because it's obvious for years we were looking at transparent decisions made with the market. Unfortunately, a lot of acquisitions happen in the market around the world from foreign actors that are owned by state-owned enterprises. Now, those require oversight because, frankly, state-owned actors have a different way of doing business than business.
And we have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to rise today to speak on Bill C-34. But before I do, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the calamitous vote Liberal members of this House took earlier today by excluding all Canadians from being treated fairly by pausing the carbon tax for Canadians all over the country. I come from Winnipeg, one of the coldest cities on the planet. And today, Liberal members from Winnipeg said no to Winnipeggers, while their Atlantic Canadian counterparts seem to just be more effective than they are. Got the ear of the Prime Minister, and I suppose the Prime Minister was trying to save himself from his terrible polling results, and this was a desperate measure by the government. But at the end of the day, Liberals chose not to pause the carbon tax pain, and it's really unfortunate for all Canadians. Now, as far as Bill C-34 is concerned, I want to say after 8 years of this Prime Minister, numerous foreign state-owned enterprises have acquired interest and control in many Canadian companies, intellectual property, intangible assets, and data of our citizens. This government is doing too little, too late to protect our national economic and security interests with this bill. Since the Liberals came to power, business investment per employee in Canada has actually dropped 20%. At the same time, business investment per employee in the United States has actually increased 14%. Per capita growth is at the lowest level since the Great Depression, some 90 years ago, and Canada has the most at-risk mortgage default portfolio in the G7. According to the National Bank of Canada, for the first time ever, business investment is now lower in this country than housing investment is. We can think about all the manufacturing, oil production, and everything else. The investment in those things is actually lower than it is in housing. Madam Speaker, the goal of the Investment Canada Act is to deal with foreign investors controlling Canadian industry, trade, and commerce. Foreign direct investment creates opportunities, stimulates economic development, and introduces new ideas and innovation to Canada. For Canadians, this means more high-quality jobs and a stronger, more sustainable economy. Billions of dollars of Canadian natural resources, ideas, IP, land are being controlled by foreign entities. Huawei, a state-owned enterprise that feeds intelligence directly to China, was still working with many Canadian universities just as of this past summer. Another example would be taxpayer-funded dollars at Dalhousie University that are funding Tesla intellectual property and research, and that IP is all going back to California. And in 2017, the Liberal government allowed a telecom company from British Columbia called Norsat to be acquired by a company called Hytera, which is a Chinese-based state-owned company. The Conservatives demanded at that time a full national security review. The Liberal minister of the day refused to do one and approved the acquisition. This sort of lax attitude towards issues of national security is clearly a problem. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, numerous foreign state-owned enterprises have acquired interests and control in many Canadian companies, intellectual property, intangible assets, and the data of our citizens. The future of Canada needs to be protected in the airwaves, AI, and quantum computing. It needs to be protected in our farms, food processing plants, oceans and fisheries, as well as in developing Canadian LNG, which the world so desperately wants. This government is doing too little to protect our national economic and security interests with this bill. Canadians know the Liberals don't take sensitive transactions seriously and have failed to fully review transactions involving Chinese state-owned enterprises, putting the security of Canadians and the government at risk. This minister is the minister of broken bills, which is why Conservatives are having to make more amendments to this piece of legislation. On his other bill, Bill C-27, the Digital Charter Implementation Act, after a year and a half, he was forced to make amendments. The Liberals missed a chance to think big and understand what is going on in the Canadian economy. This bill doesn't go far enough to address the risks faced by Canadians. That's why Conservatives worked to pass 4 significant amendments to ensure a rigorous review process.
Honourable member on a point of order. The Honourable Deputy House Leader on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Conservatives go at great length to remind you of the ruling that was made by the chair recently in regard to what is expected of decorum. And in particular, one of the things that the Speaker identified in that process was referring to and using fake names for people in this House. So when the minister, or when the member makes comments like the minister of broken promises or whatever he just said, he's clearly violating the rules that you put in place, and I'd ask you to ask him.
Well, we do not want to repeat an incorrection, and yes, I would remind the honourable member. Yes, the honourable member for Charlottesville.
In the House, I think the Speaker was asked a very similar question, and he said that he has relented on that position.
Let's try to be just respectful and judicious in our comments. The honourable member. No ruling.
Okay. The Liberals missed a chance to think big and understand what is going on in the Canadian economy. This bill doesn't go far enough to address the risks faced by Canadians. That's why Conservatives worked to pass 4 significant amendments. For instance, Conservatives ensured that the threshold to trigger a national security review was reduced so that Canadian resources, including intellectual property, are safer. Among the changes proposed by the government in the bill is the removal of mandatory consultations with Cabinet in determining whether an investment is a threat to Canada's national security. This change is problematic given the number of state-owned enterprises made in Canada over the past 8 years that have not undergone a security review because of decisions made by past industry ministers. By removing Cabinet from the process, decisions over whether an investment is considered injurious will receive less debate and scrutiny. These are decisions that should have a national perspective that only Cabinet could provide. Foreign investments often have national impacts on our economy and on multiple regions. To leave the discretion in the hands of one minister from one part of the country will negate a broad national perspective. It is a problem that this bill is only as strong as the minister's scrutiny, whoever the minister may be in the future. Conservatives believe matters of such importance should be scrutinized by all of Cabinet to make sure nothing slips through the cracks. As I mentioned, one Conservative amendment that was approved at committee was on reducing the threshold to trigger a national security review from $512 million to $0 for all state-owned enterprise investments made in Canada. Lowering the threshold was critical so that at least it would trigger and initiate a security review. Another Conservative amendment that was passed would ensure that items reviewable under the national security review process include acquisitions of any assets by a state-owned enterprise. Until now, the review only applied to acquisitions of the controlling shares in the industry. That was a huge loophole as it opened the door to circumvent a review where a deal was structured as an asset purchase. For example, buying the shares of a mining company could be reviewed, but buying the mines themselves could not. This is a welcome change. Another amendment ensured that an automatic national security review is conducted whenever a company has previously been convicted of corruption charges. Another change requires the minister to review any investment or acquisitions made in Canada that exceed $1.9 billion in enterprise value, instead of it being an option. Conservatives could have improved this legislation further had the NDP Liberal government not rejected many notable Conservative improvements to this legislation. Among the common-sense Conservative amendments that failed to pass committee was the modified definition of state-owned enterprise to include any company or entity headquartered in an authoritarian state, such as China. Another amendment that was defeated would have exempted non-Canadian Five Eye intelligence state-owned enterprises from the national security review process to prevent any overly broad review processes. Another amendment would have ensured that an automatic national security review is conducted whenever a company has previously been convicted of corruption charges. And one other amendment, a requirement for the minister to trigger a national security review automatically whenever the investment review threshold was triggered. The last would have required the minister to conduct a national security review by changing the word may to shall to ensure review is triggered whenever it is in the new threshold. Madam Speaker, it's important that we get this right. Recently at the Ethics Committee, there was a study on foreign interference and the role that nations, particularly China and Russia, are playing as state-owned actors making investments into our economy for the purpose of control, including controlling Canadian businesses, controlling Canadian minerals, controlling Canadian resources, and controlling, in many cases, some of our northern and offshore areas as well. Therefore, it becomes critically important for the government to keep a keen eye and multiple eyes, in fact, on what is happening with foreign investment and approvals. We believe that Conservatives have improved the bill dramatically. We are trying to improve it again in the spirit of good public policy for Canada and protecting our economy against hostile interests, which the Liberals seem not to be that interested in. I urge the House, including all members from the Bloc, Québécois, the NDP, and the government to recognize that Cabinet's decision-making process is essential to understanding the national impacts of foreign investment, and I urge members to vote for our amendment. By removing Clause 15 from the bill, all security review decisions would remain reviewable by Cabinet and not just by the Ministers of Industry and Public Safety. This is all about protecting Canadians and protecting our valuable assets, our businesses, our national security, and certainly our interests. We must take sensitive transactions seriously, and we have failed to fully review some of the transactions, particularly as they relate to Chinese state-owned enterprises in the past. A Conservative government will not only protect Canadian investment, but build Canadian companies and attract investment to grow them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that Parliament significantly reformed the ICA in 2009. That was, of course, done under a majority Conservative government led by Prime Minister Harper. And at that time, actually, a very, I think, ill-advised step was made. The Conservative government raised the thresholds that would trigger a net benefit review of an investment under the Act, and they eliminated most sector-specific requirements with the notable exception of cultural businesses. And at the same time, Parliament did enact provisions that granted the federal government more extensive powers to screen and potentially block any foreign investment that could threaten national security. My question, my honourable colleague, is does he know, since 2009, how many investments have been blocked under the foreign investment national security criterion?
The Honourable Member for Charlotte St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always find it interesting with the NDP. They're just stuck in the past. They want to keep talking about the last Conservative government or Mr. Harper. My recommendation is that member and his party start thinking about their future, because it's dismal tying their wagon to this calamitous Liberal government.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I enjoyed the Honourable Member's speech very much, and I'd like to give him an opportunity to comment on the issue, which he did extensively before us, but that we're actually debating. A lot of the questions from the government and the NDP are not actually about what we're debating today, which is whether or not Cabinet should be included in the decision-making process. So I'd like the member to comment, in particular with regard to the members from the Bloc who seem to think it's okay for Cabinet to be eliminated and therefore have no Quebec input on acquisitions made of Quebec companies, whether or not he thinks that it's hypocritical of the Bloc to not express itself on whether or not it thinks Cabinet decision-making should be there on any foreign takeover of a Quebec company.
Honourable Member for Charlotte St. James.
It's an excellent question, and it's a very large concern. One person should not have that much power in a democratic government. period. So, for example, let's say that the minister of the day is from Ontario, and a foreign investor wants to come along and from an authoritarian state and spend $30 billion buying a Volkswagen electric battery plant. That minister from Ontario would be under a lot of pressure to allow that type of investment to proceed. But it might not be in the national interest. And that's why it's important to have multiple perspectives at the table when decisions are being made about investments that are national in scope, that could have major effects on our GDP, on our economy, and our national security. And I agree that the Bloc is being hypocritical on this, and they should support our amendment.
Yes.
The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
So is the member saying that because a minister might be from one province, they would not have the capacity to be able to represent the entire country and the interests of the entire country? Are we led to believe that it is impossible for somebody who represents one particular region to be able to represent the entire country? Is that not how it's been operating for the last since Confederation?
Member for Charlotte St. James Assiniboia Headingley.
I have to say, Madam Speaker, I question the capacity of every minister in that government. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska et Gare-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak to this bill for the second time. Last February, I gave a speech on Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act. Last February, I outlined the many shortcomings of this legislation, our intention to improve it at committee. I'll come back later to the amendments we proposed, some of which were carried, others, unfortunately, were rejected. But first, I'll talk about the genesis of this bill. In his December 2021 mandate letter, the Prime Minister asked the Minister for Innovation, Science and Industry to contribute to broader efforts to promote economic security and combat foreign interference. This by reviewing and modernising the Investment Canada Act, and this to strengthen the national security review process and better identify and mitigate economic security threats related to foreign investments. This was a legitimate request. There have been too many recent cases where Canada's national security was potentially compromised as a result of acquisitions of Canadian companies by foreign interests a little too close to their central government. An update was therefore more than welcome. I sit on the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. I'd like, therefore, to take this opportunity to thank my Conservative colleagues who are doing an admirable job at this committee. I see it every single week. Over the past 2 weeks, we have looked into a number of failures by this government in transactions and contract awards and attributions that could potentially compromise our national security. In amongst recent examples, in 2017, the Minister for Industry failed to request a full national security review for the acquisition of the telecommunications company Norsat International and its subsidiary Sinclair Technologies by the Chinese company Hytera Communications, which is partly owned by the People's Republic of China. This is an example amongst many others. After 8 years of this government, too many state-owned foreign interests have acquired Canadian companies, intellectual property, intangible assets, and Canadians' data. And the minister, instead of taking the situation with all due seriousness, has given themselves increased powers and, with this bill, is not making up for the negligence that allowed the Zijing Mining and Hytera GRC contractual incidents to take place. A few weeks ago, this bill was being studied in committee. Security experts were invited to the committee to highlight procurements that had not been subject to a national security or net benefit review, even though, in this case, the Investment Canada Act review threshold had been met. Other witnesses highlighted the changing dynamics of China's private sector economy and the fact that many Chinese companies operating internationally are now beholden to the demands made by the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, even if they are not directly state-controlled. Charles Burton argued for a stricter review framework for state-owned enterprises entering Canada, including those that are privately owned and headquartered in authoritarian countries like China. We propose an amendment to this effect. We ask that the definition of state-owned enterprises be reviewed to include private companies that have their offices or headquarters in an authoritarian state. Unfortunately, this amendment was rejected. The definition of state-owned enterprise, therefore, remains too vague in our view. Another point raised by witnesses was a plea for greater clarity as to which sectors exactly should be considered strategic in order to ensure a more consistent review process. Professor Patrick Leblanc argued that establishing a list of specific sectors necessary for national security would prevent the review system from turning into a strictly political exercise. And when you know there's a government, you know that you need a lot more safeguards. To sum up what we studied in committee and what witnesses told us, too little, too late. There are too many loopholes in this bill. It seems that this government is not taking sensitive transactions seriously and has not done the necessary checks, thereby putting the security of our government and our citizens at risk. The most significant change in this bill that is unacceptable is why we tabled an amendment that we are talking about today. Pursuant to the current law, the minister has to table their intent to carry out a security review during an acquisition by a foreign interest of a Canadian company. Cabinet then has to give its agreement. In this bill, the Minister for Public Safety gives themselves discretionary power during a security review without turning to committee and without getting its approval. Only two ministers would be able to make unilateral decisions that could have very serious repercussions. Imagine two ministers, Ontario ministers, who would decide on the future of a Quebec business without any cabinet minister from Quebec, for example, having their say. We hope that our Black colleagues are listening to this and will vote for our amendment. We know that this Liberal cabinet has made some very bad decisions, but it is still a firewall that should remain. We hear a couple of examples of what we have brought to this bill, which is still not enough. We have achieved a reduction of the threshold for the triggering of a national security review. So from 512 million in asset value to zero for countries not on the commercial investor list to ensure that all investments made by state-owned enterprises can be reviewed. We introduced a clause in this bill to ensure that an automatic national security review is carried out whenever a company has already been convicted of corruption. Another element that we have managed to add is to ensure that the items examined as part of the national security review process include asset acquisitions by state-owned enterprises and not just new business establishments, share purchases, and acquisitions. Finally, we have included the implementation of the requirement for the minister to trigger a national security review whenever the investment review threshold is reached. In plain language, this amendment compels the minister to review all investments and acquisitions in Canada with an enterprise value in excess of $1.9 billion, rather than it simply being an option. The amendments we proposed were intended to create a more vigorous and strict review process. This bill could have been improved, but no fewer than 7 of our amendments were rejected. This is national security. That is what we are talking about here, and it's extremely important for this government to take into account our considerations and our concerns. For example, we sought to allow the government to go back and redo a security review for acquisitions of Canadian companies by state-owned companies, this to allow a more flexible process. Our proposal was rejected by the Liberals. So, as I mentioned earlier, this government's willingness to tackle our national security is too little, too late. The dynamics between nations are ever-changing, and the future is uncertain. The government of Canada must be more vigilant than ever. On this side of the House, we have always taken the issue of national security seriously, and Canadians can count on us to ensure that it is a priority at all times. Now and in the future, Madam Speaker, very quickly, I would like to add that once again, I would like to thank my Conservative Committee colleagues because they have a great reputation and they do exceptional work to make sure, once again, that we protect our country's national security. So, Madam Speaker, thank you. Questions and comments?
Comments. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I must say I enjoy serving on the committee with that honourable member who does amazing work and worked very hard on this bill. And I know one of the puzzling things is as we are here in report stage actually debating a further amendment by the bill that we proposed, that somehow we haven't heard from the Bloc Québécois on whether or not they believe the minister on his or her own should be able to make the decisions on a foreign acquisition of a Quebec company without any input from cabinet colleagues in Quebec. That's the change that the government's trying to make to the bill, removing cabinet from the process, which potentially could remove Quebec from any input in the decision-making on a foreign takeover. Just wondering if he could comment on why we've had such silence from the Bloc on this issue.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lislet, Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleague. It's rather incredible to see the Bloc Québécois again today, who voted with the government to vote against an opposition motion to remove carbon tax from all methods of heating one's home. The Bloc Québécois is in a weird position because we propose an amendment I would like to apologize to the honourable member.
Of the member who is now speaking to please lower the tone et ne pas avoir.
And let us avoid heckling while an answer is being provided. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I was saying, it's rather strange. Oh, well, I hope that the Bloc Québécois will vote with us on this amendment, because there could be two ministers from Ontario or British Columbia, from any province, who could be with public safety or the Minister for Innovation. These people being able to make unilateral decisions would mean that no one from Quebec may have their word, at least to say at Cabinet, on an acquisition of a company in Quebec. So we don't understand the Bloc Québécois position, simply put. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you. I wonder if my honourable colleague could comment on the importance of making sure that the Canadian citizens of this country, those who call this nation home, if he could comment on the importance of putting their safety and their security as the primary objective of government. We all know that government has competing affections and responsibilities, but of utmost importance is the security and the safety of Canadians. If that is not looked after, Canadians are actually not able to prosper the way that they deserve to. And so it is incumbent then upon the government of the day to ensure that decisions are taken with utmost sobriety, with the greatest judgment possible, and that a great deal of attention is given to research. In this case, of course, that has to do with foreign investments in order to make sure that Canadians are kept safe, secure, and that our prosperity is able to further. I wonder if my colleague could comment on that, and perhaps where my colleagues across the aisle, the Liberal government, maybe got that right and maybe got it wrong in this bill.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lès-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you to my colleague for that question. It's a very important question because indeed, when it comes to national security, national safety, the security of companies that could be acquired that have to do with national security, we have to absolutely make sure that the process happens with due diligence. We proposed a number of amendments, and unfortunately they were rejected. Our amendments would have improved the quality of the work undertaken by the government under the proposed new system, so that they couldn't be got, simply put, by not triggering a national security review, for example, when it should have been triggered.
A very brief question from the Honourable Member for South Shore St. Barbara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Quick question to the member. Amendment was proposed in committee that all companies that are headquartered in China and Beijing would be subject to an automatic review. The Liberals defeated that amendment. Can you explain why?
The Honourable Member from Montmagny-Lès, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup, 10 seconds. Madam Speaker, we know that the current Prime Minister has full admiration for the President of China. Totalitarian countries like those who want to acquire Canadian technology, for them, we have to absolutely find a way to counter them, and our amendments sought to help. We must continue debate.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Well, Madam Speaker, thank you. I rise in the House today to discuss Bill C-34, which is an act to amend the Investment Canada Act. Now, ultimately, at the very heart of this debate is the prosperity of Canadians and their ultimate well-being. For Canadians to prosper, the government of the day needs to do three things. They need to grant freedom to the people, freedom to dream, freedom to take risks, and freedom to earn a living. The government of the day needs to facilitate an environment of economic prosperity where folks can dream and take a risk and invest, and where red tape is cut and where taxes are decreased so that people can flourish. And thirdly, the government of the day needs to prioritize the safety and the security of Canadians. Without our borders being secure and without the safety of Canadians being put foremost or front of mind of the government, it is rather difficult to pursue these other things. That said, we also know that the government needs to get out of the way as much as possible. And so when looking at this legislation, when looking at the amendments made to the Investment Canada Act, one must ask the question, where does that balance lie between government engagement or involvement versus not? Now, here in Canada, we have incredibly industrious and talented people. We have people who combine their talent with the bounty of the land in order to prosper, and they make amazing things possible. I think of the farmer who works his land and he brings it to harvest. I think of the fisherman who works on dangerous high seas, and I think of the miner who works miles underground. I think of the business owner who brings her passion to life through innovation and through hard work in order to create jobs for others and, of course, to earn a living herself. Because of the greatness of the people who call Canada home, I believe we can participate in a broader global economy as well, and that's where this bill comes in. Now, this broader global economy presents amazing opportunities for Canadian businesses and allows us to spur innovation. Our quality of life grows when the Canadian economy can offer so much to the world and to each other. The world, in turn, of course, invests in Canada. Our economy then grows even more, and Canadians are empowered to live fulfilling lives to even a greater extent. And while the global economy generates many opportunities, it also invites threats. Again, where this bill comes into play. It's why it's so very important that we as Canadians would be vigilant then in making sure that the investments that we are attracting into our country are ones that we indeed want to attract. They're ones that are good for Canada. Now, that would mean that a robust review process is absolutely necessary to ensure that this is the case. A thorough and robust review process, I would argue, is an absolute must. The globe is not made up entirely of governments that desire peace and goodwill for all people. We know that, perhaps more now than many years before. Now, we know that some states pose a threat to the very way of life that we enjoy here in Canada. They do not desire the prosperity of Canada, nor do they approach our market in good faith. In fact, they have other objectives in mind. And these countries are not our friends. And so that's why it's so important that we get legislation like this right. It's the duty of the government to ensure that Canadians are kept safe and secure, that good decisions are made, that the right investments are drawn into the borders of our land. You see, certain countries operate with covert agendas, and they work to undermine the security of our nation and the prosperity of its people. And this often happens through the vectors of our international trade and the acquisition of Canadian assets. This is why, again, it is so very important for security reviews to be done in a thorough manner and a timely manner. Let me use some examples to highlight what I mean. In 2017, the Minister of Industry failed to request a full national security review of the acquisition of the BC-based telecommunications company Norsat International. And its subsidiary was Sinclair Technologies. And this was by the Chinese company Hytera Communications that wanted to acquire them. Now, we know that Hytera Communications is actually partially owned by the People's Republic of China. A careful review should have been done, but actually wasn't. Fast forward then to December 2022, and the RCMP actually awarded a contract for sensitive communication system equipment to this technologies firm, which, again, I'll remind the audience or my members here that it is partially owned by Beijing. This company then, in January of 2022, so only a month after the contract was awarded to them, was charged with 21 counts of espionage in the United States and then banned from doing business in the US by President Biden. Now, this company is one that was given access to all RCMP communications services, which of course you can imagine what that does to our overall safety and security as a nation, and of course to the confidence that Canadians can place in the RCMP. Another example, in 2020, even more insultingly, the Department of Foreign Affairs actually awarded a contract to a Chinese-based company called Nuptec. And it's founded by the son of a general former secretary of the Chinese Communist Party. And they were contracted to supply X-ray equipment to 170 Canadian embassies and consulates. Now, one can quickly imagine what the impact of such a decision would be in terms of the types of intelligence that can be gathered through doing X-rays, especially in a place like an embassy or a consulate. So it would seem then that in some ways it's almost on brand for this government to turn a blind eye to these important decision-making processes and just allow things to flow the way that they will, which is actually putting Canadians in jeopardy then. This is where responsibility needs to be exercised, and I would even dare say just some basic common sense. We have to take precautions in order to safeguard the people of this country and our economic prosperity as a nation. And speaking of economic prosperity, what could be more prosperous than people earning a living for themselves and being able to take that money and invest it to where it needs to go? And what could be more important than government getting out of the way and allowing those Canadian people to spend their money as they need to in order to make ends meet? But in fact, right now, Canadians are actually finding it more difficult than ever before to do that. And in large part, that's because of a carbon tax, because it's applied to everything from home heating to food to the fuel that we put in our vehicles. And this government, of course, coming under immense pressure from the Canadian public, knowing that they were having a difficult time being able to afford life. This government made the decision that they would take the carbon tax off of a small portion of people in Canada for a short time. They would hit the pause button and they would scrap the carbon tax for 3 years for those who live in Atlantic Canada and use oil heating. But for those who are in my province of Alberta who use natural gas, well, they're out of luck. They still have to pay the carbon tax. Now, we thought that we would give the honourable members across from us the opportunity then to make this fair for all Canadians, because of course choosing your favorite 3% isn't fair and it's no way to govern a nation properly. And so the Conservative Party put forward a motion, and that motion was voted on today. And it was a motion that invited all members in this place to vote to scrap the carbon tax for all Canadians, to make it fair from coast to coast, which is what any government should want to do. They should be concerned about the unity of this great country and the economic prosperity of its people. And so this place was given an opportunity to vote in favor with the Conservatives and to bring that motion into play, which of course would have saved Canadians thousands of dollars. But instead, the members across the way decided to vote that motion down. They voted to make life more expensive and less affordable for Canadians. They decided that they wanted the carbon tax to be applied to 97% of Canadians, but taken away from 3%. You see, the government across the way determined that their polls were down in Atlantic Canada, and so they needed to show favor to those 3%, but the rest can be punished. It's sad, because the Parliament, this place, those who sit here, were given an opportunity to be on the side of the everyday Canadian person. And instead, they chose to play politics. The bill that is before us today is yet another opportunity to be on the side of the Canadian people and to make sure that their safety and their security and their well-being is put first and foremost, which means that more than 10 amendments that were brought forward by Conservative members at committee should have been accepted in order to strengthen this legislation and make it better for all. And unfortunately, again, the government of the day actually shot those amendments down. And so while the bill that we debate today makes some minor improvements, and I cannot fault the government for that, I do fault the government for not going all the way and making this bill even stronger. That is very sad. And there could have been multi-partisan cooperation to strengthen this bill. And again, the government of the day.
And time is up. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Honourable member has to be on his seat. I'm sorry. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened with interest to the member for Lethbridge's speech, and I'm particularly interested in the example she gave about Hytera. For those who are watching don't understand, this Chinese-based state-owned company that bought this doesn't make money. It actually loses money every year. And these state-owned enterprises are not only acquiring Canadian companies, but also winning contracts by being the lowest bidder Canadian companies, not making money. Could the member please inform the House why she thinks it would be that a state-owned enterprise, what their motivation might be if it isn't money and making money in acquiring these businesses?
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you. You know, the committee took the opportunity, this existing committee and actually the Committee of Industry before it actually took opportunity to study this issue extensively. In addition to that, there have been other investigations that have been done. And what has been found is that at times there will be state actors that will make an investment in Canada or purchase a business that exists within Canada, and they will do so for the state, for the sake of the state actor. It's in their interest. It's not in the interest of the Canadian people. It's not in the interest of the furtherance of our nation. It's not in the economic interest of Canada. But rather instead, in this case in particular, it is the Communist Party of China that ultimately will benefit from such a decision. And so again, this is where proper review and consultation is so important when we look to allow these foreign investments in Canada.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. Understanding that deciding to invest in Canada, there has to be a balance between deciding between what will generate prosperity in Canada and the protecting national security. I wonder if the member can comment on where she thinks this act balances more towards prosperity of Canada or for more towards national security.
Honourable member for Lethbridge.
I appreciate the question. I think, if I may, with the deepest respect, I think it's a dichotomy that maybe isn't necessary. I think it's possible to do both. I think it's possible to look after the safety and the security of Canadians, to make sure that our nation is put first and foremost, and also to, want to cultivate prosperity for the Canadian people. Both can be done. But it comes down to that review process. So, for example, in this bill, one of the things that is exempt is actually a minister can make a decision all on their own without having to bring it to cabinet. Well, by doing that, the minister is actually acting unilaterally, and I would say rejecting the collective wisdom that cabinet would have to offer in many of these cases. Cabinet is an assortment of individuals from many different ways of life, many different backgrounds, and different regions. And so they have access to information that could actually help a robust discussion to take place and for an educated decision to be made. When cabinet is kept out of that process and the minister makes the decision all by him or herself, Canadian people are put at a disadvantage.
The honourable member for Nunavut still has a raised hand. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Point of order. A quorum call.
Quorum call. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There are 20 members, including me, without even the ones that are coming in. Questions and comments? A very short, brief question. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In studying this bill, the Liberals had an opportunity to reflect what actually is going on in the world then, rather than just putting in a fairly basic bill that just focused on time rather than national security. I'm wondering if the member could comment on the lost opportunities that the government had in introducing this bill without any substance.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Yeah, again, I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and I think there was an opportunity to look at the recommendations that came from subsequent committee and to really take those recommendations to heart. There was a tremendous amount of study, a tremendous amount of time and energy that went into those recommendations. Further to that, my honourable colleagues at the committee brought forward numerous amendments. I know for certain that 10 of those were excellent and they were rejected. That could have strengthened the bill. All of those amendments were based on substantiated evidence that was brought forward by experts. Why would you reject that? Why would you not want to make the bill as best as it can be?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a great opportunity to talk about foreign direct investment in Canada, why it's important, why this legislation is before us. Now, our viewers might ask, why is foreign investment so important to Canada? Well, there are many reasons why we should be looking to attract foreign investment to our country. For one, foreign investment provides Canada with the capital it needs to develop its potential, its full potential. And yes, that includes our abundant natural resources, including oil and gas. Foreign investment in Canada is also a source of innovation, allowing Canada to benefit from evolving technologies. As one of the most educated countries in the world, we also use that foreign investment and innovation to build our own technological capacity. Intellectual property will drive our future prosperity, and we had better ensure that this advantage is not squandered by failing to properly review foreign investments. Now, it goes without saying that foreign investment creates jobs, many jobs across our country. Invariably, when a foreign investor makes its investment in Canada, it creates new job opportunities for Canadians. And related to that is the fact that jobs created by foreign investment actually generate higher wages. At a time when the worst affordability crisis of a generation is raging, when many families are struggling to make ends meet, pay for groceries, for schooling, for gas, and for rent, it's important that the jobs Canadians have available to them also have decent paychecks attached to them. Foreign direct investment also drives increased productivity, leading to greater prosperity for our country. And it goes without saying that when foreign investors commit to building our economy, they also increase our tax base, which of course allows governments at all levels to deliver the services that Canadians expect. Now, unfortunately, for quite a number of years now, especially since the current Liberal government came to power, Canada's foreign direct investment performance has lagged far behind many of its OECD competitors. What I mean by that is that there's more investment flowing out of Canada and being invested in foreign jurisdictions than there is foreign investment flowing into Canada. We actually have a very significant deficit. And the question is, why? Well, there are many reasons. I won't go into all of them, Madam Speaker, but I will begin with Canada suffering from regulatory gridlock. In other words, regulatory and approval processes at all levels of government are so complex and reflect such an overreach that nobody wants to invest in Canada anymore. We have labor force challenges. There's heightened uncertainty, deteriorating public finances, and increasingly unmanageable debt loads. And by the way, our system isn't tax competitive. For years we've been talking about tax reform, yet over the last 8 years, no reform has materialized under this Liberal government. And as a result, it's become too expensive to do business in Canada. And most recently, this Liberal government decided that not only would it maintain a punishing carbon tax on everything, it would in fact quadruple the carbon tax on the necessities of life, the things that Canadians need to survive, things like home heating and natural gas, things like groceries, whose prices have skyrocketed as the Prime Minister ratchets up his carbon tax. Putting gas in your car is becoming prohibitively expensive for many families. And the Prime Minister plans to quadruple the carbon tax on fuel for your car as well. And to make matters worse, while the Prime Minister recently announced that he would temporarily suspend the carbon tax on home heating oil for 3% of Canadians, the remaining 90% of Canadians will receive absolutely no break from the carbon tax on their own home heating costs. And I thought the Prime Minister had once said, a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. Another vacuous promise from a failed Prime Minister who seeks to divide and pit Canadians against one another. Now, the bottom line is this. The world no longer sees Canada as a great place to invest. It is this government's policies, grounded in an ideology that disregards the importance of making Canada a welcome place for foreigners to invest in, that is the basis of these problems. We have to get foreign direct investment into Canada right, because it can raise our standard of living and give Canadians, especially young Canadians, the hope that they can live out the Canadian dream. But of course, Madam Speaker, not all investments are necessarily in Canada's best interest. There are benevolent investments that benefit Canada's economy, and then there are investments that are made by malevolent actors around the world who simply want to take advantage of Canada. And as we consider which investments fall into each of these two categories, it is absolutely critical that we make a determination that we're going to focus on Canada's net benefit, we're going to focus on our sovereignty, defending our sovereignty, and protecting our national security. And that's why we're discussing this legislation today. Bill C-34 simply attempts to update the Investment Canada Act, an act that is quite a number of years old now, but it has not kept up to the changing conditions on the ground in a rapidly evolving global environment. Now, I would mention that after 8 years, this government has been unable to put in place the kinds of policies, kinds of regulations that would actually protect Canadians against their key industries and key companies being bought up. For example, I'll give you an example, Madam Speaker. Hytera and its associated company, Sinclair Technologies, they've been charged with 21 counts of espionage in the United States. In fact, President Biden has banned this company from doing business in the U.S. And yet in 2017, the Liberal Industry Minister, Navdeep Bains, refused to conduct a full national security review on the sale of a BC-based telecoms company, Norsat International, to China-based Hytera. Hytera, which is banned from doing business in the United States, here in Canada, actually buying up one of our companies. The RCMP awarded a contract to Hytera to supply sensitive hardware for their communication systems. The Canada Border Services Agency, CBSA, has also been using communications technology from Hytera. And you may recall, a few years ago, the industry minister had set up some rules about making sure that key Canadian companies, especially within the critical minerals space, would not be bought up by foreign hostile actors. And yet that's exactly what happened, Madam Speaker. In 2022, this Liberal government fast-tracked the takeover of a Canadian lithium mining company, Neolithium, by a Chinese state-owned Zijin Mining without a national security review. And you understand, Madam Speaker, that every single citizen in China, every single company, whether state-owned enterprise or otherwise, has a responsibility to report to the government any information they ask for with respect to the businesses that they carry on. So, Madam Speaker, we want to make sure that this bill does what it's supposed to do. And very briefly, this bill streamlines the minister's ability to investigate national security reviews of these foreign investments. It strengthens penalties for failures to comply with the Investment Canada's review provisions. It creates a new power to generate a list of sensitive industries. It improves coordination with our international partners. But it also vests power in the minister, him or herself, rather than allowing cabinet to make these kinds of decisions in the first instance. Wouldn't it be better than having two eyes on this kind of a transaction to have all the eyes of cabinet focusing on whether an investment is in Canada's net benefit, whether it represents a risk to our national security? The bottom line is we tried to get some amendments in. And to their credit, some of the members of the committee agreed with us, and we actually got 4 of our critical amendments passed. But there were 7 other amendments we had tried to make, some of which were contained in a unanimous report from the industry committee. And guess what? The Liberals on the committee, they voted it down. So, Madam Speaker, we can do better, but this is a start.
Comments, the Honourable Deputy House Leader for the Government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard the member say that, referencing some countries taking advantage of Canada, and when he said that, I couldn't help but reflect on the fact when I heard the member from Cumberland-Colchester suggest that Canada was taking advantage of Ukraine. Does he believe Canada is taking advantage of Ukraine?
Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Madam Speaker, we're actually talking about we're talking about the Investment Canada Act. We're not talking about the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. So I'll simply say this, Madam Speaker, to complete my thoughts. The Investment Canada Act is there to protect Canadians against investments that are not in Canada's national interest. And this act is a small step forward.
Okay, we are going to go for other questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret.
Well, I think I'll do something unusual and actually ask a question about the bill, unlike the Liberal members who seem to want to talk about everything but the bill. This bill is about this amendment in report stage is about returning cabinet decision-making to the Investment Canada process. And I know that the Honourable Member, as a former international trade minister, knows more than probably anyone that's on the government side in this House about government cabinet decision-making and the role and the importance of that. Without that, we've had such great decisions by the now VP for Rogers, but former member Navdeep Bains of that government, who basically said anything China wants to buy, China can have without a national security view. I wonder if this member would enlighten us and enlighten this House onto the proper way a cabinet decision-making process should be when a hostile state like China is trying to acquire the assets of our country.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, that kind of a decision, Madam Speaker, takes a lot of thought, takes a lot of due diligence, and I can tell you this, it is much better to have Cabinet review a national security related matter or an investment where we're trying to determine what the net benefit to Canada is through a Cabinet process. Because Cabinet, you know, you may have 15, 20, 25 people around that table. Everyone is asked to review all of the relevant documentation. And at the end of the day, you're able to discern, is this actually in Canada's national interest? You leave that decision with one minister, Madam Speaker, there's a huge risk that minister will be co-opted by special interests within our country or outside of our country, and a decision will be made that will be contrary to our national interest.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back a little ways to the honourable member when he was a minister, and I think the deal that was signed at that time was the Nexen deal. And it was signed by selling off Nexen to a Chinese national offshore company for over $15 billion. Wow. The deal was signed in Russia in secrecy by then former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. Does he have any comments on that?
Member for Abbotsford.
Well, this one, at least, Madam Speaker, this question relates, at least obliquely, to the Investment Canada Act. And what I would say on that transaction, the Nexen transaction, prior to that point in time, Canada had absolutely no rules about how state-owned enterprises could invest in Canada, or if they even should be investing in Canada. When that transaction came forward, Cabinet, of course, had to review this transaction. We went, well, hold it. This transaction, there's no rules that we are to be guided by. And so it was Stephen Harper who at that time articulated a clear set of rules when countries like China or state-owned enterprises from countries like China or Russia, Iran, hostile actors would want to invest in Canada. We established the first set of rules for that. And of course, that needs to
give the same time for the question and the answer. L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, une question.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was wondering, with C-34, there's increased oversight, will improve our international reputation, but I wonder what my colleague thinks about what would help us with our main financial partner, the U.S., if this bill were to pass.
Abbotsford, a very brief answer.
Well, as you know, Madam Speaker, this bill would not actually measurably impact investments coming from the United States because we have special carve-outs for our free trade partners. But having said that, it's important that we do have an act like that, and from time to time we review it.
We have to resume debate. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and indeed my pleasure to rise and close off debate today on Bill C-34, the amendments to the Investment Canada Act. Just want to say that earlier today I was very disappointed that when we're in here and had our vote on the carbon tax that taking it off of constituents in my riding who have to pay the carbon tax on home heating. We were asking for the same type of considerations in Manitoba as what was given by the Liberal government to those in Atlantic Canada. And so I was very disappointed that the government would not extend those considerations to people across the prairies. And I can tell you that after 8 long years of this government, Canadians from coast to coast to coast have had enough of this Prime Minister and his punitive carbon tax that continues to penalize Canadians, especially those low-income Canadians that are seeing everything go higher in value. The cost of inflation is eating away at their paychecks, and their buying power in the grocery store as well as in the housing market continues to erode. Now, Madam Speaker, I do have some concerns with Bill C-34 that I would have hoped would have been addressed through amendments that were brought forward by the Conservatives. And I just have to thank my colleague, the Shadow Minister of Investment and Industry, for the work that he's done on Bill C-34 and trying to strengthen it and make it better. You know, it's been 14 long years since this bill was updated, 8 of them underneath this Liberal government. And, you know, I think all of us have concerns that this government hasn't taken issues around foreign investment and how it impacts upon things like national security very seriously. We know that they haven't protected our critical infrastructure, which is at risk here if it falls under the control of foreign entities, especially those that are owned and controlled by their states. And what we witness right across this country is critical minerals continue to get bought up by foreign entities, and that those state-controlled operations, first and foremost, are beholden to the despots and dictators that control their countries rather than produce those critical minerals for our supply chains here. And speaking of supply chains, this Foreign Investment Act fails to address our economic sovereignty and how that relates to our overall national defense. If you look at making sure that supply chains are protected, that we are producing those supply chains within our you know, though Canada is a smaller economy compared to our allies, we still need to make sure that we are getting critical supplies to build everything within our
apologize, but the honourable member's phone is either vibrating or making some sort of sound. Yeah, or the earpiece. The ear is inside. Yeah, I think it was the phone that was actually vibrating. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. I don't think it's my phone, but anyway, I'll continue. Okay, sorry about that. I will make sure that nothing does. So. Yeah, foreign interference, because we're talking about national security, and of course we know that we've had foreign interference in our democratic institutions right here, so it all ties in together very well. Still problems? No? We're good? So, Madam Speaker, I'll just continue on about how critical it is that supply chains, although we may not be able to produce all of those things right here in Canada, we should be producing them at least within our Five Eyes, where we know that they have the same security controls and concerns that we have here in Canada, and ensure that things that are important for building defense infrastructure, national security infrastructure, and providing security and public safety of Canadians at large is something that we have control of. And then again, we fail to see that recognized in any great degree. And all we have to do is look at the recent record of this Liberal government. It comes down to, you know, foreign companies owning businesses here that have engaged in espionage, and they continue to raise major security issues. All you have to do is look at what's happening in our universities, what happened at the Winnipeg Labs, where they actually allowed and gave work visas to people that were doing research on behalf of the People's Liberation Army. That is the Communist Party of China's military organization, and taking scientists from the PLA and putting them into our universities, put them into the Winnipeg Labs, and got information to all sorts of intel, and then we're able to take that back to mainland China. We know that we've already talked about here about Sinclair Technologies, who provide a lot of the security screening equipment that we see at our embassies, that are used by the RCMP, that's used by Canada Border Service agencies, used at our airports, and that got bought up by Hytera. And the government continued to award contracts to Sinclair Technologies that were now under the control of Beijing. And no one can forget about Huawei and the way the Liberals dithered, delayed, and dragged their feet, kicking and screaming, till they finally banned Huawei from our 5G network here in Canada, after the United States raised red flags and banned them from the 5G network in the U.S. After Australia, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, our Five Eye partners stepped up and said, we're banning Huawei, why aren't you? And there was no good answer coming from the government, which took another 24 months before they finally made a decision to ban Huawei, which had incredible switches and backdoors leaking intel right into the PRC at their headquarters in Beijing. And we can also talk about TikTok. Again, an app that so many of our young Canadians are familiar with, used around the world. And we did ban it off of all of our devices here in Parliament. It's banned from all devices in the Government of Canada. But I know that there is great concern that's being raised in the United States about this technology still being used by our millennials, by Generation X, and knowing that there is a permutation by the PRC to instill their socialist ideology through TikTok, and that has been promoted and used more and more, Madam Speaker. And we have to take these things seriously, because these state-controlled enterprises aren't so much worried about the consumer. They definitely aren't worried about our democracy right here in Canada and our allies. They're doing everything they can to undermine it. Now, in the last few minutes that I got, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about how some things that are very important to us here is our critical minerals. We have large deposits of lithium across this country. You know, we've already talked about neolithium, which is now owned by Zijing Mining out of Beijing, and that they are taking all those minerals, or hope to develop those mineral resources here and take them back to China rather than develop them in Canada. You know, we have here a company by the name of Sinomine, which got access to three large lithium deposits in northwestern Ontario. And I'll give the government credit, is that they actually made them divest those resources and sell them back into Canadian control. But they still let Sinomine operate in Canada. And if they're so concerned about Sinomine controlling those lithium deposits in Ontario, why aren't they concerned about Sinomine, who just in 2019, you know, bought Tanco mines in Manitoba, which also have a mine just outside of my riding, headquartered in my riding in Lac du Bonnet, that has lithium. They have 65% of the world's caesium, and they also produce tantalum, and tantalum is actually used in electronics and also used in the warheads on nuclear missiles. So all of that ore that they're producing right now in Manitoba isn't refined in Manitoba. They ship it out raw back to mainland China, and none of it ever comes back to Canada. So, Madam Speaker, this is something that is very concerning, that the government had turned a blind eye in 2019, rather than looking at lithium and the Tanco mine, which at that point in time was U.S. owned, and looking at it and saying, okay, you know, we want to make sure that those critical minerals stay within the Canadian or North American ownership, and allow a Chinese company to come in here, buy it up, and now taking all those resources and taking them straight back to China. That undermines our overall goal here. The government of Canada has a goal to produce more electric vehicle batteries, and that lithium being produced right now in Canada is actually all going to China, undermining our ability to sustain the critical supply line into these new EV battery plants that are being built in Ontario. Now, in the last few minutes, I just want to say that, you know, we do have a lack of coordination with this government between their Foreign Investment Plan and their Special Economic Measures Act, SEMA, which sanctions those that are responsible for gross human rights violations, as well as destabilizing peace and security in the world. You know, we have, you know, things that have happened here in Canada. I use Roman Abramovich as an example, who owned Evraz, the steel mills in Western Canada, again, we haven't seen those holdings, liquidated and provided to support Ukraine's war effort against the Russian invaders. We know that there has been Russian hawks out there that own things like Buehler Industries, with Rostov MASH out of Russia. Konstantin Babkin, one of the top people there, Madam Speaker, who has been out there supporting Russia, denouncing Ukraine, and yet they're still allowed to benefit from Canada's economy and our strong manufacturing industry.
Well, it being 6:57, pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the report stage of the bill now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. The vote is on motion number 1. A vote on this applies to motion number 2 as well. Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Hussain, moved that Bill C-34 in Clause 4 be amended by replacing lines
2 and 3 on page 3 with the following. Notice for review under Section 15 within 45 days after the certified date referred to in paragraph A or within the prescribed period. B, by adding after line 16 on page 3 the following. 4. L'alinéa 13, 3.
4, in a case where the receipt contains the advice referred to, shall I dispense?
Si un député participant en personne désire que la motion.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to indicate so.
Vote par appel.
The motion is the recorded division will also apply to motion number 2.
2. The question is on motion number 3. Motion number 3, Mr. Perkins, seconded by Mr. McLean, moved that Bill C-34 be amended by deleting Clause 15. If a member participating in person wishes that a motion be carried or carried on division, or the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Request a recorded division.
Le vote par appel nominal sur la motion est.
The division is deferred. Normally at this time, the House would proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions at the report stage of the bill. However, pursuant to Standing Order 45, the recorded divisions stand deferred until November 7th at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
We're finished with the votes? Okay. Madam Speaker, I believe you seek it. You'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 7:12 so that we could adjourn the House and start with adjournment proceedings.
Those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la motion que tous ceux qui sont...
All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Adopted. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Spadina Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on October 26, I had asked the government to address the alarming incidents of anti-Semitism, intolerance, and intimidation being displayed by pro-Hamas supporters. What we're seeing on the streets across Canada are pro-Hamas rallies calling for boycotts or swarming of Toronto businesses just because they're owned by Jews. That is repulsive, Madam Speaker. Last week, we saw the offices of MPs and MPPs defaced, and a Jewish woman was also physically assaulted after leaving a peaceful rally at Queen's Park. And only 2 days ago, for a second time in as many weeks, another Jewish-owned business in my riding was targeted, with an escalation from the first incident of simple harassment of staff, the business, and their customers to now vandalism. Next, Madam Speaker, will they break the windows? Tragically, we're about to mark the 85th anniversary of Kristallnacht on November 9th, the night of broken glass, when Nazis unleashed a wave of violence, vandalism, and arson on Jewish-owned businesses, homes, synagogues, and even desecrated Jewish cemeteries. Madam Speaker, what's the point of Canada's hate propaganda laws if they're not enforced? With every incident left unanswered, there's more violence, there's more intimidating actions, and there's more slogans propagating hate. Madam Speaker, it's sadly ironic that November is Holocaust Education Month, a month that provides an opportunity for Canadians to learn about what occurred to the Jewish people under the Nazis. It's to provide an opportunity to learn about anti-Semitism. But since the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack against Israel that killed more than 1,400 people and left thousands injured, Canadians have seen a number of pro-Hamas terror rallies on our soil. These rallies, Madam Speaker, have glorified Hamas, a listed terror organization in Canada. And Madam Speaker, as I noted earlier, in question period, we hear genocidal chants at these pro-Hamas rallies. Chants such as, quote, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," end quote. That slogan is commonly understood as a call for the ethnic cleansing of Jews and the dismantling of the Jewish state. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the chant's origins are linked to Hamas and is regularly used by Hamas terrorists. On October 9th, at a rally at Nathan Phillips Square, right in front of Toronto City Hall, we heard calls for the Al-Qassam Brigade, the armed wing of Hamas, to carry out more attacks in Israel, just 2 days after they had massacred over 1,400. In another chant, there was a call for the brigade to blow up Ben Gurion Airport, Madam Speaker. These chants are clear examples of hate speech. They are a clear violation of Canada's hate propaganda laws. As noted in a B'nai B'rith release on October 10th, quote, "According to sources at the rallies, those in the crowd in Toronto embraced and lauded the individuals who carried the flag of Hamas and others who displayed placards containing genocidal slogans," end quote. Enough is enough, Madam Speaker. I asked the government today during question period, why has the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada been silent on such grotesque displays of anti-Semitism and incitement? Even though he was literally able to get up a minute before and answer a friendly Liberal one, he was either unable or unwilling to answer. So I asked the parliamentary secretary, has the minister discussed with his provincial and territorial counterparts the need to enforce Canada's hate propaganda laws? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Spadina, Fort York. Look, let me just start from the beginning. The minister has spoken loudly and clearly denouncing all forms of hate. Now, if he doesn't believe me, you should follow him on Twitter and he'll see what I'm talking about. Everyone in this country has the right to live their life free from fear of attack or abuse because of who they are as an individual. I want to begin by condemning what we saw here in Parliament Hill this past weekend. The display of a swastika by an individual in Parliament Hill is unacceptable. We must always call out hateful imagery, and this was appalling. Anti-Semitism is completely and utterly unacceptable. Madam Speaker, hatred that targets people based on race, faith, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, disability, or any personal characteristic is counter to Canadian values. Everyone in Canada deserves a safe space to be themselves and to thrive. Unfortunately, hate, intolerance, and racism, and particularly anti-Semitism, exist in many ugly and dangerous forms throughout Canadian society and the world. Some are in plain sight, some are hidden. I have no doubt that for many in the Jewish community, this has undermined your faith in what Canada stands for as a country. Our government is working to ensure that this hate does not gain momentum in this country. We are working with groups like CIJA to address the challenges we face. I can assure the member that the minister and I and the entire government take this issue seriously and have plans to address anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and all forms of hate in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Madam Speaker, my question is, why is the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada not taking action to ensure that our hate laws are being upheld? These hate propaganda laws already exist. They can be found in sections 318 and 319 of the Criminal Code of Canada. If the government feels existing laws are insufficient, then let's get to work. Let's create a new criminal offense that specifically targets the glorification of terrorism. Such a call has already been made by B'nai B'rith Canada. This would send a strong and very clear message that such behavior, whether targeted against Jews or any other community, will not be tolerated in our country. Madam Speaker, Canadians support the rule of law, not mob rule. Will the Liberal government stand up to escalating violence and anti-Semitism, or does someone really have to get hurt before they finally act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, to suggest that anybody in this House, any member in this House, from any side of this House, or a minister and a member of this government doesn't stand for the things that he's talking about is outrageous. He should acknowledge the fact that this government, this minister, has stood firmly and proudly against all forms of hate, and our government has taken significant steps and are moving forward. My phone. Okay, I'm sorry about that. So I will leave it here, Madam Speaker, by just saying I would ask this member to look hard at what we've done and what we're doing, and he too will recognize that we are on the right path and taking all the steps necessary to fight the measures that he's talking about. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and as always, it's an honor to be able to stand and represent the people of Battle River Crowfoot, especially when it has to do with such an important issue like that which I asked last week in question period about the common sense Conservative plan to axe the carbon tax on all home heating. See, Madam Speaker, let me take things back to what happened here a number of weeks ago when the Prime Minister, instead of providing leadership and acknowledging that his carbon tax has failed to meet any of its objectives, he decided to carve out a small portion of those who are disproportionately affected, no question, but exempt a few and leaving the rest, 97% of Canadians, to suffer his carbon tax pain. Now, home heating oil and the dynamics associated with that, that's not a new conversation. Madam Speaker, it has been Conservatives that have consistently brought up the realities that so many Canadians, whether it has to do with home heating oil, as that small 3% of Canadians benefit from the carbon tax exemption, whether it has to be with propane, natural gas, and the other carbon-based fuels that heat so many homes across Canada during our cold winters. Yet what we see over the last number of weeks is carbon tax chaos. Liberals admitting that their plan fails, admitting that it drives costs up, and admitting that it has become unaffordable for Canadians. Yet, instead of taking the opportunity to vote in favour of the motion that Conservatives brought forward last week, they continue to divide Canadians for their personal political gain. And it is driving Canadians into energy poverty. Madam Speaker, energy poverty for a country that is so richly blessed with natural resources that no Canadian should have to worry about turning the heat down so that they can save enough so that they can go to the grocery store to afford groceries, Madam Speaker. But yet that is the reality that Prime Minister, those members of the government, and their coalition with the Liberals and the NDP has brought our country to. So Madam Speaker, last week I asked a simple question to the Minister of Rural Affairs. I asked why he would suggest that he hadn't heard about whether or not the carbon tax was impacting Canadians' ability to pay their bills. And I have learned since that question, Madam Speaker, when people have reached out, including from that minister's own constituency, saying we have shared the concerns, we have shared the pain with him, yet he refuses to respond, refuses to acknowledge, and as is the case with so many Liberals across from that party and their coalition partners in the NDP. In fact, you see, Madam Speaker, the Liberal minister from Edmonton saying that having his let them eat cake moment, saying that it doesn't concern him. You can't make this stuff up, Madam Speaker. the Liberal minister from Edmonton said that he's not concerned at all, I believe was his exact quote, about the costs that crippling carbon tax is placing upon his constituents and Albertans. You have the Liberal member from Calgary who has consistently ran offense for that Prime Minister's failed policies in the city of Calgary. You have a host of other rural Liberal members of Parliament. And in fact, what's interesting, Madam Speaker, is that you have some areas of the country that have been traditionally safe Liberal seats that are now in open revolt against their own Liberal members of Parliament because they are not able to afford the necessities because of this carbon tax pain that is being inflicted upon them by that Prime Minister and his Liberal leftist ideology and coalition partners in the NDP. You see in the constituency of Sault Ste. Marie, Nickel Belt, Thunder Bay, Rainy River, Thunder Bay, Superior North, Sudbury, St. Boniface, St. Vital. Madam Speaker, you see time and time again that there are Liberals that refuse to acknowledge the reality.
Parliamentary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Battle River Crowfoot. Thank you. Look, if he thinks defending the country from the perils of climate change is left-leaning ideology, then he sees the world through a different lens than I do. Our government understands how important this issue is. Our government understands the impact climate change is having on our country. You cannot turn on the news without watching the devastating impact this has had on every city, every rural community, every province in this country. And until everybody in this House acknowledges that and endorses the fact that something has to be done about it, we're going to be having these conversations that just go round and round and round. We're standing here on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, defending Canadians. The measures that were taken last week are another example of that. Home heating oil is the most expensive source of heat in this country. In my province of Ontario, I want to talk about the price of the carbon pricing. Over 80% of the people in my province benefit financially from the carbon pricing mechanism. Take another look. If this new program was adopted by all of the provinces, including his and including my own, that number would go from 80% to a higher number. That's what we're striving to do. The heat pump incentive, and I'm asking my own Premier in the province of Ontario to please get on board with this program. It will help people in the rural parts of Ontario. Some of the ridings he just mentioned, in Thunder Bay, where I was born, in Sudbury, Timmins, these are the areas where this can benefit Canadians in making this transition, so that number goes from 80% to 90% to 100%. If they don't want to take this seriously, I don't know what else we can do, but we're going to take it seriously. We have taken it seriously, and we're going to continue to do that on this side of the House, and we're going to keep pushing forward with the measures and making sure, because we're standing forward all Canadians on this issue, not just certain parts of the country as perhaps some other members are doing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And certainly 1 minute is not enough time to respond to the what was quite a bit of rhetoric coming from that member. But let me just start by laying a foundation here. That member suggests that Conservatives don't understand the realities that our country is facing. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm the fifth generation on a family farm. So that member, if he wants to talk about the realities of climate, that member can come and visit. Because I can tell him for 5 generations we've figured out how to make it work in the special areas in Alberta. When it comes to them lecturing oil patch workers, lecturing energy workers, lecturing those who are on the precipice of ensuring that we can have a secure, reliable energy system, while those Liberals try to put my constituents out of work, it's my constituents that actually have the solutions to ensure that we have a green and reliable energy future, which includes both traditional oil and gas and new and clean tech. Madam Speaker, but let me finish by saying this. It is time for common sense to come back to the conversation, because those Liberals have lost it and Canadians are paying the price and they can't afford to pay their...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
1 minute is definitely not enough to respond to that rhetoric, Madam Speaker. You know, my mother used to say, common sense isn't that common. I give you Exhibit A. Look, this government is doing everything it can to fight climate change. We're standing up for people in my community, and we're standing up for people in his community, for that 5 generations of farmers that he's talking about. They are exactly the ones we are trying to protect. And the sooner they realize that, the better off we're all going to be. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
In Grassy Narrows, the effects of mercury poisoning can be traced to 1970, more than 50 years ago. The Liberal government committed in 2017 to build and operate a mercury care home. 6 years later, ground has yet to be broken for this facility. I asked the Prime Minister in June when the suffering from the effects of mercury poisoning would end. He said that the situation was going on, in quotes, for far too long, and that he was, in quotes, working with local leadership to move forward on a solution. This potential project is another in a long line of broken Liberal promises to Indigenous peoples. Chief Turtle wrote to Minister of Indigenous Services Canada on October 13, saying that he continues to wait for Canada to provide the full funds to build the Mercury Care Home. For 6 years, Grassy Narrows have worked to get the project started. For 6 years, they experienced barriers from this Liberal government. While elected officials say the government is committed to this project, approvals are delayed. The First Nations has done what it can do to get the project started. Grassy Narrows has done everything asked of them. They have submitted the applications, done the due diligence, and followed all the government's bureaucracies. There can be no more justification. It is the federal government's responsibility to provide Grassy Narrows with the care they need, not prevent the care to start. The delays are not justifiable. Meanwhile, this community continues to suffer. Research published in July found that youth suicide rate is 3 times higher than the other First Nations. Consumption of fish from mercury-contaminated waters has led to nervous disorders and psychological stress over generations. Mothers indicate that over 40% of girls have attempted suicide. Before the mercury was dumped in 1970, the community did not report a single suicide. The connection could be said to be clear. The Prime Minister once said that Canada's most important relationship is with Indigenous peoples. So far, Canada's relationship with Grassy Narrows has been marked by barriers and neglect. What is Canada's delay in honoring the minister's promise?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I genuinely want to thank the member from Nunavut for raising this important issue with respect to the Grassy Narrows situation. I can tell her I've been to Grassy Narrows. She may have heard me mention earlier this evening. I was born in Thunder Bay. I'm familiar with Grassy Narrows. I'm aware of what's been happening there, which is why I went. This was many years ago, Madam Speaker, because I wanted to see firsthand what Grassy Narrows looked like and what the conditions were that the people were living in. And the member's correct. The Prime Minister has on record many, many, many times, as are all of the members of our government, that there is no relationship more important. With respect to the specific project at hand, I can assure her that we will do everything within our powers to work with the community, because that's critical to making sure these projects are not only completed, but they're completed properly and in conjunction and in a manner that the community endorses and respects. So I will say again, Madam Speaker, that I want to thank her for raising this issue with respect to Grassy Narrows. I understand why it's so important, and I would be happy to speak with her further offline at the first available opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
When Grassy Narrows submitted more changes to the funding request as required by the department, They waited 8 months for an answer. The Minister of Indigenous Services Canada met with the Chief Turtle in May and approved the project. The minister said everything was ready to go. She said they just needed to get the funds from the Treasury Board. She said Grasineros would see the funds by September at the very latest. It is now November and there are still no funds from the Treasury Board. There should be no further justification for this delay. When will this funding finally be sent to Grasineros so they can start building the Mercury Care Home they so desperately need?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll thank the member again. The funding has been approved, as she's quite rightly pointed out. The request has been made to Treasury Board. I'm prepared to undertake to explore this issue further and get back to her if she so wishes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.